thank you very much. Thank you. Very comfortable here, a lot of room, and we appreciate you being here. Yesterday I announced that we would be extending our social distance guidelines through the end of April. This is based on modeling that shows the peak in fatalities will not arrive for another 2 weeks. The same modeling also shows that by very vigorously following these guidelines, we could save more than 1 million American lives. Think of that, 1 million American lives. Our future is in our own hands, and the choices and sacrifices we make will determine the fate of this virus and really the fate of our victory. We will have a great victory. We have no other choice. Every one of us has a role to play in winning this war. Every citizen, family, and business can make the difference in stopping the virus. This is our shared patriotic duty. Challenging times are ahead for the next 30 days, and this is a very vital 30 days. We're sort of putting it all on the line, this 30 days. So important because we have to get back. But the more we dedicate ourselves today, the more quickly we will emerge on the other side of the crisis. And that's the time we're waiting for. The more we commit ourselves now, the sooner we can win the fight and return to our lives. And they will be great lives, maybe better than ever. Today we reached a historic milestone in our war against the coronavirus. Over 1 million Americans have now been tested, more than any other country by far, not even close, and tested accurately. And I think what I'd like to do is ask Secretary Azar, who's done a fantastic job, to come up and just say a few words about the fact that we reached substantially now more than 1 million tests. Please. Thank you, Alex.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in marshaling all the resources that we have for this unprecedented testing effort. And thank you, Mr. Vice President, for leading a whole-of-economy approach to testing. As the President mentioned today, the United States hit more than 1 million samples tested, a number that no other country has reached. We're now testing nearly 100,000 samples a day, also a level that no other country has reached. I want to thank every partner that has been involved in this effort. That includes all of the men and women of the FDA and the CDC, including Director Redfield and Commissioner Hahn. Together, the FDA and CDC have worked to balance the need for testing on an aggressive scale with the scientific rigor that Americans expect. Working with our testing coordinator, Admiral Giroir, they have now truly unleashed the ingenuity of the private sector and our state and local leaders, the centerpieces of America's historic approach to testing. I want to thank those state and local leaders who've used their on-the-ground resources and knowledge to lead testing and make it much more easily accessible to the Americans who need it. I'm also grateful to FEMA, with whom we're now working closely to get state and local partners what they need. I also want to thank CMS, where Administrator Verma has given healthcare providers unprecedented flexibility to scale up capacity for testing and treatment and has ensured that tests will be paid for. Finally, we would not be where we are today without the many American companies, entrepreneurs, and scientists who have worked day and night to develop, as of today, 20 different emergency testing options. With the FDA responding to requests for authorization typically within 24 hours, the number of options is growing nearly every day. FDA has also opened up new options for using the available tests, like self-swabbing, and new options for reagents. I also want to thank FDA and other components of HHS for incredibly rapid action on other tools that we need. This weekend, we actually worked to secure 30 million tablets from Sandoz and 1 million tablets from Bayer of hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, which are potential COVID-19 treatments, and we authorized Battelle's new decontamination machines, which can each sterilize thousands of essential N95 masks for reuse every day. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership, and thank you to everybody who's played a part in getting us where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Hahn to come up, FDA, because we have some really good stuff. First of all, the numbers have been incredible on testing, but in the days ahead, we're going to go even faster, and we have something from Abbott Labs, which is right here, and that's a 5-minute test, highly accurate. And I maybe can show that as we listen to our FDA commissioner, the job he's done, and the approval process. We talked about the chloroquine and the hydroxychloroquine just now. I thought that I'd mention it, but Alex has already done that. But we have that now under test with 1,100 people in New York, and it was only the fast approval by FDA that allowed us to do that. It was a really rapid approval. And Doctor, please say a few words. And this is the first one on the line of the 5-minute test from Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your leadership of the task force. I'm very proud of FDA's staff's work in the last few months to expedite the availability of testing in this country. I'm also incredibly appreciative of private industry's ingenuity and willingness to work with us quickly to develop and distribute those tests. We've had a substantial addition to testing with the authorization of point-of-care tests, especially the Abbott point-of-care test, which the President has pulled out of the box. A point-of-care test is a test that gives you a result where you're getting care. This is truly a patient-centered approach, whether it's the doctor's office, a hospital, an emergency room, an urgent care center, or a drive-by testing site. Just like tests for flu or strep, where you go to the doctor so you get the test done, you can get an answer within minutes of having this test done. Now, with those tests being approved for Abbott and for others, these are available around the country. They're planning to scale up the number of tests that can be put out throughout the country over the next month, and patients can get the answer within as little as 15 to 5 minutes. And then, of course, an appropriate plan of treatment can be given. We at FDA are working quickly with Abbott as well on other testing approaches, and normally these tests take months to develop. I was on the phone today with the Abbott CEO. He told me that normally this is a 9 to 12-month approach to developing a point-of-care test. They did this in collaboration with FDA and U.S. government within weeks. Abbott has shared that they will be delivering these tests tomorrow, and then we'll be ramping up. Just to emphasize one thing, the most innovative and safe products come from the private sector in partnership with government, taking an all-hands-on-deck approach, just like in this case. And the other point here is that Abbott and FDA worked together to make sure that we had a fast, reliable, and accurate test to market. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Great job, too. Really great job. Thank you, Steve. So, the pharmaceutical company, Sandoz, has been working with us very closely. And as Alex mentioned a little bit, 30 million doses of the hydroxychloroquine to the United States government has been given. And Bayer has donated 1 million doses of the chloroquine, which will soon be distributed to states and state health officials around the country. Teva Pharmaceuticals is also donating 6 million doses of hydroxychloroquine to U.S. hospitals, 6 million doses. So the private sector, as you'd say, Steve, it's been amazing what's happened, really amazing. And we're going to introduce you to some of the greatest business executives in the world today, no matter where you go. And they're going to say a little bit about what they're doing. And then we have so many more. The FDA has also authorized the Batil's N95 respirator mask sterilization kits. It's an incredible thing. I've been asking, why are we throwing these masks away? You look at some of these masks and they're significant pieces of equipment, and I say, how come you throw them away? Why aren't they using sterilization techniques? And I got a call from Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, and he's a tremendous guy, tremendous governor, and he said, we have a company named Batil, and they're having a hard time getting approval from the FDA, and I called up Dr. Hahn, and within a very short period of time, they got the approval. Steve, we really appreciate it. I want to thank Mike, and I want to thank Steve, and they're going to be able, each machine now can disinfect 120,000 masks per day. Now think of that. Each machine can disinfect 120,000 masks per day. It'll be just like a new one. It can go up to about 20 times for each mask. So each mask can go through this process 20 times. And they have 2 in Ohio, 1 in New York, and 1 will soon be shipped to Seattle, Washington, and also to Washington, D.C. So that's going to make a tremendous difference on the masks. This morning I spoke to our nation's governors to help each state get the medical supplies they need. And yesterday, Vice President Mike Pence asked our nation's hospitals to begin reporting total bed capacity, ICU bed capacity, ventilator capacity, and vital medical supply levels on a daily basis. And Mike, thank you for the great job. Thank you very much. In New York, the 2,900-bed hospital under construction, which is now completed, they completed it in 3 days, you might say 3.5 days, at the Javits Center, will be completed today, and when you look, so they're going up, I think we're going to be adding some more beds, which will be completed today, and we've opened up, whoops, there goes our box, and my hair's blowing around, and it's mine. The one thing you can't get away with, if it's not yours, you got a problem if you're president. And nearly 3,000 medical beds will become operational. The U.S. Navy ship Comfort also arrived today, equipped with 12 operating rooms and 1,000 hospital beds. Work has begun on additional temporary hospital sites, including a 600-bed capacity nursing home facility in Brooklyn and numerous floors of a high-rise building on Wall Street. So it's been really pretty amazing what they've done. The Army Corps of Engineers, what they've done, they just completed, think of it, a 2,900-bed hospital in New York in just about 3 days, maybe 4 days. And the whole city's talking about it. On top of that, we floated in a great ship, which is going to be 1,000 rooms, which is being used for patients outside of what we're focused on, and that will free up a lot of rooms for what we're focused on. So it's been great. The Army Corps of Engineers has awarded contracts for the construction of alternate care facilities also at the State University at Stony Brook, State University Old Westbury, and the Westchester Community Center. We're sending 60 ambulances to New York City today. We have a total of 60. We're getting some additional ones, with up to 190 more to follow at different locations. To date, FEMA has obligated more than $1.3 billion in federal support to the state of New York. So we're spending a lot of money in New York. It's a hotbed. There's no question about it. And we're spending a lot of time, effort on New York, New Jersey. Spoke with Governor Cuomo a lot. Spoke with Governor Murphy a lot in New Jersey. And we're really getting the job done. People are very impressed, and I'm very impressed by the people in FEMA, the people in the Army Corps of Engineers, because what they've done, I've never seen anybody do anything like it. In addition to the 8,100 ventilators that we've already delivered over the next 48 hours, we're delivering more than 1,000. We're going 400 ventilators are going to Michigan very shortly, 300 going to New Jersey, 150 ventilators to Illinois, 150 to Louisiana, and 50 to Connecticut. FEMA and HHS already delivered 11.6 million N95 respirators, 26 million surgical masks, 5.3 million face shields, 4.4 million surgical gowns, and 22 million gloves. And I don't know if you just saw, it just came over the wires, that Ford just announced just a little while ago that they will produce, along with General Electric Healthcare, 50,000 ventilators, and they're going to be doing it in less than 100 days. And top of that, we have other companies that are doing ventilators, including General Motors. But we have 9 other companies doing ventilators. As we outpace what we need, we're going to be sending them to Italy. We're going to be sending them to France. We're going to be sending them to Spain, where they have tremendous problems, and other countries as we can. But the fact that we're doing so many so quickly is a tribute to our great companies. More than 14,000 National Guard members have been activated and can help supplement state and local efforts to distribute personal protective equipment, where we're sending a lot. We have plane loads coming in. We have 51 loads from various locations all around the world, and they're landing. We had our first big cargo plane land this morning, and we're getting it from all over the world, and we're also sending things that we don't need to other parts. I just spoke to the Prime Minister of Italy, and we have additional capacity. We have additional product that we don't need. We're going to be sending approximately $100 million worth of things, of surgical and medical and hospital things to Italy. And Giuseppe was very, very happy. I will tell you that they're having a very hard time. Joining us this afternoon are CEOs of the great American companies that are fulfilling their patriotic duty by producing or donating medical equipment to help meet our most urgent needs. What they're doing is incredible, and these are great companies. Darius Domshek of Honeywell, you know that, and Darius has been somebody that I've dealt with in the past, and he's a great leader of a great company. Deborah Waller of Jockey International. A friend of mine, Mike Lindell of My Pillow. Boy, do you sell those pillows? That's unbelievable what you do. David Taylor of Procter & Gamble, and Greg Hayes of United Technologies Corporation. And I just want to tell all of you that America is very grateful to you and what you've done. Amazing job you've done, and we thank you very much. I'd like you to come up and say a couple of words, if you might, about your companies. Mike, come on up. Come on up, fellas, please. Come on up. You have to say what you're doing, because it's been really incredible. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, well, My Pillow is a U.S. vertically integrated company which has been forced to adjust to the changing business environment as a result of the pandemic. My Pillow is uniquely positioned as a U.S. company that functions as a manufacturer, logistics management distributor, and direct-to-consumer. Given our current business lines, we are experiencing the effects of this pandemic firsthand. But My Pillow is done. We've established an internal task force which is monitoring future needs of companies across the country as a result of this pandemic. And given our position, we've begun to research and develop new protocols to address the current and future needs of U.S. businesses across multiple sectors. How companies are going to prepare themselves when they once again open up, and changes to their current operations in order to adjust to future threats and pandemics. My Pillow has designated some of its call center to help U.S. companies navigate the many issues that resulted from this pandemic. We've dedicated 75% of my manufacturing to produce cotton face masks. In 3 days, I was up to 10,000 a day. By Friday, I want to be up to 50,000 a day. I'm proud to manufacture our products in the United States, and I'm even more proud to be able to serve our nation in this great time of need. Thank you, Mr. President, for your call to action, which has empowered companies like My Pillow to help our nation win this invisible war. Now I wrote something off the cuff, if I can read this. Okay. God gave us grace on November 8, 2016, to change the course we were on. God had been taken out of our schools and lives. A nation had turned its back on God. And I encourage you to use this time at home to get back in the Word, read our Bibles, and spend time with our families. Our president gave us so much hope, where just a few short months ago, we had the best economy, the lowest unemployment, and wages going up. It was amazing. With our great president, vice president, and this administration, and all the great people in this country praying daily, we will get through this and get back to a place that's stronger and safer than ever.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Please come on up. I did not know he was going to do that, but he's a friend of mine, and I do appreciate it. Thank you, Mike, very much. Please.
First of all, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the entire administration, And all the agencies, thank you for your strong leadership during this time of crisis. It is noticed, and it's making a difference. Second of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to all the healthcare workers out there. You're putting yourself in harm's way every day, and we really respect what you're doing, and we couldn't be thankful enough for it. And I can tell you that more help's on the way. We as Honeywell, we're an industrial technology company. And one of the businesses that we're in, we protect the industrial worker. But what we're doing today is we're repurposing a lot of that equipment to serve the healthcare worker. A few days ago, we announced the startup of a new manufacturing facility in Rhode Island. We're going to be hiring 500 employees. We have already 200 on board, and we're going to be starting the production of N95 masks within the next 2 weeks. Furthermore, today we're announcing the startup of another manufacturing facility in Arizona. We're going to be hiring another 500 people, and we're going to be starting up production in that facility by the middle of May. So in total, we've doubled our production of N95 masks already. It's going to double again within the next 60 days, and then within the next 90 days, we're going to have 5x the capacity we do today. Furthermore, we're going to be providing other safety equipment to support all the efforts going on. Lastly, I'll say a big thank you to all the Honeywell employees, and also announce a $10 million fund for them, for all the hourly and administrative employees who are having a hard time during this time of crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Fantastic. Thank you. Normally I'd shake his hand, but we're not supposed to do that anymore. So that's okay. Great job. Thank you to Honeywell. Please go ahead, step up the stage.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, on your guidance during this unprecedented time. And I'm very honored to be here today. Founded by a minister 144 years ago, Jockey International is a family-owned company headquartered in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Since 1876, we have been providing socks and underwear for generations of families. It is part of our DNA to roll up our sleeves and help our country in her time of need. During World War II, we made parachutes for the military. And today we are eager to serve this great country by providing support for the healthcare workers on the front lines of this fight. As the President and Vice President have said, it's a whole of America approach, and we are committed. Jockey has had a long-standing partnership with Encompass Group, headquartered in Georgia, serving the healthcare community. When we learned of the critical need for PPE, we knew we had to help. That meant restarting production on Tier 3 isolation gowns. Monumental lifting by Jockey, Encompass, FEMA, and the FDA was done in just a few days to be production ready. As a result, we expect to begin delivering 30,000 to 50,000 gowns per week, helping those that need it the most right now. In addition, this week, we are also donating 10,000 units of scrubs to the frontline doctors and nurses at the Javits Convention Center in New York City. We would not have been able to do this without the collaboration of the administration, representatives from the federal agencies, and Congressman Brian Stiles. Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for bringing us together today. I'm proud to be able to represent the men and women of Procter & Gamble who every day, 24 hours a day, are working to build and make essential cleaning products, hygiene products, and healthcare products for families everywhere. These include healthcare workers and for institutions that are serving those on the front line. P&G people are the faces of brands you know and trust. Brands like Tide, Pampers, Bounty, Charmin, Mr. Clean, and Vicks. In addition to making, packing, and shipping these essential items, they've worked together to transform our plants, to make things we've never made before, like hand sanitizers and facial masks. Some of these are already getting to national, state, and local agencies. Some of them are in the hospitals already. Everywhere around the world, P&G people are working every day to serve everybody, consumers, and they're working together to bring together the full capability of our research and development, our engineering, our manufacturing, and our communications capability to make sure we make a difference to the consumers we serve, and to all the audience that we can make a difference to. I want to thank them, and I'm very grateful for what they do every day in service to others. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for bringing us together today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Hayes from United Technologies. And on behalf of the 240,000 employees of United Technologies and the 70,000 employees at Raytheon, which will join together with UTC this Friday, I want to first of all say thank you to the President and the Vice President for your leadership during what is really a war. It is a different war than anybody has ever fought before, but it's a war that we're uniquely qualified to help. As one of the world's largest defense contractors and some of the best technology, we're using that technology to try and solve some real-world problems. Today, we're working with the Air Force to try and help pilots as they're moving medical evacuees with the COVID-19 virus such that they can be protected and that the patients can be protected. Again, we're working also with logistics, and if you think about a war, strategy is important, but logistics wins war. It's imperative, I think, with FEMA, along with Mr. Navarro's office, that we coordinate all of these activities. Last week, we donated about 90,000 pieces of personal protective equipment to FEMA. Next week, we'll have another almost million. Again, working through our supply chain partners around the world. We're also today, this week, beginning the manufacture of face shields. Using the additive technologies that we have and the machines that we have available within UTC, we'll be able to produce approximately 10,000 shields in the next 4 weeks. Again, all needed equipment. We stand ready to help in any way we can. We don't need the Defense Production Act to ask us to act. All of the people at UTC and Raytheon are focused on this war and winning it. Again, I also want to say thank you to all of our employees for their work during this crisis, as well as to the frontline medical and other first responders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. Great company. Those are great companies. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Seema to come up and say a few words about what you're doing and what's happening and how positive it's been. I really appreciate it. Come on up, Seema. Burma.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me start by saying I want to convey my deepest sympathies to those that have lost loved ones to the coronavirus. We're all thinking of you. Today is Doctors' Day, and even without it, I want to send a message of gratitude to the foot soldiers in this war, men and women that are providing care and comfort to Americans that have been affected by the virus. Your country is grateful. And in short, as the President has said, we are engaged in a war against an invisible enemy. In wartime, the assumptions of peacetime must be revisited and adjusted to meet the demands of the moment. And so under the President's leadership, CMS is waiving a wide and unprecedented range of regulatory requirements. Now, many healthcare systems won't need these waivers, and they shouldn't use them if they don't need them, but the flexibilities are there. In a time of crisis, regulations shouldn't stand in the way of patient care. And there are several components to our announcement today, but the first one is CMS's Hospitals Without Walls. And this is going to allow hospital systems to create new treatment sites outside of their facility to expand capacity and be able to safely separate patients that are infected with the coronavirus and those that are not. Now, FEMA is doing incredible work setting up temporary hospitals in New York and other areas. But under these waivers, we are empowering local communities to complement and augment the work of FEMA and allowing hospital systems to tap into the capacity that already exists in their communities, making use of dorms and hotels or gymnasiums, and allowing the main hospital to focus on those that need the most intensive care. There are surgery centers out there today that are delaying elective surgeries, and they may have excess capacity that could be devoted to hospital-like care. And we are also making changes to the Medicare program to facilitate testing. So some people that need a coronavirus test can't leave their home, or patients that are in a nursing home, and now we will pay for labs to go out to these locations and perform testing. And we're also expanding the workforce. We are taking action today to relax some of our regulations to allow hospitals to increase their workforce. And we're allowing a broad range of flexibilities so that we can let healthcare workers operate at the top of their license And we are also allowing our hospitals to provide more support for our healthcare workers. Under today's regulations, they can only provide minimal support to healthcare workers, but now we're going to allow them to provide childcare, meals, laundry services. And then there's also telehealth. The President already directed a dramatic expansion of telehealth to our nation's 62 million seniors with Medicare, and we're so proud of all the healthcare providers and patients that have rapidly implemented telehealth. But today we're announcing that we're going to go even further, and we're going to be paying for doctors to make phone calls with their patients and provide care over the phone. And we're getting rid of long-standing barriers to telehealth in the Medicare program, allowing emergency rooms to use telehealth and eliminating requirements that some visits be provided face-to-face. And I also want to mention that on Saturday, the President directed CMS to offer advance payments for healthcare providers that are experiencing cash flow problems. We know that many providers are complying with our recommendations to delay non-essential elective surgeries, and they shouldn't be penalized for doing the right thing. Now, I've barely scratched the surface of all the flexibilities that we are offering healthcare workers and healthcare systems. These flexibilities will provide a lot of flexibility from regulations that are ill-suited to the unprecedented needs of this emergency. And doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals that are working long hours and sacrificing times with their families and risking their lives will have the flexibility that they need to confront the needs of the coronavirus pandemic. And there are many heroes in this war, but I want to take an opportunity to thank the team at CMS. These folks have worked day and night. The flexibilities that are in this regulation, and any regulation, usually take CMS a year. But we did this in 2 weeks, and I couldn't be more honored and privileged to serve alongside these dedicated public servants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do a fantastic job, and you're doing a great job. So we are in the midst of something that is very difficult, but we are going to win. It's just a question of when. We want to do it as quickly as possible. We want to have as few deaths as possible. And we will meet again tomorrow for some statistics and some updates as to where we are, where we think we're going, and timing. I think timing is going to be very important because we have to get our country back. We have to get our country back to where it was and maybe beyond where it was, because we've learned so much. But we will have lost a lot of people. And in many ways, they're heroes. And if you look at what's happening with our medical professionals, it's a danger. They're warriors. Men and women are doing a job that the likes of which I don't think anyone's ever seen. I see them coming out of planes today, going into New York, going into the most dangerous locations, dangerous areas, and they go in there and they just want to do the job. And you see the numbers like I see the numbers. I have some friends that are unbelievably sick. We thought they were going in for a mild stay, and in one case, he's unconscious in a coma. And you say, how did that happen? So I just want to thank all of the great professionals, men and women, doctors and nurses and paramedics and first responders and law enforcement. By the way, if you look at New York and you see how the effect that this had on law enforcement, it's been incredible. These are great people. Firefighters, great people. They're helping in so many different ways, so thank you very much. And if you'd like, we'll take a few questions. John, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday, you said that you would be extending the guidelines through the end of April and that you'd be giving us specifics tomorrow. Do you expect that the guidelines will just carry on the guidelines that have been in place now for 15 days? Could there potentially be some modification? Also, you have some travel restrictions that come up for reconsideration. Yeah. The one from the EU on April 13th, right. Canada, U.S., Mexico border on April the 21st. What will happen with all of that?
They'll be staying, and we may add a few more, but the guidelines will be very much as they are, maybe even toughened up a little bit. But they're having a big impact. They're having a tremendous impact, and we're starting to see it. And that's the key. We're starting to see the impact that they're having.
And if I could ask you to, you talked about Ford now ramping up production of ventilators. The government is sending thousands of ventilators across the country. Clearly, the supply is increasing, but when you look at the production curve against the hospitalization curve, can you guarantee that everyone who needs a ventilator in the next few weeks will be able to get one?
Well, I think that some are ramping up to a level that they're not going to have to, John, and I think that we also have kept in reserve. We have almost 10,000 ventilators in our line. We have them. We've held back just because we did the stockpile. We didn't want to give them because we don't know where the emergency. This hits like so fast. It comes so quickly, and we have 10,000. We're probably going to send some of them now. We've been sending a lot to Michigan and various other states. We'll probably send some additional ones to Michigan. New York's been doing very well, but we can add some more to New York. We're adding them to the areas that are having a problem. Even Alabama all of a sudden flared up a little bit, as you saw over the last couple of days, and we'll send them down to Alabama. So we have 10,000. We kept them for this very specific purpose. It sounds like a lot, but it's not when you think about it. But we're making a lot, and when you see, they're talking about hundreds of thousands being made in a very short period of time, because if you look at what so we have now 10 companies at least making the ventilators. And we say go ahead because, honestly, other countries really, they'll never be able to do it. It's a very complex piece of equipment, and it's big and expensive.
So do you believe as we approach this peak in a couple of weeks that there will be enough for the American populace?
I do think so, yes. I do think so. I think we're going to be in very good shape. And we had a great call today with the governors, and I actually said, I hope that the media is listening to this call, because it was a really good call, and that was randomly selected, largely Democrats and Republicans, and I think for the most part they were saying thank you for doing a great job, and we discussed that at the end of the call. So it really, people are very happy with what we're doing. Now the circumstances are so terrible because of what's going on, but I think they're very impressed by the federal government. I watched that beautiful ship floating in today into, weeks ahead of schedule, almost 4 weeks ahead of schedule into New York Harbor, Comfort. And I watched the Mercy floating in to Los Angeles almost a week ago. And they are stocked. They are really ready to go. They're stocked with both talent and tremendous amounts of equipment. And the Navy and everybody else involved, they got it ready so fast. It's just incredible what they can do. They've geared up. That's why, I am so impressed by the people involved. Mike and I were talking about it before, the level of genius to put it all together so quickly. This wasn't a month ago. Nobody ever heard of this. Nobody had any idea. The Mercy was being maintained. It was in maintenance for a month. And when they heard we needed it, and I was surprised, they said, "Sir, we're ready to go." I said, "What do you mean you're not going to be ready for 3 weeks?" "No, sir, we're all ready to go." It was incredible. So, and we've had many instances like this. I think the building of the hospital, 2,900 beds in a matter of days, a few days, is just incredible. Governor Cuomo was impressed, and Gavin Newsom was impressed by what we've been doing with Gavin and California and Los Angeles area in particular, but really San Francisco, all over California. When you look at what we're doing with Michigan, we're getting along very well with Michigan. It's a great place. We're sending a lot of things to Michigan because that's becoming a hotbed, especially a specific area, as you know. It's become very hot. It's become, could even at some point supersede, but it's got to be taken care of. So we're the relationship we have with the governors, I just wish you could, because we took a lot of calls from a lot of different states, and I wish you could have heard. Even a thing where, like, the governor of Ohio calls, where he has a company that does the sterilization, but they have a problem because it's not going quickly at the FDA, and I call up Steve, and Steve comes in, and he said, we'll get it done, and they checked it, and they got it done almost immediately. And originally they were approving it for 10,000 masks, and then it was supposed to be for 80, and they ultimately approved it for 120,000. It's a tremendous number. And I kept wondering, why aren't they sterilizing these masks? I assumed maybe you couldn't do it. But then I'd look at them, and they'd look like, it's not cloth. It's something that looks like it could be sterilized, and that's what they've done. And that's the machine that is over there, actually. They have a piece of the machine over there. I won't bother showing it to you. And this is incredible when you talk about 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and highly accurate, and not nearly as disturbing to do as the other tests. So we've just gotten better. We're doing things that nobody else ever thought of. Please.
The DMV has issued stay-at-home orders, but Governor Ralph Northam of Virginia took it pretty far. He issued a 70-day stay-at-home order. Is that constitutional, first off? And secondly, do you think it's warranted to go ahead and issue a 70-day guidance at this point?
Well, we're letting the governors do in their states pretty much what they want with our supervision, and they consult with us in all cases. Some go further than others, as you know. I mean, I could give you plenty of examples, but I'm not going to do that because we never want to be controversial. But some of the governors have taken it a step further, and people are questioning that. But look, staying at home with respect to what we're talking about doesn't bother me at all. People should be staying at home. That's what we want. OAN, please. OAN.
2,405 Americans have died from coronavirus in the last 60 days.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have 2,369 children who are killed by their mothers through elective abortions each day. That's 16,500 children killed every week.
Yeah.
2 states have suspended elective abortion to make more resources available for coronavirus cases. That's Texas and Ohio. Do you agree with states who are placing coronavirus victims above elective abortions, and should more states be doing the same?
Well, I think what we're doing is we're trying to, as a group, governors, and that's Republicans and Democrats, we're just working together to solve this problem. That's been what you're mentioning has been going on for a long time, and it's a sad event, a lot of sad events in this country. But what we're doing is now we're working on the virus, we're working on that hidden enemy, and I think we're doing a great job on, as good a job as you could possibly do. When Tony and Deborah came up with numbers yesterday to say that if we did nothing, you could lose 2.2 up to 2 point, maybe beyond, I don't know, maybe beyond, but 2.2 million people if we did nothing. And I can't tell you what the unfortunate final toll is going to be, but it's going to be a very small fraction of that. So we're doing an awfully good job, I think, with what we're doing. Please, go ahead.
Ohio?
Please.
Are you considering at all a nationwide stay-at-home order? I know there's a lot of states that have put them in place, but some haven't. I'm just wondering if you were considering some sort of broad stay-at-home order. And then I have a question for Dr. Birx, too, if you don't mind.
Well, we've talked about it. We, there are some parts of the country that are in far deeper trouble than others. There are other parts that, frankly, are not in trouble at all. So hopefully, we're going to be able to keep it that way by doing what we're doing. So we talked about quarantine, as you know, the other day. A group came to me and they wanted to do the quarantine, and I said, let's think about it, and we did, and we studied it, and by the time the evening came, it just was something that was very unwieldy, very tough to enforce, and something we didn't want to do. But we did advisory, and I think that's doing well. I mean, I look at the streets. You look at New York, where I look down Fifth Avenue today. They were showing a shot of Fifth Avenue in sort of prime time, and there was almost nobody on Fifth Avenue. I've never seen that before. There was no car. There was no anything. So I think the people of this country have done an incredible job. If we do that, we will let you know, but it's pretty unlikely, I would think, at this time.
Can I ask a quick question for Dr. Birx
Yes.
also? So, Dr. Birx, if you don't mind, you had mentioned today that this model that predicts 100,000 deaths is if we do things almost perfectly. So I wanted to know, are we currently doing things almost perfectly, or are there more things we need to be doing to cap, to not exceed that 100,000, 200,000 model?
Please, come.
Thank you. I think that's a really great question. And tomorrow we'll go through all of the graphs and all the information that we took to the president for the decision. But and I just want to thank the data team that's working day and night to I usually get my data about 2 a.m. from them, and they assimilate all the data from all the states. And when you look at all of the states together, all of them are moving in exactly the same curves. And so that's why we really believe this needs to be federal guidance, so that every state understands that it may look like 2 cases today that become 20, that become 200, that become 2,000. And that's what we're trying to prevent. And I think states still have that opportunity, but they're going to have to do all of these these recommendations are recommendations that the globe is using. And so we really do recommend that every governor, every mayor looks very carefully and ensures that their communities are utilizing these guidance.
Thank you very much. Thanks. It is amazing. You look at Louisiana, and for a long time it was just staying at nothing. And then all of a sudden, I look one day and I see a lot and a lot and a lot, and then it explodes. And now we're working very carefully and very powerfully with them. We're building hospitals, so we're building a lot of different things for Louisiana. So it's very important. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Has warned that this could be seasonal, cyclical virus. So, and maybe both of you could comment on this, and Dr. Birx as well. Are you prepared for this to strike again, say, in the fall? All the efforts that are taking place right now to contain this, to be proactive, and
we're prepared. I hope it doesn't happen. Doctor, would you like to say something about that? I hope it doesn't happen, but we're certainly prepared.
In fact, I would anticipate that would actually happen because of the degree of transmissibility. However, if you come back in the fall, it will be a totally different ballgame of what happened when we first got hit with it in the beginning of this year. There will be several things that will be different. Our ability to go out and be able to test, identify, isolate, and contact trace will be orders of magnitude better than what it was just a couple of months ago. In addition, we have a number of clinical trials that are looking at a variety of therapeutic interventions. We hope one or more of them will be available. And importantly, as I mentioned to you many times at these briefings, is that we have a vaccine that's on track and multiple other candidates. So I would anticipate that, a year to a year and a half, we'd be able to do it under an emergency use. If we start seeing an efficacy signal, we may be able to even use a vaccine at the next season. So things are going to be very, very different. What we're going through now is going to be more than just lessons learned. It's going to be things that we have available to us that we did not have before.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Scott Gottlieb, your former FDA commissioner, wrote a roadmap for recovery after the coronavirus.
Very interesting. I saw it.
He suggests, the roadmap suggests that everybody wear a mask in public. Is that something that the task force thinks is a good idea?
Well, we haven't discussed it to that extent, but it's certainly something we could discuss. We're getting certainly the number of masks that you need. We are in the process of talking about things. I saw his suggestion on that, so we'll take a look at it for a period of time, not forever. I mean, we want our country back. We're not going to be wearing masks forever, but it could be for a short period of time after we get back into gear. I could see something like that happening for a period of time, but I would hope it would be a very limited period of time. Doctors, they'll come back and say for the rest of our lives we have to wear masks.
The roadmap also talks about doing GPS for social distancing, maybe following people's phones, and hotels for isolation for people, giving them free hotel rooms. Are those ideas that you're looking at?
Well, the GPS, that's a very severe idea. I've been hearing about it, GPS. So what happens? A siren goes off if you get too close to somebody? That's pretty severe, but he's somebody. He was with me for a long time. They did a great job at FDA. So we're taking a look. I just received it a little while ago. He sent it over. So very good. Go ahead. Let's give it a shot.
Sir, what do you say to Americans who are upset with you over the way you downplayed this crisis over the last couple of months? We have it very much under control in this country. The coronavirus is very much under control in the USA. It's going to disappear. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. At March 4th, we have a very small number of people in this country infected. March 10th, we're prepared. We're doing a great job with it. It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. What do you say to Americans who believe that you got this wrong?
And I do want them to stay calm. And we are doing a great job. If you look at those individual statements, they're all true. Stay calm. It will go away. You know it is going away, and it will go away. And we're going to have a great victory. And it's people like you and CNN that say things like that, it's why people just don't want to listen to CNN anymore. You could ask a normal question. The statements I made are, I want to keep the country calm. I don't want panic in the country. I could cause panic much better than even you. I could do much. I would make you look like a minor league player. But you know what? I don't want to do that. I want to have our country be calm and strong and fight and win. And it will go away. And it is incredible, the job that all of these people are doing, putting them all together, the job that they're doing. I am very proud of the job they're doing, that Mike Pence is doing, that the task force has done, that Honeywell and Procter & Gamble and Mike and all of these people have done. I'm very proud. It's almost a miracle, and it is, the way it's all come together. And instead of asking a nasty, snarky question like that, you should ask a real question. And other than that, I'm going to go to somebody else. Please, go ahead, please.
You expressed some concern in the past that medical supplies were going out the back door and that perhaps some hospitals were doing things worse than hoarding.
I expressed what was told to me by a tremendous power in the business. He said that at a New York hospital for a long period of time. He was giving 10,000, maybe maximum 20,000 masks over a short time. And all of a sudden he's giving 300,000. And I said, no matter how bad this is, could that be possible? He said, no. So there's only a couple of things that could happen. Is it going out the back door? And I've reported it to the city and let the city take a look at it. But when you go from 10,000 masks to 300,000 masks, Mike, over the same period of time, there's something going on. Now, I'm not making any charges. But when everyone's looking for masks, and by the way, that's another thing, we're making a lot of masks, and the sterilization process is going to save a lot of time and a lot of masks. But when you have the biggest distributor of product that distributes to many of the big hospitals and hospital chains, and he brings up a statistic like that, and I know you're trying to make a big deal out of it, but you shouldn't be. You should actually go over to the hospital and find out why. You shouldn't be asking me. I'm just saying, that's the way it is. You should go over there as a great reporter. I have no idea who you are, but that's okay. You should go over there, go to the hospital, and find out how come you used to get 10,000 masks and you had a full hospital. New York City, always full. And how come now you have 300,000 masks, despite the virus and all, you have three. How do you go from 10 to 300,000? And this is very serious stuff. I mean, I could see from 10 to 20 or from 10 to 40 or 50 or something. But how do you go from 10 to 300,000 masks? So what I think you should do is I'm sure you're a wonderful investigative reporter. You should go to the hospital and find out why. Okay, yeah.
Asking your DOJ to look into it, sir?
Steve, please. Well, it's so bad for the economy, but the economy is number 2 on my list. First, I want to save a lot of lives. We're going to get the economy back. I think the economy is going to come back very fast. Steve's just asking about the economy. What's it like? We basically shut down our country. And we did that in order to keep people separated, keep people apart. They're not working in offices. They're not in airplanes together. You know, we really shut it down. And, you know, 151 other countries are pretty much shut down. But here we had the greatest economy in the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had to go from doing a great job for 3 years to shutting it down. But you know what? We're going to build it up, and we're going to build it up rapidly. And I think in the end we'll be stronger for it. We learned a lot. We learned a lot. And I have to say, we've had great relationships with a lot of countries. China sent us some stuff, which was terrific. Russia sent us a very, very large plane load of things, medical equipment, which was very nice. Other countries sent us things that I was very surprised at, very happily surprised. We learned a lot. We're learning a lot. And we're also learning that the concept of borders is very important, Steve. It's very important. Having borders is very, very important. But we have done an incredible job. The economy is going to come back. My focus is saving lives. That's the only focus I can have. We're going to bring the economy back, and we'll bring it back fast. Yeah, please.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said several times that the United States has ramped up testing. Just talk a little quicker or a little louder. Mr. President, you said several times that the United States has ramped up testing, but the United States is still not testing per capita as many people as other countries like South Korea. Why is that, and when do you think that that number will be on par with other countries?
Yeah, well,
and
it's very much on par. Look, per capita, we have areas of country that's very wide. I know South Korea better than anybody. It's a very tight. Do you know how many people are in Seoul? Do you know how big the city of Seoul is? 38 million people. That's bigger than anything we have. 38 million people, all tightly wound together. We have vast farmlands. We have vast areas where they don't have much of a problem. In some cases, they have no problem whatsoever. We have done more tests. I didn't talk about per capita. We have done more tests by far than any country in the world, by far. Our testing is also better than any country in the world. And when you look at that, as simple as that looks, that's something that's a game changer. And every country wants that, every country. So rather than asking a question like that, you should congratulate the people that have done this testing, because this administration inherited a broken system, a system that was obsolete, a system that didn't work. It was okay for a tiny, small group of people, but once you got beyond that, it didn't work. We have built an incredible system to the fact where we have now done more tests than any other country in the world, and now the technology is really booming. I just spoke to I spoke to a lot. I'm not going to even mention. I spoke to a number of different testing companies today, and the job that they've done and the job that they're doing is incredible. But when Abbott comes out and does this so quickly, it's really unreal. In fact, one company I have to say that stands out in the job, and I think I can say this, I don't want to insult anybody else, but Roche. Roche has been incredible in the testing job they've done, and they're ramping it up exponentially. It's up, 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 up. And you should be saying congratulations instead of asking a really snarky question, because I know exactly what you mean by that. You should be saying congratulations to the men and women who have done this job, who have inherited a broken testing system and who have made it great. And if you don't say it, I'll say it. I want to congratulate all of the people. You have done a fantastic job, and we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Jerusalem, Jerusalem, land of glory, Jerusalem, holy land, then they visit to Jerusalem.
These are the things that have been written, and we are bearing witness to them as being true. This is an opportunity for you to visit Israel, Mount Nebo in Jordan, the ground where God spoke to Moses, showing him the promised land and the holy land of Jerusalem. 10 days visit to see for yourself the places which you have read in the Bible, like Elah Valley, where David defeated Goliath, Mount Nebo, Sea of Galilee, Canaan, where Jesus turned water to wine, River Jordan, where John the Baptist baptized Jesus Christ, Joseph and Maria House in Nazareth, Jericho, the Dead Sea, the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus prayed, Lazarus' tomb, King David tomb in Jerusalem, the house where Jesus and his disciples had their Last Supper, the Pentecost Upper Room, and so on. Our office is at Albert Basins, South Dockland, London, E16 7QY. For more info, please visit www.holy holytrinitypilgrimage.co.uk or please call Captain Mother Hassan on 078 721 37953 or Pastor Elijah Kamui on 079 846 34898 or email us info@holytrinitypilgrimage.co.uk. A pilgrim is not a tourist. The tourist sees sights and returns home the same person, but the pilgrim gains insights and returns home changed and spiritually fulfilled.
Jerusalem. Heritage TV. Heritage TV.
Everybody in London, have you heard that Heritage Television has come up with something new? All your functions and celebrations can now be multi-camera live stream. That was only reserved for the rich and famous. Having a function in London can be viewed clean and clear immediately from any part of the world. Trust Heritage TV to give you a better reach. Heritage Television also does photography that will make you the envy of all your friends and family. Heritage Television is the best. All your functions like birthdays, funerals, weddings, church anniversaries or harvest. Heritage Television is the master. We are in the heart of London with an ultra-modern equipped studio. You can call us on 020-800-46100 or email us info@heritagetv.co.uk or mobile 0734 1234 560. Heritage Television will do you proud.
You need to hear from me. Let me say my own side of the story.
You have nothing to explain. How dare you talk while I am talking? All that campaigned for you, you abandoned them, including me.
Second tenure to compensate everybody that worked for me.
You are waiting for the second tenure to come before you can compensate them.
The governor is really looting the state dry to campaign and elect you as a member of the state's House of Assembly. Just like that. I hope people are not trying to set me up.
Your Excellency, sir.
Yes?
Is it true that you are log ahead with your presumed political godfather, Chief Obitiki?
Governor, answer the question.
Yes.
Answer the question. Yes or no?
We are here to tell the governor and his cohorts to free Ngozi. She was only exercising her freedom of speech.
We believe working with you is going to give us an edge over other parties. You said you have a candidate.
Yeah.
3 years ago, you came into this palace. Then, wretched, hungry. Then I introduced you to Obidike.
Could you imagine Obidike peddling rumors everywhere? Telling people how he sponsored me, how he single-handedly made me the governor.
Look at what you are saying about a man who gave you 600 million naira.
I want to give you 1 billion naira.
I am no longer in support of his second tenure ambition. Because I want you guys to keep away from him and all his cronies. Do I make myself clear?
Blessings.
Thank you very much. Great to have you. And thank you all for being here. My administration is taking new action to ensure that America has the medical resources and equipment needed to fight the global pandemic. It's been a brutal pandemic for over 150 countries all over the world. We've had great success over the last month. We've, as you know, the millions and millions of pieces of equipment have been delivered successfully by us, purchased and delivered, and we've made it available to the states And the governors have been very gracious for the most part, I would say. There are a couple that aren't appreciative of the incredible job. They have to do a better job themselves. That's part of the problem. But generally speaking, I have to tell you, the governors have been great. I just spoke to the governor of New Jersey, Governor Murphy, and he's very thankful. And Governor Cuomo has been very nice. They've really appreciated, I think, what the federal government has done. You look at the hospitals that are being built all over the country by the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. It's been really incredible. Nobody's seen it. They'll build hospitals in 2 or 3 days, portable hospitals. This afternoon, I invoke the Defense Production Act to compel General Motors to accept, perform, and prioritize federal contracts for ventilators. Ventilators are a big deal, and we've delivered thousands of them. And oftentimes you don't need ventilators very much. Hospitals don't have very many. And now we're turning out that we have to produce large numbers. But we've been able to do that, and we're going to be doing a lot more. This invocation of the DPA should demonstrate clearly to all that we will not hesitate to use the full authority of the federal government to combat this crisis. We thought that we had to deal with, as an example, General Motors, and I guess they thought otherwise. They didn't agree. And now they do. They do agree, and I think we might be able to pull it, but we let them know the way we felt, and they can't be doing that. We'll work in partnership with the private sector, but where an emergency exists, and it's very important that we get to the bottom line, and quickly we will do what we have to do and immediately exercise all available lawful authorities to get the job done. This afternoon, I also signed an executive order investing, and very, very strongly investing, the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Homeland Security with the full authorities available under the Defense Production Act to respond to the outbreak of the terrible virus, the invisible enemy, as we say. My order also establishes that Peter Navarro, a very trusted person from the White House, and he's done an incredible job for me in terms of negotiation, in terms of understanding where the world is going economically. But my order establishes that Peter will serve as National Defense Production Act Policy Coordinator for the federal government. That's a very important position, more important probably than it's almost ever been in our country. And so I want to congratulate Peter and his family. I know he's going to do a fantastic job. He's been doing that job over the last few weeks. Peter is a PhD in economics from Harvard, has a master in public administration from Kennedy School, also from Harvard. And he's a tremendous guy, and he will do a fantastic job. And I'd like to maybe ask, before I continue, Peter to say a few words, please. Peter?
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
President.
very much.
And of course, you know the Harvard joke. You can tell a Harvard man, you just can't tell them much, right?
They can't tell
So,
them.
anyway, on a serious note, let me just give you a little idea of the Defense Production Act and why it is so important. We are engaged in the most significant industrial mobilization since World War II. We have a wartime president fighting an invisible enemy, and we have the full force of government coupled with the full power of private enterprise bearing down on this problem for the American people, sir. What we had to do today with President Trump's order with respect to General Motors, I want to give you a little background on that. We need industrial mobilization to make adequate ventilators, particularly in the very short run, to help the people of New York, Detroit, New Orleans, Chicago, Denver, Seattle, all around this country as this virus bears down. And the ventilators really are the most important thing for patients who become most seriously ill. They are literally the lifeline for people. And I've personally been working with FEMA, and I've been working with HHS and over 10 ventilator companies, making sure we can get what we need as quickly as possible. And virtually every one of those companies has been cooperative, patriotic, moving in Trump time, which is to say as soon as possible, sir. But we did have a problem with GM and Ventec. On the one hand, we had Ford and GE moving forward on a similar kind of project, patriotically moving as fast as possible. Over the last several days, we ran into roadblocks with GM. We cannot afford to lose a single day, particularly over the next 30 to 60 days. So President Trump invoked the Defense Production Act as a way of enhancing and accelerating this mobilization. I salute him for doing so. It's going to make my job so much easier. For the most part, we've had tremendous cooperation from the private sector. Today, sir, was the right day to do it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Peter. And good luck. My administration is marshaling the full power of the American government, and we will do that, and that's what we've done, and we will continue to do it until our war is won. Economic, scientific, medical, military, and homeland security, all of this to vanquish the virus. We are working to sign contracts immediately with the major ventilator companies in the country, including GE, Philips, Medtronic, Hamilton, Zoll, RedMed, Hillrom, and Vyaire. These are all companies that do this, great companies. The FDA will be reducing and waiving unnecessary regulations in order to get this done. We're going to be getting rid of certain, let's say, barriers to speed. We want them to get it done quickly. They've been doing it for a long time. They've been making ventilators for a long time. Hopefully General Motors will join in the fray. Under the normal condition that you would be regular times, 29,000 ventilators are distributed in the United States each year. In the next 100 days, well, first of all, we've already delivered thousands of them, but within the next 100 days, we will either make or get in some form over 100,000 additional units. And I guess to put it in other words, in the next 100 days, we'll receive over 3 times the number of ventilators made during a regular year in the United States, and that doesn't include all of the thousands and thousands that we've given to the various states, a lot of them. We delivered thousands, as you know, to New York, and they didn't know they got them. And then we also had thousands put in a warehouse, and that was also for New York, and they just found out that they were there. So we have to make sure that when we deliver things, they get distributed. Earlier today, I spoke to the CEO of Boeing, Dave Calhoun, and Boeing will be producing and donating face shields to help our medical professionals on the front lines. These are actually pretty intricate in terms of the plastic and the quality of the materials. They're important. They've got to be top of the line, and they're going to do thousands of these a week. They've already tested the production, and they're ready to begin producing all of these shields. That's the plastic shields that go over the face. Well, Boeing is also offering us the use of their, what they call the Dream Lifter cargo plane. It's the largest plane in the world, and this sort of a picture of it they called up just a little while ago, and that can sort of take anything. That's the biggest in the world, and they're letting us use that for the distribution of product all over the country, especially the heavy product or large quantities of product. And Boeing will dedicate up to 3 planes to the mission of flying medical supplies anywhere we need it. Each plane can carry 63,000 pounds of cargo per flight. That's a lot of cargo. I also signed an executive order giving the Department of Defense and Department of Homeland Security the authority to activate the Ready Reserve components of the armed forces. This will allow us to mobilize medical, disaster, and emergency response personnel to help wage our battle against the virus by activating thousands of experienced service members, including retirees. We have a lot of people, retirees, great military people. They're coming back in who have offered to support the nation in this extraordinary time of need. And they come back in, they don't say how much, they don't say what are we getting paid, they just want to come back in. It's really an incredible thing to see. It's beautiful. This afternoon, I also signed into law $2.2 trillion in urgently needed relief for our nation's families, workers, businesses, and Americans of every race, color, religion, and creed. And the $2.2 trillion goes to $6.2 trillion, depending on need. So it's the largest bill ever signed. and not just emergency relief, but of any kind. We've never signed a bill of that magnitude. And, incredibly, it was 96-0 in the Senate, and it was essentially the same thing in Congress. They did it very quickly. In the House, they did it very, very quickly. So if you look at Congress, what they've been able to do, the House was voice vote, I guess they would call it, and something like that rarely takes place, and 96-0 in the Senate for the largest bill in the history of our country. That's pretty good. And I want to thank Republicans. I want to thank Democrats for coming together for the whole of the nation. And this is a great thing, a great victory. This is going to save companies that are incredible companies, but that are going to need some help because of what happened. A month ago, they were outstanding. They were having the best year they ever had. And then we got hit. And so we'll help them out. It's thousands and millions of jobs. It's millions of jobs. And I just want to thank everybody for working so hard. And that includes the people standing with me right here. The legislation extends a vital lifeline to American families and American workers with job retention loans for small businesses. And a big focus of the bill is small businesses. They're really they're the energy. They're whatever you want to call it in terms of our nation. They push. People have no idea how big a factor, Peter can tell you, the small businesses are in this country from an economic standpoint, from a job standpoint. We expand the unemployment benefits for workers very substantially, and direct cash payments will be going to American citizens, substantial. This legislation also provides a massive increase in funding for hospitals, for the Disaster Relief Fund, and critical supplies, including masks, respirators, and pharmaceuticals of all types. And speaking of pharmaceuticals, as you know, we're working on vaccines. We're getting some good response, and we're working on therapeutics and cures. And we have some very interesting things happening. This afternoon, Apple launched a new tool created in partnership with our task force, the CDC and FEMA. Any individual who is concerned that they might have the virus can now download the free COVID-19 app on their iPhone and answer a set of simple questions about their symptoms and risk factors. It's getting to be a very modernized system indeed. They'll soon receive HHS recommendations on what to do next, including whether they should get tested or not. And again, we only want people to get tested if we think they need it. In a few moments, Secretary DeVos and Secretary Perdue will discuss new partnerships with the private sector that are providing meals to millions of students while schools are closed. They've both been incredible, the job they've done. I appreciate them very much. We're grateful for the assistance of Niran Chaudhary, CEO of Panera Bread Company. They've been so incredible to us. And to the people of our country, and Denton McLean, chairman of McLean Global Logistics, and they've joined us. They're on stage with me. They're going to speak. Throughout this ordeal, I've been awed and inspired by the American people more than anything else, more than anyone else. Americans of every walk of life have followed the guidelines, shown incredible compassion, and sacrificed greatly on behalf of their fellow citizens. I want every American to know that their selfless and heroic actions are saving lives, and I want them to know, and I've said it before, that I'm very proud to be their president, very proud of the American people. My administration is actively planning the next phase in an all-out war against this horrible virus. We're now testing nearly 100,000 patients per day, more than anybody in the world. And we've now, as of even a couple of weeks ago, tested more than any other country in the world. And our capacity continues to grow. Widespread surveillance testing will allow us to monitor the spread of the virus, and we're doing that quite accurately. And Deborah and Tony will be speaking about that, and coordinate with the states to contain new hotspots as they arise with a targeted, fact-based and data-based approach. It's all data-driven. This surveillance testing will soon enable us to publish updated guidelines for state and local leaders. We want every county and region in the country to have the on-the-ground evidence that they need to determine the mitigation measures that are right for them. Each location is different. Some are very, very different. Some are day and night. Some are in great shape and some aren't in great shape. And we'll be able to have very accurate information very shortly. We already have a lot of that information. America is bravely battling this pandemic through cutting-edge science, medical innovation, and rational, deliberate, and determined vigilance. No effort will be spared in winning this war. We're going to win the war. Hopefully we're going to win soon and with as few lives as possible lost. You see what's going on all over the world. You see the lives. You see Italy. You see Spain. You see all of these countries going through so much, going through such hell. And we're all in very strong communication. I can tell you our professionals are dealing with them every day. Many of the countries, so many countries, but many of the countries we're dealing very directly and closely. And we're going to be in very good shape in terms of certain equipment that's very hard to get, very hard to manufacture, and at the right time we'll be distributing that equipment throughout the world to other countries. Boris Johnson was asking for ventilators today. As you know, he's tested, unfortunately, he's tested positive, and that's a terrible thing. But he's going to be great. I'm sure he's going to be totally great. But they want ventilators. Italy wants ventilators. Spain wants ventilators. Germany wants ventilators. They're all calling for ventilators. Well, we're going to make a lot of ventilators, and we'll take care of our needs, but we're also going to help other countries. So I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank our great American citizens, and a lot of incredible things are happening, really happening, and it's too bad. I was saying before, we had the press conference when we signed. We had a signing ceremony when we signed the largest bill in our history. And I said, think of it, 22 days ago, we had the greatest economy in the world. Everything was going beautifully. The stock market hit an all-time high again for the over 150th time during my presidency. And the world was looking good. And then we got hit by the invisible enemy, and now you have countries all over the world reeling. But we're winning it, and we'll be bigger and better and stronger than we were even before. And we will also have apparatus in place that works. We won't have broken systems. We'll have incredible systems. So if this should happen again, and hopefully it won't, but if a thing like this should happen again, we'll be able to handle it very much more easily. So with that, I'll take a few questions. Steve, please.
Tell us a little bit about these negotiations with General Motors. What were they reluctant to do, or was it a debate over cost or profits?
Well, it got to be a debate over cost. We don't want to think too much about cost when we're talking about this. This is not cost. I wasn't happy where General Motors built plants in other locations over the years, not so much during my term, but they built a lot of plants in other countries. I won't name the countries, but you can imagine. And so I didn't go into it with a very favorable view. I was extremely unhappy with Lordstown, Ohio, where they left Lordstown, Ohio in the middle of an auto boom because we had 17 car companies coming in, and then they were leaving one plant in Ohio. I love Ohio, and what happens, that became the story. Not that all these plants are moving in, but that you had one plant they were leaving. And frankly, I think that would be a good place to build the ventilators, but we'll see. We'll see how that all works out. But so I wasn't too thrilled, and then we thought we had a deal for 40,000 ventilators, and all of a sudden it became 6, and then price became a big object. But Peter Navarro is going to handle that, and Peter will do a very good job. We'll see. Maybe they'll change their tune, but we didn't want to play games with them. Yeah,
Mr. President, 2 questions for you. One on state quarantines and the other one on the search for treatment. The first one, over the last 24 hours, governors in multiple states, including Florida, Rhode Island, have issued quarantine orders for travelers coming from other states. Quarantine orders, yeah. And they are intercepting people on highways, at airports. They say this is at the recommendation of your administration. Is that true? And if so, why doesn't your
administration... Well, I think I'm going to let Tony speak to that a little bit later, but we're being very strong on quarantine. We're being very strong on people not leaving, especially certain states, and going to other states where they have less of a problem. I mean, you're hearing constantly about people leaving New York and going down to Florida. And New York, obviously, is a hot spot. And that's why we're building all those hospitals in New York and all those medical centers in New York. So we'll let Tony answer that. But specifically, you have to understand, We're not playing games. John?
Mr. President, if I could come back to the invoking DPA. This morning you tweeted about it, and I'm told it was coincidentally, not long after that tweet, Ventec and GM announced that they had reached an agreement to at their Kokomo, Indiana plant, which is a clean facility that makes electronic equipment, produce up to 10,000 ventilators a month, with the first ones to be delivered in a couple of weeks. Why the need after that to invoke DPA?
It wasn't after, it was before. And we just were not getting there with General Motors. We weren't getting there. We were getting there with a lot of other companies, and we have the people that are doing it for me in the room right here. And we can talk to you later about it. But we have to get these people on board. We're not looking to get into a big deal on price. We're not looking to be ripped off on price. We don't want prices to be double, triple what they should be. So General Motors, we'll see what happens. But now they're talking. But they weren't talking the right way at the beginning, and that was not right to the country.
If I could just follow on that, Mr. President. Last night you told Sean Hannity you didn't think that there was a need for 30 or 40,000 ventilators, yet today you basically federalized General Motors to produce tens of thousands.
Well, I think there's a very good chance we won't need that many. And I think, frankly, there's a great chance that we're not going to need that many. But you know what? There are a lot of other people that are going to need them. We have countries all over the world that are friends of ours, and we will help those countries. We're in a position to do things that other countries can't. So we have sort of an interesting position. We can make them because we're going to be making over 100,000 pretty quickly. So we can make them. And if we don't need them, John, that's okay, because we can help Italy and we can help UK, Boris Johnson specifically. I mean, when I say, how are you feeling? And the first thing Boris said to me is, we need ventilators.
So surplus will be
Oh, absolutely. We're not going to be keeping her. All over the world they want them, and we're in a position to make them, and other countries aren't. Okay?
Mr. President, if I first can follow up on that, Governor Cuomo had said 30 to 40,000 ventilators is what he needed. He based that on the experts that were advising him. What are you basing your assessment that he doesn't need that many on?
Well, if you look, and I think you can ask that question best of Deborah, but I think their estimates are high. I hope they're high. They could be extremely high. We're doing even hospitals based on pretty high estimates. You know, I'm doing them anyway. And as I told John, if we do not need them, that would be wonderful. We can help a lot of great people all over the world. We can help them live. But I think his estimates are going to be very high. We're going to see. Don't forget, we sent thousands of ventilators to New York, and they didn't know they got them. Then we sent thousands of ventilators to New York. They have a warehouse, a New York warehouse in Edison, New Jersey, which is an interesting thing. And we sent them to Edison, New Jersey. They were in the warehouse, ready to go, and New York never took them. So they knew they were there. So we have to get people lined up. But we've given them, and I'm not blaming New York. Look, this is something that's of a magnitude that nobody's ever seen before. But I'll tell you what, the federal government's done a hell of a job. So we sent thousands of ventilators to New York, and they didn't know about it at the time they were complaining. Thousands. We had 2,000, and then 2,000, and then 4,000, and they were going there in large numbers. And then before that, we sent many thousands. We want to have so many that we do have more than we need, because we can send them to other great countries, and other countries that have been our friends, and they'll never be able to do it themselves. Yeah, please.
Said that some of the governors are not appreciative of what the federal government's done, and you've suggested that some of these governors are not doing everything they need to do, like that these governors are at fault. Can you be specific? What more in this time of
Well, I think we've done a great job for the state of Washington, and I think the governor, who's a failed presidential candidate, as you know, he leveled out at zero. In the polls. He's constantly chirping, and I guess complaining would be a nice way of saying it. We're building hospitals. We've done a great job for the state of Washington. Michigan, all she does is, she has no idea what's going on, and all she does is say, oh, it's the federal government's fault. And we've taken such great care of Michigan. You know the care we've taken of New Jersey. I think if you ask Governor Murphy of New Jersey, how are we doing? I think he'd say great. I think. He's a Democrat. Governor Cuomo has really said we're really doing a great job. And I saw the news conference where he was thanking the people from FEMA, the people from Army Corps of Engineers this morning. I mean, they built a hospital like in 3.5 days. And it's a big hospital in the Javits Center. And they're building medical facilities in different parts of New York. And Governor Cuomo's been appreciative. But, you know, a couple of people aren't. We have done a hell of a job. The federal government has really stepped up.
What I'm asking is, what more specifically do you want the governor of Washington?
All I want them to do, very simple. I want them to be appreciative. I don't want them to say things that aren't true. I want them to be appreciative. We've done a great job. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about Mike Pence, the task force. I'm talking about FEMA, the Army Corps of Engineers. There's no country in the world could have done what the Army Corps of Engineers has done and is doing. Now they're going in and building they're going into hotels and renovating hotels. That should be for governors to do. That should be for states to do. We have the Army Corps of Engineers so teed up and so stocked up, and they're really psyched, and they're incredible. And there's no games with these people. They're in there screaming, get it done, get it done. There's not like sitting around taking it easy. These are workers. These are incredible people. So I think the Army Corps of Engineers, when somebody, for political reasons, wants to blame, I view that as blaming these incredible people. Nobody's ever seen it. I don't know if you've been to the Javits Center. Now, I've seen it. I would love to go there, but with all that we're doing, we will be tomorrow at the hospital boat. We have this incredible hospital boat. It was supposed to be ready in 3.5 weeks because it's under maintenance, a big maintenance contract. We were able to get it done quickly. We were able to stock it up to the top. And it's leaving tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It's leaving Virginia. It'll be in New York on Monday, weeks ahead of schedule. I think even the media, I think the media and governors should appreciate it. And I have to say, the media's been pretty good, and the governors have been really good, except for a couple. And with them, it's just political. How's Trump doing? Oh, well, I don't know. Let's blame. Because we have done a job the likes of which nobody's seen.
So it's the words they're saying they're concerned about.
I think they should be appreciative, because you know what? When they're not appreciative to me, they're not appreciative to the Army Corps, they're not appreciative to FEMA. It's not right. These people are incredible. They're working 24 hours a day. Mike Pence, I don't think he sleeps anymore. These are people that should be appreciated. He calls all the governors. I tell him, I'm a different type of person. I say, Mike, don't call the governor of Washington. You're wasting your time with him. Don't call the woman in Michigan. Well, it doesn't make any difference what happens.
The governor of Washington?
No, you know what I say? If they don't treat you right, I don't call. He's a different type of person. He'll call quietly anyway, okay? But he's done a great job. He should be appreciated for the job he's done. Yes, ma'am.
Given that older Americans are advised to stay at home and avoid travel, is it absolutely necessary for you to go to Norfolk, Virginia tomorrow to wave goodbye to the ship?
No, but I have spirit for the country. We have sailors, we have doctors on that ship, we have everything. I'm not going to be jumping around in a huddle. But, yeah, I think it's a great sign. The President of the United States, they got a ship out of maintenance, completed all the work in a fraction of the time. It was supposed to be there for 3.5 additional weeks, and they got it done, and it's in great shape, and they're sending it up. So the answer, it's a good question. It's a fair question. I just feel that as the leader of our country, when they can do work like they've done, and they've been working all day, all night, medical supplies, everything, loading up that ship, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It's right down the road practically, right, Virginia. And I think it's great if I go to Virginia. I guess I can take helicopter or plane. It's like a tiny trip. And I think it's a good thing when I go over there and I say thank you. It doesn't mean I'm going to be hugging people, and it doesn't mean that I'm going to be shaking people's hands and everything. But I think it sends a signal when the president is able to go there and say thank you. So, we'll be careful. Peter?
Mr. President, on the stockpile of supplies for a pandemic, yesterday from the podium, you blamed your predecessor, saying that when you arrived as president, you said, quote, "We took over an empty shelf." You've been president now for more than 3 years. Why didn't you and your administration fill that shelf?
Yeah, I did. We did fill it twice. We filled it twice, and we've been distributing that for literally a year.
So why
we've been filling
I guess,
out. Nice question, Peter. Thank you very much. We've been filling it out, and we've been filling that stockpile many, many times. It's been filled many, many times. And now what we're doing is something different, because I think it's better. We'd fill it, so it comes from wherever the point of manufacture or whatever is. We fill it. And then we go, now it's full, now we take it and we distribute it around. Now what we're doing is we have an emergency. We're saying, go direct, go direct, go direct. We fill it only where necessary, but now we're trying to go direct. So they drop it off in New York, or they drop it off in Michigan, they drop it off in Virginia, wherever it may be, Florida. Well, Florida's getting a lot of things. And we're finding it's a much better system. But we filled and we've stockpiled many, many times. Yeah, we ended up with an empty shelf. Yes, please.
You spoke to Chinese President Xi yesterday. What did he tell you in terms of data that he's going to share and how they got the number of cases to go down?
So I had a great conversation with the President of China last night, pretty late in the night. It was fascinating to me. You know, they have it's a different kind of a world. It's a different form of government, to put it mildly. We talked for a long time. We talked for at least an hour, I guess. And one of the things I was asking him is, you know, when did you notice that this was happening? We talked about the whole concept, how it happened, when it happened, what was the most effective use? I mean, was it the fact that, you know, distance the best thing? We talked about everything. And he's gotten and developed, because they're ahead of us from the standpoint of time. It happened there actually long before it happened here. By the way, would have happened here a lot sooner had we not kept those people out, the Chinese people coming over to the country, had we not kept them out. But we talked about it because he's had additional experience of having been much earlier. And he's developed some incredible theories, and all of that information is coming over here. A lot of it's already come. The data, we call it data. And we're going to learn a lot from what the Chinese went through. Our relationship with China is very good. We also talked about the trade agreement, but I must tell you, this whole invisible enemy has taken over the world. Nobody cares about trade. Nobody cares about anything. You want to talk about trade, they immediately get back to this. So we really did. We talked about trade. You know, they're starting to buy very heavily from the farmers under the agreement, under the trade deal that we just signed. But honestly, he, me, all of us, everybody's talking. You turn on television, you read the papers, it's all about this. And you know what? It probably should be mostly about this. It's hard to talk about, hey, how you doing with buying from the farmers? They have started very, very large buying, as you probably have read. But what we really focused on was this. I also said, how have you done with cures, and how have you done with respect to vaccines? We discussed that. And, you know, they're doing like we're doing. They're working on it very hard. They think they have some interesting things have been determined, and we'll see what happens. But we talked a lot about vaccine. We talked a lot about possible cures. How good would that be? I mean, that's game changer. So we'll see. And by the way, we have various things happening right now having to do with cures and vaccines, and I think we're doing very well, especially in the vaccine thing. I think we're very close. But as Tony will tell you, that's a long testing process. So we'll see what happens.
Did he ask you to suspend tariffs?
He never asked me to suspend tariffs. No, we're taking in billions of dollars. He never did ask me that. John?
Mr. President, on Monday will be the end of the 15 days to slow the spread of the virus. Do you expect that you will simply renew the guidelines, or do you expect that there could be some modification to this?
So, John, I'll be sitting down with this brilliant woman and this brilliant man, and lots of brilliant people that work with them, I think, right, Deborah and Tony? And we'll be sitting down on Monday or maybe Tuesday, depending on which is the best for everybody, and we'll be making that determination. Okay, we'll be making it. And by the way, obviously, we're not doing it for New York. You see, New York is just coming into this really heated situation. We're building a lot of things in New York right now that nobody thought would ever be building. A lot of things are happening in New York. So obviously, but we are talking about possibly other parts of the country which really aren't affected to any major degree. Or maybe we won't do that, because maybe at the advice of a lot of very talented people that do this for a living, they won't want to do that. They won't want to expose anything. They want to do it all at one time. These are the kind of things we'll be talking about.
So for people at home who are wondering, how long are we going to have to live like this? What advice would you give them?
Well, it depends. We do want to flatten the curve. We want to see that curve start heading down in the other direction at a minimum. And we really have to talk about areas of the country that have not been affected, or certainly have had a very small effect. And we'll see. I certainly want to get it open as soon as possible. I don't want it to be long, but we also want it to open safe. Otherwise, what did we do?
So could it be months?
I hope not. I hope it's going to be sooner. I hope it disappears faster than that. I really think that the people of our country have done a great job. Last night I was watching, and I'm looking down Madison Avenue and Fifth Avenue. John, there were no people in the street. I mean, normally you wouldn't be able to see the sidewalk. there'd be cars all over. It'd be like rush hour stuff. I'm looking at it, and I'm saying, I can't believe it. There are no cars. There are no people. There wasn't one person on Fifth Avenue walking down the street. I've never seen that before. I guess maybe at 1 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning maybe, but I've never seen that before. The people have been incredible. They've really been, when you talk about distancing, social distancing, I mean, we don't have a law. We're not going to put them in jail, and yet they're really, I think there's two things. Number one, they are afraid, and number two, they really are wanting to win this thing. Yes, please.
I wanted to ask you about United Airlines said today that they're worried that there's not enough money for them in the $2.2 trillion bill that you just signed, and that at the end of the sort of aid period, which would be the end of September, where the restrictions on layoffs come off, that they could be seeing significant layoffs. Sure. And so I was wondering what your reaction to that was, and what the administration might do to prevent.
Sure. It's a good question. We have brilliant people. We have a tremendous amount of money, and we have brilliant people that I'm taking from Wall Street with Secretary Mnuchin, who's done an incredible job, a brilliant guy. I'm taking from Wall Street people that I've known, that you all know, the top people in the world. They don't want money. They don't want, will they get something? I guess maybe they'll get, who knows, peanuts, what they want compared to what they would normally get. I'm taking the smartest, the most brilliant people in the world in finance, and they're going to be dealing. I'm not going to hire somebody that's never done it, that's a political person or anything else. We're getting the most brilliant financial minds in the world. I know all of them. You know all of them. You read about all of them. I guess some you don't read about, and they're probably the smartest of them all. But the fact is, we're taking these brilliant people, and they'll be dealing with United, and they want to help. Look, the airline business, I'll tell you right now, the airline business has always been a tough business. It's always been a very tough business, tough to make money with. It's got every barrier you can have, that business has. But for our country, it's very important. We have to take care of our country. We need the airlines to stay. It's also big for jobs. So we will be able to handle United, and we'll be able to handle Delta, and we'll be able to handle all of it. We have plenty of money. Now, will we end up owning large chunks, depending on what these great geniuses decide, along with the executives of the different companies? It's possible. And they'll make a better deal on the loan, but the taxpayer will then end up owning a big chunk of companies. As an example, Boeing. Boeing, until a year ago, was the greatest company, I think, in the world by far. There wasn't anything close. I believe it was 1% of GDP, okay? Think of it. One company, 1% of GDP. It was flawless. Then it had the problems, and then it had on top of it this whole thing with the virus. So Boeing will probably need a hand, and we're going to bring Boeing back to health. But we have the smartest people in the world. We have the smartest, I don't even know if you know that. I think this could be the first time you've heard it. People like Larry Fink we're talking to, and that's BlackRock. And we have, the smartest people. And they all want to do it. They all, this to them, they love this country. They all want to do it. So we're speaking to people like that, and they'll be able to work it out.
I guess my question is, there's probably a tension between bringing companies back to economic health and protecting people's jobs. And I'm wondering if you're going to intervene and ask Treasury Secretary.
No, I think they're the same thing. Bringing people back to health and protecting people's jobs. To me, and I'm okay at this stuff, that's the same thing. I'm in a much different position as president than if I were an investor or something. But I want to bring them back to health because I want to preserve their jobs. But I also want to preserve airlines, because that's preserving lots of other jobs. That's preserving the travel and leisure industry, which is perhaps the largest industry in our country if you add it all up. You add up all the hotels and all the traveling and all the planes and everything else, probably by far the largest industry in our country. So saving the airlines is very important. And the airlines were all doing well. The airlines were doing record business a month before this, today, let's say. Even 22 days to be exact, right? When we first started seeing some real signs of problems. They were at record levels. Last year they had a record year, the biggest in the history of the airlines. Everybody was doing well. I was presiding over the most successful economy in the history of the world. And now we're going to have to rebuild it. And I think we're going to have an absolute incredible fourth quarter. Maybe it's slightly after that, to be honest. but it's going to be in that time period. As soon as we get rid of this, I think we're going to have an explosion upward. It's going to be incredible. Please.
President, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has issued some of the fewest restrictions in the country, yet Florida has the highest percentage of elderly in the country.
That's true.
Do you believe Governor DeSantis is handling this well? Do you have
I do,
confidence?
because he's a very talented guy. He's a very good governor. Everyone loves him. He's doing a fantastic job for Florida. He was not happy with the people coming down from New York. You know, they're flying down from New York, and he had a state and has a state with, you know, obviously a lot less problems. Florida's been doing really well in the sense of testing. The testing has shown much better results. I mean, they'll talk to you about that later. But no, he was very unhappy with the people coming down from New York, and I understand that. No, Ron's a very tough guy. He's a great governor, and I have tremendous confidence in him. And, you know, he had the beach situation. He resolved that. He will get it all resolved. Yeah, please.
I have two questions, Mr. President. First, yesterday in your letter to the governors, you said that you want to categorize certain counties of high risk, medium risk, and low risk. Practically speaking, how are you going to enforce that? How can you stop people from
You have
high
to go
risk,
louder.
for example?
You have to speak louder.
Sorry. How are you going to stop people from going from high risk areas to low risk areas? In your letters to the governors.
We have some very, very strong restrictions, but you're right. I don't like it. So we're seeing how it works. The data is coming in on Monday and Tuesday, and we're going to see how it looks. But, you know, can we go to a tougher level? We can, but that causes other problems. We're going to see, and we'll be reporting back very shortly after my meetings with Tony, Deborah, and others that we're going to be meeting, and our vice president. We're going to be reporting back to the media. Okay? Please, corner.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. President. Owen Jensen with EWTN News.
Yes.
Millions of school kids across the country are home, including my own, bored, restless, learning a little bit online, but it's better in the classroom. You know that.
Yeah.
And my kids, they're crawling the walls and climbing the walls, and my wife is about to lose it. Right. So many of them are watching right now. What would you say to those kids right now? Elementary school, middle school, high school. What would you tell them right now who are watching from home?
I would say that you are a citizen of the greatest country anywhere in the world. And we were attacked like nothing that's happened, possibly since 1917, many, many years ago. We were attacked. And we're winning the battle, and we're going to win the war, and it's not going to take, hopefully, that much longer. But we have to win the war. And I would say that they have a duty to sit back, watch, behave, wash their hands, stay in the apartment with mom and dad. They look like they're lucky to have you as a father. And just learn from it. But, you know, the young people have been tremendous. Some of them are very happy not to go to school. You understand that. Perhaps yours, perhaps not. But we have literally had no problem. But again, they should just sit back and be very proud of our country, because we're doing it for them. You know, ultimately, we're doing it for them more than anything else, if you think about it. The other thing that's nice, and the one thing that has come out, and I learned this, again, it was reaffirmed by President Xi last night in my conversation. The young people are really, it's an incredible phenomenon, but they are successfully attacked, to a much lesser extent by this pandemic, by this disease, whatever they want to call it. You can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus. You know, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is. But the children do very well. It's almost the younger they are, the better they do. I guess the immune system is, sadly for some of us, their immune system is stronger. But actually, I'm very happy about that. But they have been attacked, for instance, the Spanish flu. And if you look at the H1N1, the swine, if you take a look at the swine flu, which was, as you know, not so long ago, that attacked very strongly young children, kids, middle-aged people, everyone. Age is a factor here. So your children should be in good shape. But just tell them to be very proud of the country, okay?
Just to follow up real quickly, when does the risk become an acceptable one to allow people to go back to their lives? Maybe
Well, we're
Dr.
going to make that
Fauci-
determination. And you're going to have something to do with that. And look, we're going to be guided also. You have some real strong feelings. The media, I'll tell you what, the media generally, I mean, I've impressed, a lot of the media has been fair. I'm not used to fair treatment in the media. I don't know. I don't know how to handle it. But the media has really been, overall, I think the media has been pretty fair. Some not. I mean, I could tell you who, but what's the point? But the media has really been fair. I mean, they view this as that we're all in a problem together and we're going to win. We're going to win. Please.
Yes, thank you, President Trump. New York is currently the epicenter of the outbreak in the U.S. with about half of the cases.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Kellyanne Conway laid a lot of the blame for that on the mayor, pointing out that he told people to go about life as normal and he resisted closing schools and businesses. I'm wondering if you agree, and also if I could ask you your thoughts on the stimulus bill preventing aid to your businesses. Do you think that's fair, and what are your thoughts on that?
Well, that's not happening. I mean, I think they wrote us out. And that's all right, but that's not happening. As far as the mayor of New York, I'll be honest, I didn't know him well. He and I are obviously opposite persuasions, and we would go at it, but we didn't, I don't know if we ever spoke other than to maybe say hello a couple of times. I did down at the Memorial, World Trade Center Memorial once a long time ago. So I've spoken to him a lot, Mayor de Blasio, and we've really had incredibly productive discussions. I've gotten him a lot of people. We've gotten him a medical center. He's asked for, at Elmhurst, I know Elmhurst Hospital very well. I mean, that was an area of Queens that I grew up in. And boy, you talk about an epicenter. That's really the epicenter of the epicenter. That's really something. We talked about it because I was, very close to where I grew up. And knowing it, being so familiar with it, it's incredible to see where they have the trucks. I don't have to go into great detail, the refrigerated trucks coming up, and I've never seen anything like it. I've spoken with Mayor de Blasio a lot in the last week. We've helped him, I think, a lot. And I've really gotten to like him. I get along with him very well. Now, he wants us to do certain things, and we've produced. I mean, today I spoke to him with the Secretary of Defense, Esper, and we had a great conversation, and we're helping him get some of the things he needs. I don't have to go into great detail, but he's very happy about what we were able to do for him today. And he's like us. He's working very hard. But I can't say anything bad about Mayor de Blasio. I mean, my relationship with him over the last couple of weeks has been excellent, and we've done a good job for him too. Yeah.
Mr. President, could you confirm the governors, please?
There's been a lot of talk about ventilators and PPE and that kind of thing, but what about hospital capacity? And are you, prepared for the stories
So we're
that are
doing
going
that.
to
Great
come?
question. We're increasing capacities.
Hospitals can't.
Right. We're actually adding on through the Army Corps of Engineers. This is a big job, and we're doing it in many states, not just New York and California. By the way, Gavin Newsom's been terrific, I have to tell you, the governor of California. We're getting along really well. We're working hard for him. As you know, the hospital ship, the other hospital ship, and they are incredible, that just arrived in Los Angeles, fully stocked. But Gavin Newsom has been really good, and so many of the governors have been good. And these are governors that I've been fighting with about different things for a long time, the forest fires in his case, and the border, and all sorts of things. And here we are, getting along very well. So, and I appreciate his nice words. I really do. I really appreciate it. And the people with me appreciate it. Do you have another question?
Well, I was going to say on the issue of hospital capacity and beds and being able to treat people and
good
not
question.
have them die because they can't have a hospital.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we just started this. We were just notified, and some of the governors have asked us to build hospitals through extensions, through portable hospitals, through things. And, normally this, in all fairness, this is done normally through local government. We don't go into cities and expand a hospital that's existing. But we're doing it now because we really are equipped to do it. We have incredible people. And we're expanding hospitals. We're building many portable hospitals, not only Javits Center, where you have 4, plus you have 4 medical centers, but we're doing it in New Jersey. Governor Murphy. We're doing it in other states. We're doing it in California. We're doing some in the state of Washington, despite the fact that I'm not appreciative of the way the governor speaks. We're doing it in a lot of different locations, and we're doing a lot of expansions. We're also taking over buildings, and the city will go in, or the state usually will go in, take over a building, and we go in and equip it and make it so that it's now hospital functioning. They call it hospital functioning. We're doing a lot of that. Again, this is normally done by governors and then give it to the city to do. You bring it into the point. But we're doing a lot of that, and they're doing a great job, mostly done by the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA.
A couple questions on those governors. You and your team obviously have had classified briefings on the pandemic, I assume, for a while now. Were the governors included in those briefings that you would have got in January and February? When did you warn the governors, as you would have had the information first?
Yeah, well, they say I had classified briefings a long time ago, which wasn't true. But we've had briefings, and as I know it, the governors have also had many briefings by the federal government.
To tell them this thing was coming. This was a...
Oh, I think we knew. I think we knew for a while, but if you take a look, I was the first one to say to China, and I have great respect for China, I will tell you that, but I was the first one when they had the problem to say you can't come in, and if you go back, that's a long time ago.
So if I can follow up.
Mr. President, on this question of ventilators, I understand you have a question whether or not New York needs as much as they want. Governor Cuomo is saying 21 days from
Here's
now.
what we're going to have. Are you ready? We're going to have more than we're manufacturing a lot of them now. Yeah. We're accumulating a lot. We're taking a lot through the act. We're taking a lot. We're actually taking them. And we're going to have, in a very short period of time, and Peter's doing it along with some very talented people, some really talented people. It's very impressive, actually. But we're actually taking a lot. We're going to have plenty. And if for some reason, John, if for some reason you're going to need even more, we're going to be prepared. As an example, we've given out thousands and thousands, which I think you'll know. We accumulated thousands. We give them out. But we right now, I think in the stockpile, we have over 10,000. The reason we don't want to distribute that is for exactly what you're saying. If there's a mad rush in New York, or maybe in Louisiana, or maybe someplace else, we don't want to have given out all of those units, the ventilators, and then in those sections we give them to Iowa, but they didn't have a problem in Iowa. We give them to Idaho. We give them to lots of different places, and now we have to try and get them back, which is never easy to do.
Here's my question.
No, John, what I'm saying is this. We are prepared for things that nobody has any idea that would be prepared. And you know what? When I took this over, it was an empty box. We didn't have testing. We didn't have anything. We had a broken system there. We had a broken system of stockpiling. We had a lot of broken systems. And I'm not just blaming President Obama. You go long before that. But in all fairness to all of the former presidents, none of them ever thought a thing like this could happen. But we have right now 10,000 ventilators in stockpile. We are ready to go with those ventilators. What we don't want is where we distribute the ventilators like we did in New York and they didn't need them, or they didn't know, or they didn't use them. If we need them in New York, we're going to have plenty. Now, we're getting a lot of ventilators in the next short period of time. A lot of ventilators are coming in the next short period of time. We're manufacturing. We went to all of the companies. I read their names. We went to all of those companies. They are going to go, I would say, round the clock, Peter. Is that right? They're going round the clock.
Is 100 days fast enough? Like you said, is that fast enough to get 100,000? Because some of these people
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. We've distributed thousands and thousands already. Normally, these would be bought by states, just so you understand. Normally, these would be bought by governors. They were, I don't want to say unprepared, but nobody was prepared for this. What we've done, nobody can even imagine. And by the way, I've had governors tell me, including Democrat governors, they said, we can't believe you've been able to do this. And you go to other countries, and we're not only competing against states, because we don't want to compete against states. We've had a couple of cases where states were buying, we were buying, and I said specifically, because I heard about it, pull back, let the state buy it. Immediately, the price goes way down, and they end up buying it. But we're also competing against many countries, because many countries need the ventilators. That's why I want to build more, if possible. John, maybe we'll take one more question.
The question I was building up to is, are you able to guarantee, to assure these states, these hospitals, that everybody who needs a ventilator will get a ventilator?
So here's what I'll tell you. I think we're in really good shape. This is a pandemic, the likes of which nobody's seen before. I think we're in great shape. I think that, number one, we've distributed, ventilators is a big deal. We've distributed vast numbers of ventilators, and we're prepared to do vast numbers. I think we're in great shape. I hope that's the case. I hope that we're going to have leftovers so we can help other people, other countries.
Everybody who needs one will be able to get a ventilator.
Look, don't be a cutie pie, okay? You know, everyone who needs one. Nobody's ever done what we've done. Nobody's done anything like we've been able to do. And everything I took over was a mess. It was a broken country in so many ways other than this. We had a bad testing system. We had a bad stockpile system. We had nothing in the stockpile system. So I wouldn't tell me what being a wise guy. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you signed a bill today the size of which could choke an entire herd of horses. And before you even had a chance to put pen to paper, people were already talking about the need for Phase 4.
Yeah.
Do you see a need for Phase 4, and where do you think the priorities would lie?
There may be something where we're going to help states, because the states have been hurt very badly. And the beautiful thing about our country is $6.2 trillion, because it is 2.2 plus 4. It's $6.2 trillion, and we can handle that easily because of who we are, what we are. It's our money. We are the ones. It's our currency. We can handle it, and we can handle. I watched Jerome Powell the other day, and he did a good job. He said, "We'll do whatever we have to do." John, we have to do whatever we have to do.
Where do you see the priorities being?
The priority is life and safety, and then the economy. Life and safety.
Does the Easter goal stick? It seems like earlier in the week you said we love Easter, but now it seems like it could be longer.
A lot of things
can. We're heading into a long weekend.
Yeah.
What do you tell those folks who think they're going to have to wait this out for a while?
I tell them if it's your life, then it's your safety. And if we need more time, they're not going to have a problem waiting it out. It's life, it's safety, and it's our country. But we have to take care of people. At the same time, we want to get them out. They want to get out. Our country was built on that. But we have to make sure it's safe, and everyone knows that. Okay, one more question, please.
Has your thinking changed over the last 30 days?
Thank you. Both the World Health Organization, as recently as today, and your own health officials have said that any treatments that we use for coronavirus should be scientifically demonstrated to be effective. But at the same time, you've said that chloroquine, as an example, could be used as a cure very soon. So is the WHO and your health officials wrong on this point? Are they...
So hydroxychloroquine, which is supposed to be the better of the two, seems to have some good backing. We're going to see. Look, Governor Cuomo, we've given him 10,000 units. It's a lot. And they're testing it. It's a malaria drug. It's also a drug for arthritis. And it's phenomenal for those two things, as you probably know, especially for malaria. But we're going to find out soon. I hope it works. There are signs that it could be doing well. They are testing 10,000 units. It's a lot. And I tell you what, I want to thank the FDA because they approved it immediately. Based on the fact that it was already out for a different purpose, they approved it immediately. So, look, hydroxychloroquine is a very powerful drug for certain things. And it's a very successful drug. There's reason to believe that it could be successful here. Now, the reason I disagree with you, and I think Tony would disagree with me, but the reason I disagree with you is that we have a pandemic. We have people dying now. If we're going to go into labs and test all of this for a long time, we can test it on people right now who are in serious trouble, who are dying. If it works, we've done a great thing. If it doesn't work, we tried. But this is not something that's going to kill people. So we can go in and we can test, or we can take our time. When I was with the FDA, they indicated that, well, we'll start working on it right away, and it could take a year. I said, what do you mean a year? We have to have it tonight. If we don't have it tonight, I want to test it immediately because it's on the market in a different form. So we know that. So from a safety standpoint, at least, we know that. But you're talking about giving it to people who in many cases are dying. So we want to do it the way. This is sort of like right to try. We got right to try approved. For 44 years or more, they couldn't get it approved. We have the best labs, the best doctors, they couldn't get it. I got it approved. Now if somebody's terminally ill, and if we think we have something that's going to work, we can actually use it. They can use it And I'll tell you what, you ought to do, when this is over, you got to do a story on that, because we have had some tremendous results.
Just before you go, could I ask you something that just popped on Wall Street Journal? It says, headline, the Trump administration plans to suspend the collection of import tariffs for 3 months, according to administration officials. True or not true?
It's not even talk to me about it. Just more fake news, John. Look, not even talk to me. They're talking about, the only one I've heard that from, like as an example, China pays 25% interest on $250 billion worth of product that they send in. That's a lot. Everybody keeps saying, oh, are you going to suspend the tariffs? Well, the answer is no, but President Xi never even brought it up last night. It wasn't even discussed. It's fake news. Tell the Wall Street Journal. You know, the Wall Street Journal does a lot of fake news, too. It's pretty amazing. So I want to leave you by just saying I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank the American public and all of the people that have helped so much. And we're going to give the podium to Vice President Pence, who has been incredible. And if he's tired and if he's not answering questions like he should, we have a great reason, because he hasn't slept in about 4 weeks. But I want to thank him because he has dedicated, he is a dedicated person long before this, but the job he's done has been fantastic. So I want to thank Mike, all the people on the task force, and FEMA, and Army Corps, everybody. You've been fantastic. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you, Mr. President. White House Coronavirus Task Force met today. We continue at the President's direction to focus on slowing the spread of the coronavirus through mitigation, expanded testing, and ensuring that our healthcare workers have the supplies that they need. With cases now in all 50 states and more than 50% of cases in the New York area, it's more important than ever to adhere to the guidance of state and local authorities. And for every American, the best thing that you can do, young or old, is put into practice the President's coronavirus guidelines for America. It is the way that each of us can do our part. Since we last spoke, as you all know, the President signed the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. This makes direct payments available to American families. The average family of 4 will receive a direct payment of some $3,400. It also covers payroll for small businesses across the country for a period of several months, so that even if the business is closed, they can continue to have a loan which will be completely forgiven if they keep their whole team on the payroll. There's support for critical industries, for hospitals, and for states as well. As of this evening, the President has issued 12 major disaster declarations, most recently for the states of Maryland and Missouri. And on the subject of vaccines, Emory University in Atlanta today began enrolling volunteers in a phase 1 clinical trial of another possible vaccine for the coronavirus. On the subject of testing, testing is available in all 50 states, and as a great credit to our partnership with commercial laboratories across the country, this morning it was reported that more than 685,000 tests have already been performed, and we are particularly grateful to the American Hospital Association, whose members are now reporting into the CDC and FEMA in real time, giving our experts more visibility on those that have contracted the disease around the country. The President mentioned this, but it's worth mentioning again. Apple has a new app out. It is a screening tool that will help Americans determine whether they should be tested. It has an easy format, question and answer. If you have issues about whether or not a test is appropriate for you, you can use the new Apple app to accomplish that as well. On the subject of supplies, the President spoke about the priority that we're placing on personal protective equipment and especially ventilators, and I will not add to that. I can tell you that this weekend we'll be reporting on aggressive efforts that our supplies stabilization task force at FEMA is taking to import medical supplies from around the world. We're working as we speak on an airlift from a number of countries around the globe to deliver very important medical protective equipment to the United States. At the present moment, you've heard the numbers, but from the Strategic National Stockpile, we distributed more than 7 million N95 respirators or masks, more than almost 3 million face shields, more than 8,000 ventilators, and donations to the Strategic National Supply. We've mentioned Apple donating some 9 million masks that can be used by healthcare workers, but Merck recently announced plans to donate 500,000 masks, USPS 500,000 masks, and a little company called Puritan in Maine is actually in the business now of manufacturing swabs. So businesses large and small all across America are rising to the challenge. As the President noted, he will attend the embarkation of the U.S. Navy ship Comfort tomorrow from Norfolk. The U.S. Navy ship Mercy arrived in Los Angeles today. We will continue to focus resources and supplies on those areas around the country that have seen significant outbreak. But let me send a word to hospital workers around the country. We continue to hear anecdotally and occasionally see in media reports people who have concerns that their hospital may be running short on personal protective equipment in the days ahead. We just encourage you to alert your hospital administrator. Hospital administrators, please alert your state health director. Tonight, Administrator Gaynor at FEMA will be speaking to all of the state emergency directors in America to talk about the availability of resources, but also encouraging them to have a plan to perhaps even use their National Guard to move medical equipment from storehouses to hospitals. We'll be working very closely with state emergency managers on issues of logistics. But today, we're fortunate to be joined by two members of the Cabinet who have been very busy making sure that the children of America have the meals that they need while school has been suspended in so many places around the country. Secretary DeVos and Secretary Perdue are going to share some exciting news and progress that we've made in feeding children who need nutrition assistance while schools are closed. The truth is many underprivileged kids would not be getting school meals apart from the fact that as we stand here today, our administration has approved waivers for all 50 states to give them flexibilities to work with local partners to get meals to children that are in need, and also a nationwide waiver to allow parents to pick up meals. But what's most exciting today, as our two cabinet secretaries will reflect, we have private sector partners, a few of whom are with us today, who are helping us speed important meals to children and to families around the country. You'll hear in a few moments from the chairman of McLean Global Logistics and also the CEO of Panera Bread about the work that they are both doing to literally deliver millions of meals to American families. It's truly an inspiring story, and I look forward to hearing it from them and sharing it with you. But it's just one more example, as President Trump said, that we'll get through this, and we'll get through this together. Not only a whole of federal government approach, working with all of our state partners, working with healthcare authorities at the local level, but also working with businesses that have been willing to step up and stand at the point of the need and be there for the most vulnerable and help us meet the needs of our children and of our families. And on behalf of the President and a grateful nation, we thank you. Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice President. And I just want to begin by thanking President Trump for his clear-eyed leadership during these challenging times for our country and for our world. And Vice President Pence, for your tremendous leadership of the task force and for truly making a difference that's certainly true for America's students and teachers as well. Most of them, as Owen said a moment ago, experiencing unprecedented disruptions in learning and in their lives. I want each of them to know that President Trump and his administration are taking decisive action to keep them safe and healthy so they can continue learning. We must rise to the challenge of educating all children from all walks of life who all of a sudden are in many, many different learning environments, and they're counting on all of us to find solutions. I'm really pleased to be here today for the announcement of another terrific solution initiated under the President's leadership. Secretary Perdue is going to share details of this public-private partnership, but before that, I'd like to provide a few additional comments and talk about the work that the Department of Education has been doing on behalf of students, parents, and teachers during this national emergency. My team and I are in contact daily with governors, state school chiefs, college presidents, superintendents, and local education leaders. We are quickly responding to their needs so they can do the next right thing for their students. Most governors have decided to close some or all schools in their states for a period of time. As a result, students may not be able to take federally mandated standardized tests this spring, and the President took action to make sure they didn't have to. We made the process to delay these tests for a year fast and painless. As of today, 47 states have requested the delay or the waiver, and 46 have been approved within a 24-hour period. We also released additional information making clear the expectation that education will continue for all students. The transition to distance and online learning needs to happen quickly, and it needs to include meaningful instruction and supports for children with disabilities. Learning should not stop or be denied because schools fear federal regulators or fear doing something different. Distance learning is happening. States like New Hampshire and Florida have implemented phased and tiered approaches to meet the needs of students in their states. Other schools and states are implementing creative approaches and working through practical realities to help students continue learning. In remote Colorado mountain towns without internet connectivity, teachers are putting weekly learning packets together, and they're holding office hours by phone to help their students when they're stuck. South Carolina is deploying 3,000 buses with mobile Wi-Fi hotspots to help kids in remote areas access learning that way. This national emergency gives all of us an opportunity to come together to educate all students out of principle. It's simply not an acceptable option to educate none of them out of fear. So we stand ready to assist educators and their students. We're compiling all of the tools we have produced, along with the great resources that states are offering to help keep learning going. There are already many existing online learning platforms, and many states were already offering a robust menu of courses virtually. We will be adding that information to our website on an ongoing basis, and that site is ed.gov/coronavirus. We're using every tool possible to extend flexibility to states and communities. This includes funding flexibility. Where we don't have the latitude, we're working with Congress on solutions. One area is providing direct financial support to students, families, and teachers. We will propose Congress provide microgrants to help students continue to learn. These would be focused toward the most disadvantaged students in our states or communities where their school system has simply shut down. I've always believed education funding should be tied to students, not systems, and that necessity has never been more evident. We'll also support microgrants to teachers to help them pivot to supporting all of their students in a different environment than they've been used to. We know they are dealing with an unprecedented situation, but it's been truly inspiring to hear story after story of teachers rising to the occasion and meeting the unique needs of each of their students. Ultimately, we know everyone's grappling with the challenge of keeping students safe and healthy while also building capacity for remote learning. It's an important moment to realize that learning can and does happen anywhere and everywhere. I think of the Texas dad who started a daily webinar interviewing friends and acquaintances in wildly different careers and helping students understand what it takes to work in that chosen career. Or the history teacher in Virginia who connects with his students through a live stream every morning. I think of the art teacher in Tennessee who's broadcasting her lessons over social media, or of Second Lady Karen Pence, who prepares packages of art materials and projects for her students to pick up with their school lunches. Or the principal in Alabama, who's going online daily, giving morning announcements, leading the Pledge of Allegiance, and a moment of silence. And I think of the many schools that have distributed laptops and tablets to students who don't have them so they can continue learning over video conference, and the ones that just don't have that option currently, like the remote Colorado towns. Joy Hoffmeister, the school chief in Oklahoma, may have put this best. She told me, "School isn't a building. It's students, teachers, and families working together to advance learning." She's right, and that's our shared mission. Let me also touch very briefly on how we're supporting students pursuing higher education. At the beginning of this outbreak, we immediately gave institutions of higher education regulatory flexibility so learning could go online, and it did. In many cases, it was a seamless transition, and learning continues. And we're continuing to cut federal bureaucracy and let schools rise to meet this challenge. We've vastly improved distance learning policies, which are working quickly to enact for traditional higher education. Shorter-term programs and apprenticeships also need to grow and thrive, and as the President has so effectively championed, workers need these options as they look to come back stronger than ever from these momentary setbacks. The President promised to defeat this invisible enemy and keep our economy strong. He took immediate action and provided student loan relief to tens of millions of borrowers. We set all federally held student loans to 0% interest rates and deferred payments for 60 days. Now, with the CARES Act that he signed just earlier today, Mr. President, those actions will extend to 6 months. We hope these actions and others we've taken for those who've become delinquent on payments or have had other issues with their student loan payments will help alleviate the financial burden and anxiety students and their families are feeling during these tough times. These are tough times, but we, the people, are tougher. So in closing, let me offer just a few words of encouragement. To our students, your educations can and should continue. Learning can happen anywhere, and we will help make sure it does. We believe in you. To our teachers, we will support you and help you. You are doing great work. Keep it up. And to every parent and family, we know these are challenging times, but it's in the face of great challenges that Americans have always risen to the occasion and embraced greatness. And I know we'll do that once again. I thank again the President and the Vice President for their leadership on behalf of America's students and on behalf of all of us. And now I'll turn to my friend Secretary Sonny Perdue to share more on how we're working together to help support student nutrition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. While our dedicated educators are out there trying to continue to fill our kids with knowledge even when they're not in a school site, USDA is working very hard to continue to fill their tummies. You may know that many of these children receive breakfast and lunch at their school sites, and our federal government participates with our dedicated school nutritional and lunch professionals throughout the country, and we have issued waiver after waiver to make this flexibilities available for things that make sense when children cannot congregate in a singular location. That's one of the first waivers we issued, and when Congress gave us the authority to issue more, we are turning those waivers around in rapid speed, really less than 24 hours. So we're very fortunate that we've got a great team at our Food and Nutrition Consumer Services team working 24/7 to make sure that our kids continue to be fed. It's a great partnership that's happening out there. I want to mention one other simple but very important point about another matter that your listeners and readers may be very interested in. That's the food supply chain. USDA obviously is intimately involved in the food supply chain. We've worked with all those producers, even the ones who provide equipment and materials for our farmers and cattlemen and producers out there to make sure they have what they need. They're part of the critical and essential workforce there to continue. And the good news is those folks are staying on the job. Those who've grown it, those who are processing it, our inspectors who are grading it just the same way they always had, those folks who are delivering it, packing it, delivering it, stocking those shelves, and checking out those customers. That's the great news about our food supply chain. And it's a great American story Mr. Vice President, under your leadership, the President's leadership, this is that whole of America approach. Federal government can't do it all, but we got great partners out there in the food supply chain, as well as our food nutrition services and our partners in our school nutrition services doing a great job to continue to get these meals to kids there. Two of our private sector partners are here with us today. I'd like for them to tell their story because it's a great story. Denton McLean with McLean Global here has partnered with Baylor, a collaborative on poverty and hunger, along with PepsiCo, in order to pack 1 million meals a week to deliver to rural kids who might not can get to town to these drop-off sites where the other kids are picking up meals. And again, Niren Chaudhry, Niren Chaudhry of Panera Bread, CEO of Panera Bread. Their company is also participating in Columbus, Ohio, with the Children Hunger Alliance there to deliver food meals that meet the regulations of USDA under flexible conditions there, to get food meals there. And Panera's looking to expand that to nationwide as well. So, Darren, why don't you come and tell us your story? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Perdue, and Secretary Voss. Right now, there's a lot of focus on our large cities and the enormous challenges that they face. But imagine this. You live in Iberia Parish, Louisiana, or you live in the Nome Borough in Alaska. Your schools are closed, and normally your children get 2 meals a day at school. Both parents are working from home, but mom and dad just can't get to town where meals are being offered for pickup. That's about to change, and change for the better. Because of this USDA program, McLean Global will source, secure, receive, organize, assemble, package, label, and then deliver boxes straight to a child's home. And here's another big difference. For the first time, we'll be able to offer shelf-stable meals that will last 2 weeks. That's a true game changer for rural families. It's happening because of the President's order to do whatever it takes to get the job done. Everyone knows that tons of paperwork can be like lighter fluid for a great idea, and this is a great idea. We field tested it in 2019 and it worked. You've heard today about the administration's work on this project. Here are some other important partners in this effort. We have Baylor University. They will provide sponsorship and oversight. In addition, we are deeply appreciative to UPS and the United States Postal Service, and we are joined by PepsiCo Company to help get this accomplished. Because of this collaboration and our tireless employees, I can report to you the boxes are ready to ship. And after all, this is all about the children who must be fed during this crisis. We stand ready to serve. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, for caring about the specific needs for the children who live in rural America. Thank you.
I want to welcome Niren Chaudhry, CEO of Panera Bread.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, for your leadership. It's an honor to be here, and I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity. This is an extraordinary time, and I passionately believe that at such times we must all come together and do our very, very best to contribute and make a difference. At Panera, our mission is simple. It is about ensuring that good food is accessible to everyone, especially those who are the most vulnerable, such as children, and especially at a time like this. And we are absolutely determined to make a difference in this regard. Today, we are announcing a partnership with USDA and Children's Hunger Alliance to serve freshly prepared, wholesome meals to children in the entire state of Ohio to begin with, and hopefully after that to expand that program across many other states in the country. I do believe that the human experience, indeed life, is all about having resilience in the face of adversity and also having the tenacity to just keep going, And at Panera, Our associates and our franchise partners live that spirit every single day. They are resilient and they're tenacious. And on their behalf, I pledge that we are committed to do the right thing for the country and help serve those who need it the most at this very important time. We are ready to serve. Thank you very much.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you for your business's incredible generosity. And I'll actually allow the two business leaders to step out if you'd like. We appreciate you so very much on behalf of the President and a grateful nation. Before we go to questions, I'm going to invite Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci to step forward with a few reflections on what we're seeing in the data. And as you all are aware, over the next several days, our team will be assembling recommendations for the President to give further guidance to the American people, to states around the country, and they can both share with you the importance of ongoing efforts of mitigation by every American, the need to support what state and local leaders guidance is to every American community, but also as Dr. Birx continues to work carefully with the modeling, analyzing the data, she'll reflect on the progress we've been made in that. Deborah?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Just to pick up on some of the questions that you had earlier. So the issues that we discussed with the modeling yesterday was to ensure that the models were adjusted for the great work that every citizen is making in doing the mitigation efforts, and to see if that was reflected in the request specifically for ventilators. And so we wanted to make sure that with a limited number of ventilators and the issues that we saw in Detroit and Dearborn, in Cook County, and now in New Orleans, that we were balancing and projecting correctly based on both what the models had predicted and then whether they were adjusted for the incredible mitigation work ongoing in New York City. We understand that this week and next week will not reflect that mitigation, whether it's New Orleans or whether it's New York and the New York metro area. We know that the hospital admissions that we are seeing this week and next week will be infections that occurred before the mitigation started. But we wanted to make sure going forward that the needs reflected that. That was what was adjusted in the Ferguson model for the UK, and I know you're following that very carefully. They believe strongly that the mitigation methods that were put into place that informed our mitigation methods. We all were working off of that same model, and I want to make it clear that those models, those flu models, have been incredibly helpful to really predict what would layering of these different mitigation methods, from social distancing to staying home if you're sick, to staying in that household, to quarantine everybody in the household if anyone is positive. Now, there are other countries that took different approaches, and I want to be clear because we did hear from both China and South Korea. But it's always important that you adopt and adapt it to your community and the reality of your country. We do this around the world. You can't ever just take an off-the-shelf approach and then put it into action in your community. You have to understand your communities. And so although both China and South Korea removed people who were positive from their households and segregated them away from their families, we did not think that our Americans would adopt and adapt to that situation. And so that's why in our guidelines we asked people, if there is a family member, to try to self-isolate in the household, and so that that person is still there in the household. So I just wanted to be clear that, yes, we all heard about what China and South Korea did. As much as we could, we adapted them to the American situation, as the UK has done also. And we just wanted to be really ensured that all of the requests for the stockpile reflected the great work that the American citizens were doing in each of these areas to ensure health. And then finally, I know there was a question about requiring quarantine. I want to make sure that everyone understood when we talked about New York residents who had gone to other places, it was for them to voluntarily self-isolate and take care of themselves because we felt like they could be exposed, and we really wanted to alert them. that the rates in New York City were high and were increasing, and that they were probably exposed during some of the most exposure time period before the mitigation efforts went in. So this was really about a health of our New York citizens that then chose to go to other places, both to protect themselves and to protect others. So hopefully that's clear to everyone about those issues. We continue to look at the data every day. We really want to applaud the laboratory testing that is helping us. It will help us very much when we can get full surveillance up in many of our communities and surveillance around those most vulnerable, particularly in nursing homes and long-term care facilities, so that we can more rapidly test both the workers and the occupants in those communities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Today, just a few hours ago, I had the opportunity to get on a telephone call with the people who are on the front lines, the people who are actually in the ICUs or in the hospitals from all of the areas that are being hardly hit, including New York. And I'm not a supply person. I'm a physician, a scientist, and I do vaccines and I do drugs, but I am a member of the task force, and I do take very seriously the responsibility that we have to those individuals to get them the material that they need. We've heard discussions about this, ventilators, personal protective equipment, masks, and things like that. They are doing an amazing job up there. And I just want to have a message to them, which I told them over the phone, that as a member of the task force with my colleagues here, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that they get everything they need at the time that they need that, because they are doing an amazing job up there, and I salute them. Thank you.
Great. We'll take a few questions.
Just a quick one to Dr. Burks.
Yes, please.
I asked you, I think it was about 8 or 9 days ago, about the data from all these tests, and you had suggested that there would soon be a website where we would see all the data. Are we closer to that? When do you expect that? Do you have any data to give us tonight? 'Cause as far as I can tell, this has not been publicly released yet.
Yeah, no, thank you. I've learned as Tony has described, we've learned that when a community is educated, we all do better together. And so it's important to get that information out when we start talking about where the virus is, what the percent positives are, and really inform communities so that they can make decisions, so that people can take protective measures for themselves and for their families. And I find that it's important, yes, for us to have the data, but it's equally important for the state and local governments as well as the communities. We are still, because we worked very hard to get it into the first bill, but it was changed to state and local labs, and obviously 95% of all the tests are being done in the commercial labs. So in this recent bill that was just approved, it is mandated that all commercial labs need to report. And so you'll have that data when we get the data comprehensively from all the commercial labs. Well, it was passed today, so hopefully we'll expect it tomorrow.
Guys, only one more question.
Dr. Fauci?
About the guidelines, if I can, Dr. Burks or Dr. Fauci, whomever, what is the testing standard here? Are you going to need to test people who are well or only people who are symptomatic? Obviously, let's say in an Omaha, 10 people walk into a hospital, 5 come in, they're all tested positive, 5 go home, they may still be positive. What is your standard in order to make these recommendations?
So I'm glad you asked, because the important thing about testing, it only tells you if you're positive or negative that day. You could become positive the next day. And so testing should be used intentionally as a surveillance tool or a diagnostic tool. And I think what we're going to work on over the weekend is to weave together both a testing strategy for surveillance, which you have brought up in that key point, while maintaining a strong testing for diagnosis, because our first obligation is still to ensure that patients get diagnosed, both so that the personal protective equipment for those who are negative doesn't have to be utilized, but also to give those patients the opportunity to have optimal care. And I think Dr. Fauci mentioned this a few minutes ago. The things we have learned over the last just 3 months was a lot of information about how best to ventilate patients. I think that has been shared across communities and across clinicians around the globe. We never previously had an experience where a lot of people had to be ventilated prone. So this kind of information that has been shared has been critical to improve the survival of the patients that we have in the United States of America. And we really want to applaud the countries who've been giving all of us that information and sharing it across the clinical network.
One quick one to Dr. Fauci, if I could. Dr. Fauci, Sunday will mark 1 month since the first death from this new disease. I wanted to ask you a bit of a philosophical question. I've known you for 25 years. You've been through HIV, AIDS, MERS, SARS, West Nile virus, Ebola, all of that. How has this nation changed since that first death 1 month ago?
Well, this is truly an unprecedented situation that we're going through. As you mentioned correctly, John, I have been through everything from the very beginning of the very uncertain days with HIV/AIDS. Cumulatively, if you look at what's happened with HIV/AIDS over the 37 and a half, 38 years that we've had it, the burden and the suffering and the death has been enormous, historic. But it came over a period of time. There was the fright in the beginning. What we're seeing now in actual real time is something that's unprecedented. This is something that we have never seen before, at least in our generation. They've seen something maybe like this back 100 years ago, and we're really being challenged to not only learn in real time, to be able to respond in a way that is helpful and effective, but we're also in uncharted waters. And I think that's the thing that I find different, is that the waters are uncharted so that it isn't as if we have an example of how to do it. You know, we have an extraordinary confrontation on the health and the welfare of the globe, particularly, you know, for us here in the United States. So as somebody who's been through all of those outbreaks, this truly is unprecedented. So from the first day to now, the first death, we've been through something that no one has ever experienced in our generation.
Let me say good evening to each one of you. I trust this was helpful. We'll continue to keep you informed. Over the course of the weekend, the President will be traveling to Norfolk for the embarkation of the U.S. Navy ship Comfort. Our task force will be meeting through the course of the weekend, and we'll be reviewing the data and preparing recommendations for the American people going forward. But thank you all for your time and attention.
Before Sir Patrick provides an update on the latest data from our COBRA coronavirus dashboard, I just want to give you an update on the steps that we as a government have been taken to defeat coronavirus. Our step-by-step action plan is aiming to slow the spread of the virus, so fewer people need hospital treatment at any one time, thereby protecting the NHS's capacity. At each point, we've been following the scientific and medical advice, and we've been very deliberate in our actions, taking the right steps at the right moment. We're also taking unprecedented action to increase NHS capacity by dramatically expanding the numbers of beds, key staff, life-saving equipment on the front line, so that we give people the care they need when they need it most. That's why we're instructing people to stay at home so we can protect our NHS and save lives. I can report that through the government's ongoing monitoring and testing programme, as of today, 134,946 people have now been tested for the virus, 112,805 have tested negative, 22,141 have tested positive. Of those who have contracted the virus, 1,408 have, very sadly, died. We express our deepest condolences to the families and friends of those who have passed away. And I think those figures are a powerful reminder to us all of the importance of following the government's guidelines. We must stay at home to protect our NHS and save lives. And I'd like to thank all of those involved on the front line, in particular all of those in the NHS, for their battle against this virus. The amazing doctors, the amazing nurses, all the support staff working day and night. The thousands of other key workers, from our teachers to supermarket workers, to our fantastic diplomatic network, who are all, as a team, working around the clock to get us through this unprecedented coronavirus challenge. This is a united national effort, and the spirit of selflessness shown by so many is an inspiration. I now want to turn to what we've been doing to support British people travelling around the world. Coronavirus hasn't just challenged us at home, it is the greatest global challenge in a generation. And as the countries work to secure their borders and stop the further spread of this deadly virus, we appreciate that an unprecedented number of UK travellers are trying to get home, and we're not talking a few hundred or even a few thousands, we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people travelling around the world. So with that in mind, on the 17th of March, we advised people against all non-essential travel around the world. And since the 23rd of March, we've advised that all UK residents who are currently travelling abroad should return home. Hundreds of thousands have already done so. But many travellers haven't yet managed to get back home, from young backpackers to retired couples on cruises. And we appreciate the difficult predicament that they find themselves in. We also recognise the anxiety of families here in the UK who are concerned to get their loved ones home. It's a worrying time for all of those who've been affected. And I want to assure them that this government, their government, is working around the clock to support, advise, and help British travellers get home. I've spoken to more than 20 foreign ministers around the world in the last week or so to support this effort to keep airports and ports open and to facilitate access to them by British travellers. Over the weekend, I spoke to foreign ministers from Australia, New Zealand, India, and Brazil, and Pakistan. And I also spoke to the Ethiopian Prime Minister, and in all of those cases urged them to work with us to keep commercial routes flying. Given the scale and the complexity of this challenge, it inevitably requires a team effort. So the Foreign Office is working with other governments. There's a particular focus on transit hubs, and we're also working with the airlines to keep as many flights running as possible. We've got a lot more to do, but we've already helped hundreds of thousands of Britons get home. The first priority has been to keep as many commercial flights running as we can, and that's based on just purely the scale and the number of people who want to come home. And as a result of those efforts and the cooperation we received from the Spanish government, we've enabled an estimated 150,000 UK nationals to get back from Spain. On other commercial routes that have come under pressure, we've worked with partner governments and airlines to get back 8,500 UK travellers from Morocco, around 5,000 UK nationals from Cyprus. That gives you a sense of the scale of the challenge and the numbers of British travellers abroad. Now, in circumstances where commercial flights can't operate, we've already chartered flights which proved necessary to return 1,400 UK nationals on flights, for example, from China at the outset of this crisis, and more recently from Peru. We've not faced challenges like this in getting people home from abroad on this scale in recent memory. Airports are closing down or preventing airlines from operating on a commercial basis. Local authorities have placed restrictions on movement that prevent people from getting to the airport. And the critical transit hubs that we rely on for long-haul flights are also shutting down, or in some cases limiting their flights. Some of these restrictions have been done with very little notice, some with no notice at all, which makes it very difficult to respond. So international collaboration is absolutely vital. As I said, it's a team effort, and it involves government working with other governments, but also working with the airlines. So with that in mind, I can today announce a new arrangement between the government and airlines to fly home tens of thousands of stranded British travellers, where commercial flights are no longer possible. Partner airlines include British Airways, Virgin, EasyJet, Jet2 and Titan, and this list can be expanded. Under the arrangements that we are putting in place, we will target flights from a range of priority countries starting this week. And let me explain a little bit about how this will work in practice. Where commercial routes remain an option, airlines will be responsible for getting passengers home. That means offering alternative flights at little to no cost where routes have been cancelled. And it means allowing passengers to change tickets, including between carriers. So for those still in those countries where commercial options are still available, don't wait. Don't run the risk of getting stranded. The airlines are standing by to help you. Please book your tickets as soon as possible. Where commercial flights are no longer running, the government will provide the necessary financial support for special charter flights to bring UK nationals back home. Once special charter flights have been arranged, we will promote them through the government's travel advice and by the British Embassy or High Commission in the relevant country. British travellers who want a seat on those flights will book and pay directly through a dedicated travel management company. We've designated £75 million to support those flights and the airlines in order to keep the costs down and affordable for those seeking to return to the UK. And in arranging these flights, our priority will be the most vulnerable, including the elderly or those with particularly pressing medical needs, and also looking in particular at countries where we've got large numbers of UK tourists struggling to get home. UK travellers, if they haven't already done so, should check the Foreign Office travel advice, and that advice is under constant review, and it can help travellers find out more details about how to access the flights under this arrangement. They should also follow the social media of the UK Embassy or High Commission in the country where they find themselves, so that they can be directed to accurate, real-time information from the local authorities. For any questions that can't be answered in that travel advice, or by the UK embassies or High Commission, we also have our call centre working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, I know it's been difficult to get through for some travellers. Just to give you a sense of the sheer volume, on average, we normally receive 1,000 calls a day to that call centre. Last Tuesday, we had nearly 15,000, the highest on record. So we've boosted our resources, we've redeployed people to assist in the call centre, and we've tripled our capacity. Yesterday, the call centre answered 99% of calls and helped thousands of British travellers to get the answers that they need. So for those stranded or for families nervously waiting news and wanting to see their loved ones return home, we're doing everything we can. We've improved our advice and boosted the call centre so travellers get better and swifter information. We've put in place this arrangement with the airlines so that we can reach more British citizens in vulnerable circumstances abroad where commercial flights aren't running. And we're working intensively around the clock with all of our partner countries and governments around the world to keep open the airports, the ports, and the flights to bring people home. We've not faced an international challenge quite like this before, but together we're going to rise to it. And of course, here at home, we can all support our NHS by continuing to follow the guidance to stay at home, protect our NHS, and save lives. And I think I'll now hand over to Patrick Vallance, who will give a presentation on the latest data, and then we'll take some questions after that. So Patrick,
Thank you very much. I wanted to share with you some of the information about where we are in this outbreak and some of the measures that have been taken. And the idea, as we've said repeatedly, is to try and break and slow transmission of the virus, and that's through staying at home and keeping distant. So the first slide shows that actually this has been successful in terms of the behaviour changes, and I want to thank everybody for the way in which everyone is adhering to the measures that have been put in place. This shows the use of transport over time from the end of February through to now. And you can see a dramatic fall off in the use of the London Tube, down to just a few % of what it was back in the end of February, a decrease in bus use, a decrease in national rail, and a decrease also in the use of all motor vehicles. So the measures are in place, they are making a difference, they are decreasing the contact, which is so important to spread the disease, and we're doing a good job at cutting that down. Now, the reason that's important is because, of course, it then prevents the number of cases, should reduce the number of cases. Next slide, please. So this shows the number of new UK cases, and I'll repeat what I've said before. This is cases that are detected with a positive test, so it's an underestimate of the total number of cases, and it's those cases which have been tested because they've come to hospital. What you can see is there's been an increase in the number of cases since the middle of March through to today. We expect that the measures that are in place that have caused that social distancing, the stay-at-home message, will be reducing the number of cases of transmission in the community and decreasing the number of cases overall. As the cases flatten off, and we shouldn't take too much attention to individual day-to-day variation, we need to look over time and see what's happening, we would expect this in turn to decrease the number of people needing admission to hospital. Next slide, please. This graph shows the total number of people admitted to hospital since the middle of March, which is now 8,000 people with coronavirus. That's gone up pretty much the same amount each day for the last few days. That shows that it's going up not in an increasing amount, but going up in a constant amount, which may suggest that we're already beginning to see some effects through. About half of those cases, slightly under half, are in London, but what you can see in the lower lines on this graph is that we're also seeing cases throughout the UK. So the message, stay at home, protect the NHS and save lives, is true everywhere in the UK. We all need to do this in order to break and slow the transmission of this virus, decrease the number of cases, and in turn, decrease the number of people coming into hospital. What I've said recently is that we expect this to get worse over the next couple of weeks because there's a lag phase between getting the disease and people turning up in hospital. So we would expect to see a continuation of this at least over 2 or 3 weeks, then a stabilisation and a gradual decrease thereafter. The number of hospital admissions, to repeat, has gone up roughly the same amount each day, suggesting that we're not on a fast acceleration at the moment. Next slide, please. All of this is about preventing deaths and preventing the NHS becoming overwhelmed in the intensive care units with ventilators. And on this graph, it tracks the deaths that have occurred globally across some of the countries, not all of the countries, obviously. And it shows that there is a pattern of increasing deaths, which you expect to reach a plateau, to come down eventually. And you can see in the UK here, which is in the purple line, we're tracking roughly along the same path as France. I've said before, we're behind Italy in terms of the curve. You can see that Spain has a higher number than Italy at the moment in terms of its trajectory, not in terms of the total number, but the direction in which it's going. The UK is tracking alongside France in this. The measures we're taking will stop the transmission, delay the transmission, reduce the number of cases, reduce the number of people becoming infected in the community, reduce the number of people, therefore, that need to go onto ventilators, and therefore reduce the number of people also that might die or will die from this infection. So I want to thank all of the people in the NHS who are working unbelievably hard at the front line to look after this. What we can do, what all of us can do, is make sure that we heed the advice to stay at home, to reduce those contacts so that we ultimately decrease the number of people who are going to be seriously ill or die from this infection.
Thank you very much, Patrick. And I think we'll turn to questions now. Is Laura Kunsberg there?
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. First off, Sir Patrick, based on what you know now, are the restrictions working? And could we avoid the NHS being overwhelmed if the trajectory continues like this? And Foreign Secretary, you're asking a huge amount of the public. Is it the government's view that people need to be willing to follow these restrictions for as long as 6 months, if that's what it takes?
Shall I start?
Why don't you?
The trajectory, what we know is that the measures that have been taken are having a very big effect on contacts. And I showed you the data on transport. You can see dramatic reductions in the amount of transport being used. You see dramatic reductions in footfall. We know, of course, that things like restaurants and pubs, which are places where people aggregate, have been closed. So we are seeing a big change in contacts. That is predicted to have a very significant effect on the so-called R. The R value is the number of people on average infected by one infected person. And the idea is to get that number below 1, at which point the epidemic stops and starts to go down. On the basis of the contacts, you would expect that R value now, in terms of the early phases of transmission in the community, to be coming down or below 1, so that we think that that has had the effect that's desired. That takes 2 or 3 weeks to feed through into the number of people who might be appearing in hospital, a little longer in terms of those who are seriously ill or those, of course, that might die. So we expect to see a lag phase before you really see these curves changing. I'll also make a comment about the duration. It's important that we do this now to get the numbers below NHS ICU capacity. That is the absolute priority at the moment. Once that is achieved, once we know that we've got this curve below the ICU capacity and stable, then of course it's time to start asking the question which is being asked across the world at the moment: how do we release those measures and manage this going forward? So I think it's premature to put a time, an absolute time, on how long this goes on for. We need to do phase 1, and then we need to think about how we release these in the right way and at the right approach in order to be able to allow the curve to stay below the ICU capacity.
And I think the only thing, Laura, that I'd add is that obviously the more members of the public, as they're doing increasingly, follow this guidance, the quicker we'll be able to get into a position where we review whether and how there is any easing of those restrictions. Beth Rigby from Sky.
Thank you. A question first for Sir Patrick. On Friday, the NHS chief said there were 6,200 coronavirus patients in hospital. Today, he said it was 9,000. That's nearly 1,000 new patients a day. Do you think those numbers will accelerate over the next 2 to 3 weeks? And at what stage at the moment do you think the NHS could hit capacity? And then just a quick question for the Foreign Secretary, please. Germany's testing 70,000 people a day. Countries like South Korea are doing mass testing and contact tracing to try and control the spread of coronavirus. Our target is 25,000 tests a day. Is that because you think that number is optimal, or rather is it that we can't get our hands on the equipment because other countries have been faster out of the blocks?
Shall I answer the question about the numbers? So 6,000 to 9,000, roughly 1,000 a day going up in that measure. That's not an acceleration. It's quite important, and it tells you that actually this is a bit more stable than it has been. I do expect that number to continue. I expect the number of people coming every day to be about that. It may go up a little bit. And then in 2 or 3 weeks, you would expect that to stabilise and then to start to go down a bit. But it's important, that's not a rapidly acceleration number. It's an important number. It's a very difficult number to deal with. And it's a number that the NHS staff are clearly coping with in terms of what they're doing at the moment. And the numbers as projected are designed, as the Chief Medical Officer has said, to keep this below the ICU capacity. You can't promise, and I certainly wouldn't promise, that every single ICU is never going to breach its number, because that happens every winter. But the aim is to try and keep that below across the country, and that's what we're shooting for. That's what the numbers suggest we should achieve there or thereabouts, and that's what we need to keep striving for. And it's why it's so important that we continue to stop the transmission in the community, because that keeps the numbers down going into that critical stage.
Beth, all I'd add is that we're operating on multiple fronts to increase the testing. That includes purchasing more tests. It also means the progress we've been making bringing former NHS staff back into the workforce. We want to scale that up as swiftly as possible, but it's got to be reliable. I think it was the Chief Medical Officer that said one thing worse than no test is a bad test, so we've got to do this in a safe way. As of this morning, over 900 NHS frontline staff have been tested as part of our new testing scheme, and we'll be rapidly expanding that. Andy Bell from Channel 5.
Thank you. Question for the Foreign Secretary. First of all,
do you worry that in some parts of the country, police forces are interpreting the instructions from government, shall we say, overzealously and maybe encroaching a little bit too much on the way people maybe want to exercise, take their one piece of exercise a day, for instance? A question for Dr. Doyle. As a health service professional, are you concerned that we're still seeing lots of examples on social media of people in the front line of the NHS who feel that they simply don't have the correct PPE that they should have? You must be worried about that. And a final question for Sir Patrick. Are you thinking about adding the symptoms of loss of taste and smell as symptoms that might be pointed towards people having the virus?
Do you want to go first?
Thank you. So on the protective equipment, there has been a huge amount of material delivered to the hospitals and clinics on the front line, 170 million items. And over this weekend is certainly an acknowledgement that people need more of this. Tens of millions of the equivalent, the right equipment has been delivered as well and will continue to be. And getting supplies to the front line is absolutely critical to ensure that people feel safe. It comes alongside a refresh of the guidance to ensure that people are clear what equipment should be used in what circumstances, and that is very active at the moment.
And just on the question you asked me about police forces, look, I've got huge admiration for the incredible job all of our emergency services are doing, including the police. Obviously, we need some common sense in the way in the way that is approached. On the other hand, let's also bear in mind the number one thing, the number one message which the police are rightly trying to convey, in my view, is that people need to follow the guidance, not just to the letter, but also to the spirit. That is the way we tackle this challenge and get through it quicker and as quickly as possible. So I fully support the police in what they're trying to achieve. Patrick.
The symptoms that the Chief Medical Officer has outlined as being the ones that the ones that you self-isolate on are persistent new cough and or fever. Loss of taste and smell is something that can happen with other respiratory viruses as well. It does seem to be a feature of this from what people are reporting, and it is something that obviously people should take into account as they think about their symptoms. I think it's really for the Chief Medical Officer to decide at what point, if any, the diagnostic change takes place in terms of self-isolation. And those symptoms that we're learning about for this disease are the ones that we're going to get more information on over time. But new persistent cough or fever captures the vast majority of people with this illness.
Gordon Rayner from the Daily Telegraph, please.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Just to pick up on Andy's question, Lord Sumption, the former Supreme Court Justice, suggested today that some areas of the country are turning into a police state. So will the government issue further guidance on what the police should or shouldn't fine people for, so that ordinary members of the public don't get criminalised for shopping for the wrong thing or taking a breather on a park bench? Can I also ask you, as it's your first press conference since the China issue has come up, do you believe, like some of your colleagues apparently do, that China should or will face a reckoning when all this is over? And just lastly, a question for Sir Patrick. Can I ask you, Sir Patrick, how reliable are the official figures on the number of deaths from coronavirus that we're seeing? Downing Street's admitted today that there is a lag in the figures. We're told that some of the figures that are coming out are up to 2 weeks old in some cases. And the ONS is going to be putting out figures tomorrow on how many people have died who aren't in hospital. So have we only been given part of the truth so far?
So just as I said already on the police, of course we back the police doing a very difficult job in unprecedented circumstances. Surely, of course, there needs to be common sense in the way some of that guidance is interpreted. But overall, the overriding message that we want to convey to the British public, and I think the police are rightly trying to convey, is that we need to all be following the letter and the spirit of that guidance, and that's the way we curtail this virus and we get through this challenge as quickly as possible. On China, look, at home here, in terms of tackling this coronavirus crisis, challenge, we need to come together as a team. Internationally, we need to bring as many countries together if we're going to collaborate effectively in tackling this crisis and stopping further waves. We had good cooperation with the Chinese government in terms of repatriating UK nationals for Wuhan, but obviously after the crisis has abated, I think the time will be right to conduct a kind of lessons learned, and I'm sure the World Health Organization will be at the forefront of that.
In answer to the question about deaths, yes, there's a lag in the data. There's a lag in the data. I think the CMO has expressed this before in terms of verifying exactly the time and the cause of death and making sure that all of that side of things is accurate, because you get presumed and then you get confirmed in terms of the virus. So yes, there's a lag in the data, and there'll always be some lag, and I think the NHS and Public Health are working very hard to sort of close that gap and make sure that the lag is as short as possible. And ONS, I've been speaking to the National Statistician, and the ONS data will pick up also those people who didn't die in hospital but may have died from coronavirus in the community. So that will lead to some extra numbers on top of that. Don't expect those to be large, and it's important going forward that we have this reconciliation between all of the numbers.
Ben Glaze from the Daily Mirror.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. The Daily Mirror is campaigning to give a medal to our brave NHS workers and staff on the front line fighting this virus. Will you back that campaign today?
I think the job they're doing is amazing, inspirational. We've all talked about it from these podiums, and of course they deserve all the tributes and all the recognition. I'm sure we'll want to look very carefully about how we do that once we've got the other side of this crisis. Liz Piper from Reuters.
Hi there. I just wanted to ask a very specific question on antibody testing. When will these tests actually be rolled out, and what will the testing regime look like? Will people be able to take them at home? Will there be special stations set up where people can do this, and how widely available will they be? And Foreign Secretary, one more question if I may. Since the Prime Minister and Health Secretary have tested positive for coronavirus, can I inquire about your health? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling terrific, thank you very much. The Prime Minister chaired the 9:15 meeting and was full of vigour and giving us the leadership we need, and we're a united cabinet team in terms of getting the country through this crisis. I will, on your technical question on the testing, defer to Yvonne Dole.
Thank you, Secretary of State. So testing is a crucial part of our strategy to deal with this epidemic, and there are a number of strands, and we've heard one mentioned already here, which is the 25,000 tests per day that Public Health England and the NHS are well on the way to meeting by the mid to late April. Now, there are a number of others, and you've mentioned one, which is the antibody testing. This at the moment is under investigation. It is a test that is novel. It would be a point of care testing, so it would be done in the place, it could be done, for instance, in the home. And it could be done at scale, but I would come back to the statement that the Chief Medical Officer made, which is this: one thing worse than a no test is a bad test. And this testing needs to be evaluated to make sure it's valid. In other words, it does what it says, and that at scale, and this would be large numbers, we want to make sure that we're doing something that's safe and that is actually valid, that it is correct when it is read.
Thank you all very much.
I've done, but I want to thank you all for coming out
This afternoon, we have some important information to share with you and with the citizens of New Orleans and really all across the state of Louisiana. And I do want to thank Mayor Cantrell, not just for being here, but for the hard work, the partnership that she and her team have put in throughout this public health emergency. And I know we still have a long ways to go. As you know, she and I just did a walkthrough of a temporary hospital facility that's being built here inside of the convention center. And again, I want to thank her for a strong partnership and really the partnership of her team and my team. And this is playing out all across the state of Louisiana. We have seen, and many of you may not have looked at the testing results for today, but I did want to just update you real quickly. So in the last 24 hours, as of the noon update, we've added 225 new COVID-19 cases around the state of Louisiana. That's on 2,710 new tests that were run. That's a ratio of 8.3% of all the tests that were run and we got the results from in the last 24 hours were actually positive. So the total number of COVID cases across the state of Louisiana right now is 3,540. Unfortunately, we did add 14 new deaths, and we have a total of 151 deaths across the state of Louisiana. If you have questions related to testing, I have Dr. Alex Biu, who will be here to answer those questions shortly. Obviously, we have to work very hard to try to get in front of this virus because we are playing catch up. There's no doubt about that. And it moves fast and it can be deadly, as we know. We currently have the third most cases in the country of any state on a per capita basis, but we are number 2 on per capita deaths. And that's a very disappointing number, and we need to get off of the trajectory we're on right now as it relates to case growth, and certainly as it relates to deaths across the state of Louisiana. Here at this facility, we're going to stand up right at 1,000 beds between now and a week from now, next Sunday, right here inside the convention center. We have the capacity to surge even more beds here at the convention center, and those decision points have not yet been reached in terms of our timeline. We're going to continue to analyze the data, refine our models, and we will surge additional capacity here in Region 1 as we need to, whether it's here at the convention center or elsewhere. So while we are going to be prepared for surge capacity in the event that our hospitals lack the beds to take care of individuals who are afflicted with COVID-19, it is my hope and my prayer that we will not need them. And of course, that depends on how well we practice our social distancing, which you all are doing a good job here right now. I want to thank you for that. And how well the state of Louisiana, Region 1, New Orleans, adheres to the mayor's mitigation measures and my stay-at-home order. I do want to point something out up front. When this facility becomes operational, nobody is to present here for treatment. Individuals will come here by being transferred from a hospital. There will not be any visitation to take place here at this facility. And so I want to make sure everyone understands what will be happening here and what will not be happening here. These beds will be for patients who are not fragile. They don't need to be on a ventilator. They don't need an ICU bed, but they still need to be hospitalized. And in order to relieve the pressure on our Tier 1 hospitals, we're going to open this facility so that they can turn over those beds more often. That is another way that we're surging our medical capacity. We are also adding, and I wanted to cover this with you, a significant number of ICU beds across the state and here in Region 1. For example, Oxnard, New Orleans is adding 96 ICU beds. LCMC in New Orleans is adding 70 ICU beds. And both of those facilities have some of those ICU beds up and running already. Some others are going to come online in the next few days, and yet some others in about 3 weeks. Outside of New Orleans, we have other hospitals like Oxnard, LSU Health in Shreveport. They're actually going to add 120 ICU beds over the next month. Our Lady of the Lake in Baton Rouge, 75 ICU beds will be added, and Baton Rouge General is adding both regular inpatient hospital beds and ICU beds, 34 ICU beds and 229 inpatient beds. You've heard me say before that the President had approved our request through FEMA to get personnel to come and help us staff these facilities. It was announced that a 60-person strike team coming from U.S. Public Health Services was be coming to Louisiana. We found out this morning that team has been diverted, but the good news is they replaced it with a larger team that's going to come from the Navy, from Jacksonville, Florida, and we will have those individuals on the ground here shortly. And they will help us to staff the 250-bed unit across the street, the personnel housing unit, where currently we're looking to put persons under investigation over there. And so these will be individuals that are showing symptoms. They've been tested, but they're awaiting their test results. They'll be housed across the street, at least initially, and we'll use the Navy to staff that particular facility. And then any additional staffing that the Navy brings that they don't need at the personnel housing unit across the street, we will have those individuals to be available here at the Montreal Convention Center to augment the staffing that we are bringing in to New Orleans on a contract that we have. So if you look at the initial bed capacity that we will have in place a week from today, it's actually a total of 1,250 beds, 1,000 in the convention center, 250 across the street. We will surge beyond that if we need to. And I am very thankful for all of the hard work that is being put in around the clock in order to surge our ability to provide medical care. But while we're surging our care, my number one message to the state of Louisiana, to the people who are listening right now, we still have a great need to flatten the curve. We don't see yet that we're off the trajectory that we have been on. And quite frankly, we need everybody to do everything that they can to slow the spread of this disease. Practice social distancing, wash your hands frequently with soap and water for 20 seconds. Make sure that you're using hand sanitizer if you can't wash your hands. Control your cough. Make sure you're staying home and only traveling about if it's essential that you do so. And the mayor and I understand that you need to go to the grocery store on occasion and to the pharmacy, and you need to go get gas and you need to go to the bank, but you don't have to go every day. And not everybody in your household needs to go on those trips. And so we're asking you to do everything that you can to minimize social contact for as long as is necessary so that we can bend the curve and get through this. What we cannot have happen is that we don't slow the spread of this disease and we end up with too many people presenting at the hospital all at once. That is what we're trying to avoid. And you may be feeling a little bit better today because the new cases in the last 24 hours are smaller than the previous 24 hours. Understand that that was fewer tests that were administered as well. So nobody should rest too easy, although I am personally anxious to see real evidence that we are flattening the curve. As you know, my stay-at-home order is scheduled to end on April the 13th. I do want people to know that based on facts on the ground, as we get close to that date, we will determine whether to extend that date. Right now, I can tell you it may well have to be extended beyond April the 13th. You all may have seen where we reported last night that I lost a very valued member of my team in the governor's office. Her name was April Dunn. She worked for the Office of Disability Affairs. She was 33 years old, and she died from COVID-19 in the hospital last night. Obviously, this is a personal loss for me and for our team, but it underscores just how important it is that this stay-at-home order is complied with in order to protect people who have underlying health conditions or who are at risk, really to protect everybody, regardless of what their particular situation is. So the message continues to be stay at home, stop the spread, and save lives. Save your second lines for later this year. I look forward to the day that we can all hug one another again and that we can dance and that we can celebrate and we can get close like we like to do, but save that for later. It is grossly irresponsible for people to flagrantly disregard and violate these social distancing measures that we have in place across the state of Louisiana. Right now, we should be focused on stopping the spread of COVID-19 in our communities. And we need to support our healthcare workers, our first responders, all of whom are absolute heroes, working under very, very difficult circumstances and working around the clock in disregard sometimes for their own well-being, but to do what they're trained to do and educated to do and what they love to do, and that's to take care of their fellow New Orleanians and their fellow Louisianans. And the least we can do is try to make sure that we don't put more of a demand on them than is absolutely necessary. It's also a demand on PPE, which remains too limited, although we've been lucky enough to get over 100,000 N95 masks in over the last 24 hours, all of which have already been pushed out to hospitals across the state of Louisiana and here in New Orleans. So I want to thank Mayor Cantrell again for the work she's doing down here and for the partnership. And you shouldn't make her and her police chief go out and break up gatherings. You ought to allow her and you ought to allow me to focus on those things that we need to be focused on to surge our medical capacity, to better serve the people that are our constituents, and do the long-range planning and acquire the resources necessary to implement those plans. If we're having to respond to people because they are not following our orders, then you really are causing more problems than you can imagine. So I'm appealing to everybody again today. And by the way, we have an awful lot of compliance, and I want to thank those people too. But we still have too many instances where people are not complying as they should. So I'm going to be followed now by Mayor Cantrell, and following her presentation, we will be happy to take your questions. Mayor Cantrell.
Thank you, Governor, very much to our entire teams, both on the state side and, of course, that on the ground here in the city of New Orleans. There's no way that we could do this without you, and we appreciate you. This is a Region 1 center, as the governor mentioned, that we're standing up here as a medical monitoring center. The city of New Orleans is a part of that Region 1, but it is in New Orleans for a reason. And the citizens need to understand that, because we are, at this time, still leading the state of Louisiana with our residents who are suffering from this virus. That's why it's here. Because we are living in serious times, and definitely in a crisis in the state of Louisiana, the United States of America, which is very clear right here on the ground. So the social distancing, the stay-at-home mandates are something that we need the public to adhere to, and all of the public. We will have to enforce the laws every step of the way. We need law and order. And Superintendent Ferguson, the entire New Orleans Police Department, along with other investigative partners here in the city of New Orleans, will take action as we're called to do if we find those who consistently violate the law. Again, the number of cases in the city of New Orleans are growing. We do not know where the curve is. Therefore, at this time, we need you to stay at home. We need you to only come out, again, seeking the essentials that you need on a daily basis. And like the governor said, you don't have to come out every day. So please adhere to the mandates that we have placed in order. Also, I want to thank all of the the residents who are following the rules, and far more than those who are not. Make no mistake about that. And you matter. And you're showing us what we can do and how we have the power to do this. Stay at home. Not only that, you've stepped up throughout the city, the 3 areas that we asked you to go drop off PPE. You're doing that. And we thank you for that. Those will go to our first responders, our medical professionals, again, who are making the sacrifices daily to protect the lives of our people. They will also go to our coroners, again, who have to respond to the needs when we do lose life, and that is happening. The governor mentioned an employee near and dear, but understand the 73 lives that we've lost in the city of New Orleans. They're close to all of us. And every single day I'm like, oh my God, not Levi, oh my God, not Tracy, but it's real. And some of the 3 areas in terms of the deaths, the pre-existing conditions that our people have suffered from prior to getting the virus. We know that chronic illness, again, in terms of disparities and disparity gaps in the state of Louisiana are right here in the city of New Orleans. So those who are living with lung disease, suffering from diabetes, heart disease, obesity, are among those whose lives are being lost in record numbers. So please adhere to the mandates. Plead and listen to the warnings and know that all of us matter in this. And I've gotten emails saying, oh, well, you know, I pay my taxes and somehow your life is even more than the person that's on the street. That's not the truth. Because this virus doesn't care who pays taxes or who has a home to live in, but it's up to us collectively to meet the needs of all of our residents, all of our citizens, because everyone matters. So at this time, we still have drive-through testing happening and testing happening throughout the city of New Orleans, which we will continue to lift up as the week progresses. So please, if you are asymptomatic, if you feel you are in need of a test, go to these testing sites. They're here for you. We can do this. We know that we're going to get through this, but how we come through it depends on how we respond to the mandates right now. So, thank you so much, Governor. We will continue to do all that we can to protect the lives of our citizenry every step of the way. But we can only do so much. Personal responsibility is at the top of all of this. Take care of yourself. Take care of your family members. And if we do that, then we're taking care of everyone. So thank you again. We'll now move to Q&A.
Governor, what do you make of the numbers? There's fewer test results coming back. Why is that? Is that a bottleneck or is that a good sign? What do you make of it?
Well, it's hard for me to say that fewer tests are a good sign because we still need to continue to increase our testing capacity, both the collection of specimens and the throughput at the labs, because we like knowing more, not less, about this particular disease and its spread. What I think happened, and Dr. BU will come up behind me, is there was a period of time last week where we had a really substantial backlog in tests, and we were waiting for those results. And it looks like a lot of those results came in over about a 48-hour period, and so the testing has leveled off somewhat. But I don't make much out of the fact that we had fewer tests in terms of thinking that we're starting to bend the curve because we still had a high percentage of those people who were tested that were positive. Now, we're analyzing the data every way that it can be analyzed. We're getting new data points, and they're informing our model. I'm going to get a briefing later this afternoon as to exactly where our experts think we are when it comes to bending the curve. But quite frankly, as I stand here right now, I don't have any reason to tell you that I think we have substantially started to flatten that curve the way that we need to. And I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Dr. Bu?
Exactly as the governor said, I would only add that one of the focuses that we have is expanding testing in other regions of the state. As the mayor said, the concentration has been on Region 1, on the greater New Orleans area. There's drive-through testing sites for symptomatic individuals. The hospitals are doing a fantastic job of increasing capacity. And we've seen that in other regions, but we also know there are areas of our state that do not have enough testing capacity right now. And so one of the focuses we have in the Office of Public Health under the governor's direction is to get more testing out into those regions. And again, we'll see if, as we start to increase those numbers in those other areas, whether we get different information.
While I'm here on ventilators, you said recently that you had a commitment of 0 ventilators from the feds. Where are we right now on ventilators in terms of any commitments from the federal government or elsewhere?
Well, I believe that there are still some ventilators in the strategic national stockpile. We are making requests. We're renewing that request every few hours. I personally got on the phone with the FEMA regional administrator today to make our case again. As I answer your question, we have yet to be approved for any ventilators from the national stockpile. I do have some hope and expectation that that will change. But quite frankly, ventilators are too limited, and we're not likely to get them in the numbers that we need them. We have ordered well over 12,000, 5,000 from the national stockpile, at least 7,000 from private vendors. Thus far, we've received exactly 192, and this is over the last several weeks now.
But what is your expectation with regard to the stockpile?
Well, my expectation is that the next time they make an allocation, that they're going to cut a slice for the state of Louisiana, but they haven't confirmed that or committed to that in any way. But I'm making the case as emphatically as I can, and I just have to believe that it's not going to fall on deaf ears this time. But even if we get several hundred ventilators, that's not going to be enough based on the current modeling that we're seeing. And the ventilators are the largest issue we have in the short term. And in response to this, we are looking at every breathing device, every anesthesia ventilator in ambulatory surgical centers, everything that we can use, EMT ventilators that typically you wouldn't see in a hospital setting. But we're looking to marshal all of these resources, get them to our Tier 1 hospitals to make sure we have as much vent capacity as possible. So we're not doing nothing as we wait, and I want to assure people of that.
Governor, statewide, where are you on the number of hospital beds that are available or already in use? Do you have a percentage breakdown of how much space is left at this point?
Yeah. Well, we still have capacity in all of our regions, and we have capacity as it relates to ICU beds, acute care beds, and ventilators. Now, that only means that we don't have a person in every single bed and hooked up to every single ventilator. Again, we are running models based on the growth rate of our cases, the percentage of people who are positive that we know are going to have to go to the hospital, the percentage of those individuals who are going to need a ventilator. Then you have to try to figure out what the average stay is in the hospital bed by different acuity levels, and what the average stay is going to be on a ventilator. And then you plot all of that out, and the data is coming in every day, and so we're refining our modeling and so forth. But I don't want the fact that we have capacity today should not give anybody a false sense of security about this situation. We were never modeled to be out of capacity today. Initially, we thought we might be out of vent capacity as early as April the 2nd. We now think that that's going to be closer to the 4th or the 5th. And we may run out of beds by April the 10th or so. So that's the modeling that we have at present. And the only thing that the public can do, because unless you're here working for the mayor or myself, unless you're in the National Guard or so forth, you can't do much about surging medical capacity. But you have everything to do with whether we need that capacity and how soon we need it, because you have the power to slow the spread. And I'm asking all of the news media here, ask all the questions you want to ask, and we're going to give you the best answers. But when you present information to the public, make sure that over and over and over again, you're telling them what they need to be doing, what it is that they need to know, so that they're doing their part to make sure that we slow the spread and we don't present all the patients at once on our hospitals to exceed the capacity that we have to deliver health care.
So I know you all were talking about the 1,000 beds that are open here, or that will be available here, the 250 across the street for those who are waiting or waiting for their test. My question is, where across the street? And then also, when do we expect for these facilities to open?
Okay, the facilities will be open no later than a week from today. And right behind you and down back upriver just a little bit, is where you will see the 250 personnel holding unit. Is that right? PHUs. They change these acronyms on me all the time. But those will, our idea right now is that persons under investigation will be there, and COVID positive patients will be here in the 1,000 beds that will be here. But both of those facilities will be open no later than 7 days from today, and staffed.
And how close are we to having this personal protective gear more for healthcare workers here?
Well, the PPE comes in as it comes in, and look, this is a very frustrating thing for us as ventilators and PPE. Quite simply put, every state in our country, every hospital in our country, and the federal government, all out there trying to secure PPE, and there's only so much of it being manufactured here in the United States and around the world. But we have gotten over the last several days more shipped into GOSEP in Baton Rouge than we had previously. Just yesterday, we distributed more than 100,000 N95 masks, for example. My conversations with FEMA this morning led me to believe that we have some period of time to go where we're not going to have as much as we would like, and I'm expecting that the flow of PPE over the next several days will look like it has over the last couple of weeks for the most part. We are expecting, however, that at some point, and I really don't want to try to give you a specific time frame, but at some point in the not too distant future, we believe there will be more PPE coming in from various places around the world on a daily basis, and that PPE will make its way to the traditional PPE vendors, so that our medical providers are going to be able to source PPE from their typical vendors, and we will also have some available for the state flowing through FEMA. But we're not there yet, but that's what I believe will happen over the next several days.
One more question. We've been receiving a lot of reports to our station about these public gatherings that's being held. People are videoing, people playing football together.
Yeah.
Could you just kind of talk to us about that, how important it is that people adhere?
Yeah, obviously it's disappointing to me. I know it's disappointing to the mayor. It's disappointing to leaders and citizens all over the state. It really is terribly irresponsible. And in a certain way, it's very selfish for people to continue to have contact like that in large groups. You're violating lawful orders, first of all. You're going to consume time and attention of first responders, and you're making it much more likely that this disease is going to continue to spread and pose a risk of exceeding the capacity to deliver health care. And it's just selfish. Right now, we need to be good neighbors to one another, especially to those who are most vulnerable, whether they're elderly or because they have underlying chronic health conditions or both. We need to be good neighbors, and being a good neighbor means you're not going to have contact. You're going to stay at home. Call and check on people, Skype with them, do FaceTime with them. But to go out and to continue to live as if everything is normal really is the height of selfishness right now, and we're better than that. And I, like the mayor, am very thankful that we have so many people in this city and across the state who are complying with our orders, but it's not where it needs to be. I did get a report of a second line down here in New Orleans yesterday. You know, there's going to be a time and a place for that. It's not now, and it's not anywhere in the state of Louisiana. So that's my message to the people. Now, somebody's got to have a question for the mayor.
This could be for either, but and I apologize if I missed anything here. But the first is, what is the exact staffing plan for inside the convention center, and have the requisite contracts been signed for that?
Get a little closer to the mic. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the first question is about staffing inside the convention center.
Yeah.
What the exact plan for that is, and whether the requisite contracts have been signed. And the second question being, and maybe this is for Dr. Biu, but for something like this, is there a guidance on the recommended number of doctors, nurses per bed that are needed? And are you hopeful that you'll be able to meet that?
Yeah, well, first of all, understand that this is a non-acute hospital setting. And so these patients who come here are not going to be fragile. They're not going to need a vent. And we believe that they will only need to be here for a relatively short period of time before they can be discharged home. If they're not meeting those criteria, they're not going to come here. And so therefore that plays into the level of staffing that we're going to need at this medical monitoring station. But as far as the staffing contract and what that staffing will look like, I'm going to ask Dr. Biu to come up and answer that question.
So as the governor said, the goal here is really to have a unit for folks who are all but ready to go home. When we talk with the medical teams across the city and frankly across the state, there's a number of folks who, as they're healing from COVID-19, may still have need for oxygen, may still have some nursing needs that just aren't at the same level. And so this facility is really designed for those folks as a bridge, not having that happen in the hospital where the teams are better allocated towards people who need more intensive nursing care, really to have it ready for people who are almost ready for home. And so we hope that there's a relatively short length of stay here, rapid turnaround. There's a schematic that I'm sure you'll have a chance to see where essentially you've got a nursing unit that serves 15 or 14 patients around it. And then there's each one of those pods are sort of facing each other down a row. And so the idea is that with that kind of visibility and with that acuity of patients, with a relatively small number of people, we can take care of a lot of people and get them to home safely.
Yeah, I think when you see the configuration,
right,
you'll answer.
Well, given that there's a small number needed, is there a goal on the amount? And again,
yeah. So we have a contract in place that we've signed with a medical staffing contractor, and we're going to have the doctors and the nurses that we need here to take care of the patients. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a good chance that they will be augmented perhaps by individuals who are associated with the Navy medical team that's going to be coming over. I don't have the exact number, but the number of those individuals could be as high as 180. And so that may well be more personnel than we need to monitor the personnel housing unit across the street. And by the way, and I meant to mention this earlier, in a few days, we're gonna make sure that you have an opportunity as media to go in and take a look at what they're doing behind us in the convention center. It is very much a construction zone today, and we don't want to slow down the work that is taking place. But when they finish out the first exhibition hall, we're going to have people who will come and escort you through, let you take pictures, let you ask questions, and I think you're going to be impressed by what you see that they're putting together in such a short period of time. Tyler?
Can I just one last
quick
follow-up? I'm so sorry, quick one. The second federal 250-bed facility, the one will be there. Will the second be inside?
So you're mixing apples and oranges. What we have across the street is not one of the field medical stations. The field medical stations we're going to actually use those beds and that equipment in the Morial Convention Center. But what you have over there is a separate effort that the state undertook in order to make sure that we had capacity down here and some flexibility. So that is not one of the field medical stations across the street. Tyler?
Yeah, Governor, this is an area where sometimes people walk, there's traffic that goes through here, and there are people who live in this neighborhood Should people not come at all around here? And is there any danger to the people who live nearby from having sick patients?
No. There's not going to be any danger here. Now, obviously, we don't want people coming and trying to visit here. We don't want people presenting here as if this is a first place for them to go to seek treatment for the virus or for anything else. This is going to be a step-down hospital unit that the patients will come here strictly by being transferred from other hospitals. But I'm going to let the mayor address the community here in which the facility sits. But I have no fear that this unit here is going to pose any danger to the surrounding community at all.
Thank you, Governor. And Tyler, that is exactly the opposite message that we want to send to the public. This is not a time for not in my backyard. Okay, this is a time for us to meet the needs of our residents and getting them well. The persons under investigation are those who are not positive, however, don't need to go back into their regular home setting, but need to be isolated so that we can monitor them and keep them from getting the virus. Here, it's for those who are positive, but are moving towards recovery, and a full recovery, which will be when they're discharged from the hospital, they will come here until they're fully recovered, and then from here, they will go home to those neighborhoods that they live in throughout the city of New Orleans.
And just before you ask your next question, Tyler, I would make the point that absent a facility like this, not only this community, but every other community in Region 1 is going to be much more at risk because these individuals wouldn't have anywhere to go. And so we're standing this facility up to protect everybody, regardless of where they live in Region 1, whether they're here in Orleans or in Jefferson or in Plaquemines or in St. Bernard, you name it. And so this is all about public safety and the health of our people. And so everybody is better off because of this facility, not just the people who are going to be here. Yes, ma'am.
A couple of questions for you. First of all, in regards to the death rate, you mentioned it before, but again, could you comment on your reaction to the death rate here in the state and I guess the city as well? And do you know why it's so high?
Well, it's premature to say that we know why. We have some pretty good guesses as to what's going on. Today, we announced 14 new deaths at noon for a total of 151. That's a lot. First of all, one is a lot. And the mayor was exactly right. We grieve for every single one of those 151 people. And we lift them up in prayer and their families, and I'm encouraging everybody to do that. But we know that 41% of the individuals who've died, and this doesn't account for the last 14 people, but I suspect that it's going to hold true. 41% had diabetes. A smaller percentage had another kidney disease. And then you had obesity feeding into that. And so what we've known all along is that the most vulnerable people in Louisiana and elsewhere when it comes to this virus are those who are older and those who have underlying chronic health conditions. And if you are older with one of these conditions, you are most vulnerable of all. This is what's playing out in Louisiana. And you know, I know that epidemiologists and physicians of all types and researchers, they're going to study this for some period of time. All I can tell you is it hurts me to know that we've lost anybody, but it hurts me especially to know that we have the second highest mortality rate on a per capita basis in the United States. And this underscores the need for social distancing. What we've been saying isn't just guesswork. We haven't been talking about mitigation measures and staying at home and minimizing social contact just because we like to get in front of a camera. You literally pose a risk to your neighbor and to your family and to your friends and everybody else, and to healthcare workers, by the way, and first responders, if you don't do what we're asking you to do. But it's a great question. We're going to have better answers at some point, but I'm sharing with you what we know now.
Also, real quick about the testing. I know a lot of folks have been concerned about the testing, how long it takes, who's exactly allowed to be tested as the testing opens up. What would you tell folks? Can you kind of go through what the process is and when you can expect your tests and where these tests go?
Dr. Beyu is going to come up here and answer that question. He can formulate his answer for about the next 20 seconds while I tell you this. Nobody is happy with the number of tests that have been administered, the collection capacity that we have, collection kits and so forth, and the throughput of the labs. Having said that, we're 4th or 5th in the country on a per capita basis in terms of the number of tests that we've administered. And that is ramping up every day, and it is getting better, and it needs to, because we may be in this fight for a long time. And the testing is getting better and so forth, but we're not happy with where we're at. There's more testing available here in New Orleans and in Jefferson Parish and in Region 1 than in elsewhere, and that's for a good reason. This is where we have the most cases. But I can tell you, we know that we have the COVID now in almost all of our parishes. So this is a statewide fight. We have rural communities where they actually have very limited testing capacity right now, and we're working very, very hard to expand that capacity. We're working to develop partnerships with Walmart, for example, so that we can have some Walmarts in some different areas where we can do testing and so forth. But nobody is happy with where we are, and we're trying every day to expand our testing and to get the results communicated to individuals faster. Because that has been a challenge as well.
That's actually, I'll speak to that real quick. One of the downsides that we did see from our drive-through testing sites, for example, was after getting the results, getting that information to the individual themselves. So we saw that there was a real disconnect from people who had actually went to go, through the testing site, went to the testing site to get tested, going through the process of getting those results, but they were not being notified. And so when we determined that that was a real bottleneck and a problem at the city level, we then lifted up our health department and within our own health department to then begin to do the contacting to those individuals, the outreach necessary, so we can get them the information, let them know what their results were. But that was absolutely an area that we needed to improve because we were told by our federal partners they would actually be making those calls. But when we saw the bottleneck, we just jumped right in, came up with a way to move through it and to reach out and contact our own people. That's ongoing. We started that a couple of days ago.
I'll just briefly add, the most important testing that we're doing right now is in our hospitals, both for patients and for healthcare workers, because we really need to answer quick questions about, is this patient in front of me, does this person have COVID-19? And for my healthcare workers, can they be back on the front lines? And so that's the work that we're doing in the state lab. Fortunately, there's a number of hospitals like the Ochsner system, hospitals in the Baton Rouge area that are leveraging an LSU veterinary lab, and hospitals in the Shreveport area that are also standing up their own labs, really to try to answer those timely questions for those folks. For everybody else, certainly we do want to be in a position where we could tell somebody whether they have COVID-19 or not, but the better message for everybody to take is if you have symptoms of COVID-19, you should be staying home. You should be staying home and you should be isolating from other people because you could be at risk of transmitting. We do want to get to the point where we have more tests accessible and where those commercial companies are able to manage the volume we're throwing at them and have a shorter time between testing and answers. But the most important thing that anybody can do, whether they have that test result or not, is to stay at home and behave as if they did, so that they're protecting themselves, their family, and their neighborhood.
Quick follow-up to that. If someone doesn't know they have COVID or not, and they are exhibiting symptoms, and it's getting to the point where they may even feel like they need to be hospitalized, what would you tell them?
So, as a doctor, my answer is always going to be, if you feel that you're having critical issues, you need to call 911 and tell them what's going on. And then they can help help get you to the right place. If you're having difficulty breathing, which is our main concern with COVID-19, you need to be evaluated in an emergency room in a hospital. However, that doesn't mean you should call 911 for any COVID symptom. You still want to call your primary care provider if you just have questions about, is this cough likely COVID-19? Is this sore throat? Is this fever COVID-19? For those folks, start there. You'll get probably some great advice about, again, isolating yourself and then whether you have access to a test or not. And the other thing is, as the governor said and the mayor, this is something that's going to take a long time for us to get control over. I think what we're going to see in availability of faster tests, not only tests in your neighborhood, but the faster turnaround times is going to change week by week. And so it may be that we're able to get those answers much more timely going forward.
And for anybody out there, if you've got a question about what you should do with your symptoms or you've got concerns and you don't know, call 211. The folks at 211, they have the ability to give you the correct guidance. Yes, ma'am.
After getting a look at the convention center and how the beds are laid out, can you give us an idea of what this looks like and how you're making sure that these nurses and doctors working here aren't going to be more at risk because they're not actually in a hospital room?
Well, first of all, these medical professionals, everyone here, we're going to do everything we can to make sure they have the proper PPE and they take the necessary precautions. But when you're going to be, I believe, favorably impressed with what you see, the work that's going on with these individual rooms that are being created around nursing stations and so forth. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it is without risk. But the very best hospitals we have with negative pressure rooms, those too are not without risk. But we know that we have dedicated medical professionals. We're going to do everything we can to protect them, whether it's with PPE or with the procedures that they follow. And so we believe this is going to function really well. It's going to serve its intended purpose, and it's going to be good for the patients who come here, and it's also going to be good for the community because we're going to have patients here rather than out on the street because we lack hospital capacity.
And I would add that when you see the facility, you will see the intentionality and the work that went into the planning, because it demonstrates and it shows just by sight alone that we care about our healthcare professionals who will be rendering the care as much as we do about our patients who will be receiving the care. It speaks to all of that. Quality health care.
And then, Mayor, this is probably a question for you, but Chateau de Notre Dame was one of the most recent assisted living facilities. We learned about the Hazard cluster. Their CEO put a letter out saying most of the patients were sent home, told to quarantine, but one of the concerns they have is that they have a lot of semi-private rooms and they don't have any PPE. Any advice or what is being done to help these nursing facilities?
Absolutely. So our nursing home facilities have always been a top priority for us. And as it relates to the PPE needs, not only has it been documented thoroughly, but we're responding to those needs as well. So, and this also speaks to the overwhelming support that we've received from the public in the last 24 hours for PPE. And so it's places like our nursing homes that will receive and will be treated, based on the responses that we get from the public. So it's a good thing. But thank you so much. But know that we know about the needs there and we're responding to those needs. Absolutely.
That's it, right? Is that it? Look, I want to thank all of you for coming out again and practicing social distancing. I want to thank you for helping us to communicate to the public. And I am going to ask you to make sure that in addition to the sensational stories that you tell, that you're messaging, you're communicating to the public what it is that they need to be doing and how important it is that they do it. Because really what we're doing here is very, very important. But if we don't bend this curve, it's still likely that some people are not going to have a bed who need a bed. Some people are not going to have a ventilator who need a ventilator. And so the single most important thing the public needs to know is what it is they need to be doing, or in this case, not doing. And show your love for your neighbor by not going to see them. Give them a call. God bless y'all and thank you.
probably, but that could be a peak. That could be a peak period. That could be the peak, sadly to say, that could be the peak number of deaths before it starts coming down. No.
Good afternoon. I'd like to update you on our response to COVID-19. I'm joined today by Dr. Jenny Harries, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer. As of 9 a.m. today, 127,737 people have now been tested for the virus. 108,215 have tested negative. 19,522 have tested positive. Of those who have contracted the virus, 1,228 have sadly died. The virus is indiscriminate. It doesn't matter who you are, where you are, or how old you are. We each have a part to play by staying at home, protecting the NHS, and helping to save lives. We all have a duty to one another to keep everyone safe. So today I'd like to give you two updates before answering questions. The first is on the plans that I have put in place to ensure that every corner of the country can confront the coronavirus epidemic. The second on what the government is doing to shield the most vulnerable people in society. Now, on the first question, I've put in place in all parts of the country procedures to ensure that everywhere can be ready to move forward together. All parts of the country are now on an emergency footing. This is an unprecedented step in peacetime. We haven't done anything like this since the Second World War. This means that we're establishing strategic coordination centres across the whole country. Each centre is led by Gold Commanders. We're bringing together senior members of the emergency services, the police, the fire service, the ambulance service, with local authorities and the NHS to lead communities through this challenging period, from Cornwall to Cumbria. We've embedded within each of these groups members of the armed forces, including some of the finest military planners in the world. These groups are planning the local response to the virus, using their expertise, their judgment, and their leadership to ensure a comprehensive, a coordinated, and a consistent response across the country. Now, one issue that they have been helping us to coordinate, and about which I know there is a lot of concern, is the provision of personal protection equipment. We simply cannot and should not ask people to be on the front line without the right protective equipment. We have a clear plan to ensure that those serving this country at this time have the right equipment. We've established the National Supply Distribution Response Team, and they're supported now by members of the armed forces and other emergency services who are working around the clock to deliver the equipment to the people who need it most. 170 million masks, 42.8 million gloves, 13.7 million aprons, 182,000 gowns, almost 10 million items of cleaning equipment, and 2.3 million pairs of eye protectors, all delivered to 58,000 NHS trusts and healthcare settings, including GP surgeries, pharmacies, and community providers. Every single GP practice, dental practice, and community pharmacy has had a PPE delivery. All care homes, hospices, and home care providers have or will shortly receive a delivery. To NHS and social care workers, all those who rely on this equipment, and to their families and loved ones watching this afternoon. We understand, and we will not stop until we have got you the equipment that you need. Now, last weekend at this press conference, the Prime Minister and I explained why 1.5 million people who are extremely vulnerable to the virus due to their underlying health conditions needed to stay at home for a period of 12 weeks and avoid face-to-face contact. Since then, the NHS have written to almost 1 million of these people and outlined the steps that they need to take to protect themselves. We've also established a dedicated webpage on gov.uk, which those in receipt of the letter should go to let us know whether or not they need further assistance over the course of the next 12 weeks. There's also a new phone number, which is on the letter they have or will receive shortly. Now, if this applies to you, I know that you will find this a very worrying time. You'll be thinking about how you can continue to access the medicine that you need, how you can get the food and other essential supplies that you rely on. If you don't have family or friends or neighbours nearby who you can rely on, then the NHS will deliver your medicines through the community pharmacy network. And if you register online or using the phone service that we've set up, letting us know that you need support, then we will deliver food and supplies to your doorstep. And this weekend, I saw for myself firsthand the first deliveries being made. The packages included cereal, fruit, tinned goods, tea bags, biscuits, toiletries, and other essentials. The first 50,000 will have been sent out by the end of this week, and we're ramping up production to send out as many as are required for as long as it takes. If this applies to you, while you will now have to be at home for a prolonged period of time, and that will be difficult, I want you to know that you are not alone. We're here to support you for as long as you need us. We've all been hugely impressed by the commitment and the dedication of those working in social care, in local councils, delivering essential public services like ensuring that the bins continue to get collected, none more so than me as the Secretary of State for Local Government. We all respect the 12,000 heroic former doctors and nurses and paramedics who have come back to work and been deployed this weekend. And I think we've all been moved by the number of people who've signed up to be one of the NHS voluntary responders. Today we can announce an extraordinary 750,000 people have signed up to do that. In every city, in every town, in every village, there's going to be work to be done. And in each of us, there is the power to do it. And so please take part. Please play your part. Please consider your friends, your family, your neighbours. When you're shopping, please call the elderly and support them. When this is done, and it will be done, we all want to be proud of the part that we've played together. Thank you very much. And now I will answer some questions from the media. And I think our first question today is from Simon Israel from Channel 4 News. Good afternoon, Simon.
Good afternoon, Minister. I have two questions, one for you and one for Dr. Paris. My question to you is, 10 days ago, the Prime Minister predicted the tide would be turned in 12 weeks. What's the current forecast? And to Dr. Paris, I want to ask, a message sent to staff today at King's Hospital Trust said, and I quote, "The number of deaths being reported at King's in national figures is below what they are experiencing." This is not just King's, there are a number of other trusts and the centre has been made aware. At what point are we being given accurate, up-to-date figures on the numbers who have died?
Well, thank you, Simon. If I can begin before handing over to Jenny. Nobody's pretending that this will be over in a few weeks. But what the Prime Minister said in the past, and I will reiterate today, is that if we all play our part, if we all follow the very clear medical advice, then we can turn the tide of this virus. And at the heart of that is a very simple message, which is to stay at home. By doing so, protect the NHS and then save lives. If we follow that advice, then we can turn the tide, and the more we adhere to that advice, the more lives will be saved, and the faster we'll begin to do that. Jenny.
Thank you. So just picking up the point about the tide and the turning, I think this is an important message to get across to the public. As I said previously on a number of these interviews, this is a bit of a moving feast, which is dependent on the actions that we take as individuals and collectively as a population. If we practice social distancing effectively, we will move the peak across, and that is a good thing, because as we move it, it will drop. So we need to keep practicing. The data that we have, the modelling going forward, will suggest that in the time period which the Prime Minister noted, which was 12 weeks, we would get on top of the virus, and that is exactly what I hope we will do. The proof of that will come in around 2 to 3 weeks, and that is because our most constant figures, and we'll come back to this in a moment, are the deaths. And the deaths follow the numbers of infections. And there's usually a 2 or 3 week time lag, and we also need a lag for the effectiveness of the intervention measures to come through. So what I keep saying frequently, and I'm sorry if I'm repetitive, is that we need to wait for 2 to 3 weeks to see what we have achieved collectively, and then the slope of that curve will start to indicate where a new peak will be, but we're optimistic that that peak will be lower. So we need to keep looking at this, but it will be 2 to 3 weeks before we are clear whether the peak has shifted across or not. So I think that was the first question. The second one that you raised was around deaths. Clearly, every death that we have is a really sad event. It involves a family and a lot of sadness. We have to make sure that when we're reporting, the family is content and knows, and that all our data is absolutely accurate. For any event like this, whether it be COVID, whether it was Ebola, whatever it is, there is always a time lag for us to check and evaluate that the data across the system is linked. We do not want to be misreporting data and then having to correct it. The public would not have confidence if we were doing that. And as we have had, sadly, to register more deaths, that time period takes longer. So I'm not aware of the communication from King's. It may be that that's gone back into the NHS, but what I can say is all of our data links up, and there is a time lag, and for the reporting yesterday, it will have been the deaths reported the previous day. So it is inevitable that there will be a time lag. This is not an issue of transparency, it's an issue of ensuring that all those families that need to know and all the parts of the system can consolidate the information and ensure it's accurate for the public.
Thank you, Jenny. I think that's very clear. I'll take the next question from Paul Brand from ITV. Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, to the Deputy Chief Medical Officer. Originally, we were told that the lockdown measures would be for 3 weeks. Is it safe to now assume that they will go on for much longer than that? And to the Secretary of State, when will the government be making that reassessment so that people can plan their lives?
Shall I start with that one? So I think if you look back, what the Prime Minister said was he would review in 3 weeks, and that actually links back to the point that I've just made. It would be foolish of us to start something one day and assume that it was going to have an impact the next. For all of us, it's taken quite some time to get used to this new way of living, to ensure that we practice social distancing and we stick to that. And as a population, we have evidence that we're getting better at that as we go through. People are staying at home more as they should. tired, they're using transport less, they're only going to work when it's essential. So those measures have now been in place solidly for a week or two. We need another couple of weeks to see that through. And as I've just mentioned earlier, the issue of the 3 weeks is for us to review where we are and see if we've had an impact jointly on the slope of that curve. But I think to make it clear to the public, if we are successful, we will have squashed the top of that curve, which is brilliant. But we must not then suddenly revert to our normal way of living. That would be quite dangerous. If we stop then, all of our efforts will be wasted and we could potentially see a second peak. So over time, probably over the next 6 months, we will have a 3-week review. We will see where we're going. We need to keep that lid on, and then gradually we will be able to hopefully adjust some of the social distancing measures and gradually get us all back to normal. So I think 3 weeks for review, 2 or 3 months to see whether we've really squashed it, but about 3 to 6 months ideally, and lots of uncertainty in that, but then to see at which point we can actually get back to normal. And it is plausible that it could go further than that. We just need to wait to see how successful we've been. And of course the bottom line is, as we always say, keep practicing good social distancing, because we will manage it quicker and better between us.
Well, absolutely. From the outset of this crisis, we drew up the measures that could be implemented, and then on expert medical advice, we have chosen the right time for this country to implement them. And we've taken a number of very significant steps on social distancing over the course of the last 10 days, as Jenny has just said. And it is the nature of this virus that it takes a couple of weeks to see how effective each one of those in turn has been. When we've implemented them, we've said that we will review these in 3 weeks or so. And when the Prime Minister made his announcement on Monday, bringing to a close non-essential shops and encouraging us all to stay at home, to restrict what we do in our leisure time, he made clear that we would review these steps at Easter on the basis of the expert medical opinion, and that's exactly what we intend to do. But the evidence that I have seen suggests, as Jenny has said, that the public are generally complying. I've spoken to a number of chief constables from across the country over the course of the last few days, and business owners are behaving very responsibly. Of course, there are always small numbers of people who aren't, but in general, the public is doing the right thing. The more we comply, the more we will be able to protect the NHS, to save people's lives, and the faster we'll turn the tide on the virus. If I can take the next question from David Shookman, who's from the BBC. David, good afternoon.
Yes. Thank you very much indeed. 2 questions, if I may. First, Mr. Jenrick, to you. The Prime Minister in his letter talks about levelling with the public, about things getting worse before they get better. What do you think the coming week is going to look like? And then a question for Dr. Harris. We've had confirmation of the very sad death of an ENT surgeon, Amged Al-Harani. What do you think that says? What message does that send to NHS staff on the front line?
Well, thank you very much, David. And can I also give my deepest sympathies to the family of Dr. Al-Harani. We heard the news just a few moments ago that he'd very sadly passed away. With respect to your question, the Prime Minister has now written, or will be over the course of this week, to all the households in this country, setting out very clearly the task that is before all of us. We see on the news the difficult scenes in other European countries, like Italy, for example, and the deaths that we are reporting daily in these press conferences are very sobering. Every death is a tragedy. We don't want to see any unnecessary death. And so what the Prime Minister has said to all of us in that letter is that we all have the power to influence the course of events with respect to this virus. If we want to protect people's lives, if we want to help the NHS to be able to have the capacity to continue to perform the good quality public service that we all want it to do throughout the course of the virus, then we need to take heed of the medical advice. We do need to stay at home. By doing that, we'll protect the NHS and we'll help to save people's lives. So this is on all of us. We all have a responsibility to protect each other. We just need to follow the advice in the days and weeks ahead. Jenny.
Thank you. Well, clearly, you will not expect me as a medical professional to comment on an individual case. That would be normal practice. But equally, as a medical professional, of course, I'm very saddened by the fact that one of our professional colleagues has passed away. It clearly is a worrying event. It's worrying for the nation because it's another death in our statistics. It's another loss to a family, and it will be a loss to an NHS family as well. I think for NHS staff on the front line and our caring staff, it's not just in our health services, it's all people who are battling against this virus. They will inevitably be concerned, and some of the work that we're doing around communications and around personal protective equipment is to just try and ensure there is a common understanding between us of the support that is there for them. It is in no one's interests that we lose our colleagues on the front line, and we really, really want to support them. So the only thing I would say is, though, clearly in a disease like this, which is affecting everybody, we just need to remember that it's not just the NHS or just a family. We're finding this right across the population. It will affect all of us. It will upset undoubtedly our colleagues in the NHS. Excuse me. But we shouldn't take that as any signal specific to the NHS. We do have some new guidance coming out for colleagues in the NHS shortly, and I'm hoping that will help to support them in their work on the front line.
Thank you, Jenny. And the guidance that's going to be published shortly will also apply to those working in other essential public services, for example, in social care, in local government and other settings, so that they can have the best possible advice as to the type of PPE that they need to continue to do their role safely in the days ahead. The next question, I think, is from Sam Lister from The Express. Sam.
Hello, thank you. If I could ask Dr. Harries first, I just want to be really clear about what you've said. Are you saying that come Judgment Day in 2 or 3 weeks' time, if you've not seen the necessary changes that you require, the country realistically is facing lockdown for 6 months? And if I could ask the Secretary of State, we've seen a number of police forces over the weekend set up hotlines where people can report concerns about their neighbours or other people they believe have flouted the rules. Would you encourage people to raise their concerns with these hotlines?
So I'll start with that one. So I think just to be clear on what I have actually said, I don't think I have said we will be in lockdown for 6 months, just to be clear. I also haven't said we'll definitely be in the best place possible in 2 or 3 weeks. The important thing is this is a moving target. If we do well, it moves forward and comes down, and we manage all our care through our health and care systems sensibly in a controlled way, and that's what we're aiming for. The issue about the 2 to 3 weeks is there is a time lag between when somebody gets the disease and becomes symptomatic and potentially transmits it, and then very sadly for those people who become ill, they will be usually are ill for a period of time and then deteriorate in their health status, and sadly some of them will end up dying, and there are time periods for that. So one, for how well we do our intervention. If we all stop shopping on Monday, we would not expect any of this data to change on Tuesday. We would expect to start seeing a footfall dropping over the first week. We would start to see new infections dropping over the next week, and we would start to see deaths dropping over the following week. So the implication there is, and the Prime Minister's letter is, we actually anticipate that our numbers will get worse over the next week, possibly 2, and then we are looking to see whether we have managed to push that curve down and we start to see a decline. The issue about the time frame is really important. So this is not to say we would be in complete lockdown for 6 months, but it means that as a nation we have to be really, really responsible and keep doing what we're all doing until we're sure that we can gradually start lifting various interventions which are likely to be spaced based on the science and our data until we gradually come back to a normal way of living. And that may mean that we have a few bumps on the way rather than the nice curves that you've seen in graphs in the media or on our charts. It's really important that we all do that together. We will not have succeeded until we get right to the end of this outbreak and we understand how the disease transmits. As we get more information in due course about the pattern of transmission, then we will have more insight into how to manage that tail end of it, and we can provide more information then.
Thanks, Jenny. Well, as I said earlier, the measures that we've taken, which are very restrictive and not things that we've taken lightly, the evidence that we've seen so far suggests a high degree of compliance from members of the public. The scenes that we saw last weekend have, by and large, not been replicated this weekend. Police forces have reported very few instances of non-essential retailers remaining open against the rules. And so, I think it's very encouraging that people are increasingly taking this seriously and playing their part in helping us to protect the NHS and save lives as a result. Police forces have powers. They are able to enforce these measures. They can fine individuals, and those fines can ratchet up for the very small number of people in society who repeatedly refuse to follow the measures and take the advice of the police. And that's absolutely right. But we want to do this by consent. We want to do this with us all coming together in a national effort. And there's a moral obligation on all of us to play our part, protect ourselves, but also protect others. And that's regardless of your age. And there are many young people who feel that they are invincible. That isn't correct. The virus affects all of us, but each of us has the ability to protect others. And so I really urge once again everybody to pay heed, to adhere to the strong medical advice that we've all received, to stay at home, and where you do go out, do it in the manner that we've advised, respecting social distancing advice. And when you can't work from home, try to work from home, but when you can't do so, then go to work, and at work, follow Public Health England's guidance whilst you're there as well, so that together we can protect the country and begin to turn the tide. Now, I'll come now to the last question, which is from Jack Blanchard from Politico. Jack, good afternoon.
Thanks very much. A question for each of you, please. Deputy Chief Medical Officer, we've seen very alarmingly large increases in the number of deaths over the last, each of the last 2 or 3 days. Is that as you had expected, or are the number of deaths increasing more quickly than you had hoped? And Secretary of State, have you modelled more extreme social distancing measures should they be necessary? And can you give us an indication of where things might go if what we're doing so far doesn't prove to be enough?
So thank you for that, Jack. Sadly, the answer is yes. It is as expected in many ways. It's not an easy position to stand on a platform and say we expect a large number of people to die, but we have a pandemic on our hands, and it is an unprecedented event for this generation in this country. I think it is because of where we are on the curve. All the above, as I've said previously, applies. We are expecting that number will increase for the next week or two, but then we anticipate that if we keep doing what we're doing, and I can't emphasise that we have to keep doing it, it's no good just doing it for a few days and stopping, that we do anticipate that those numbers will start to drop. The important thing about the number of deaths, and it is a very, sadly, an easy to count statistic, if you like, and it's quite difficult to translate what it means often to the public in terms of death rates, and there has been a huge amount of media written and reported on that, but it is a sort of stable statistic, but it lags behind our impressions on the rate of increase of infections. So we just need to watch it carefully, hold tight for a week or two, keep doing what we're doing, and then come back and ask me the question again, and I think hopefully we'll be on the way down a little bit.
That's right. Well, I think, as Jenny said, the task for us all now as a country is to adhere to the social distancing measures that we've already announced. These are very significant moves, unprecedented in our peacetime history. If we all follow those measures, then there's every reason to believe that we can turn the tide on the virus and we'll be able to protect the NHS and to save people's lives. Of course, if those measures prove insufficient or if members of the public are not complying with them, then we will have to consider what further options are available to us. But that is not our intention. We hope and believe that these measures can be sufficient, but it will take, because of the nature of the virus, a couple of weeks, as Jenny's articulated, before we can see whether that's truly happening.
And if I could just add to that, just for reassurance, because obviously we've talked a lot about the capacity of the NHS to manage the number of people flowing through. We have plenty of capacity in the NHS right now to manage people coming through the system. So those deaths represent, very sadly, individuals who have not been able to respond to the high quality care that the NHS has provided.
Very good. Well, I think there's one further question. Please, from Channel 5.
I think the further question is from Kate Proctor from The Guardian.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise, Kate. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Hi, good evening.
Afternoon. You'll have seen the reports of Brits stranded abroad who really, really want to get back to the UK. What can you tell us about the size and the scale of the repatriation package that you're going to put together? Germany has put aside 50 million euros. Will Britain be putting together something on a similar scale? And will you be using the RAF to bring people home? And if I may, Michael Gove this morning said that the UK hadn't got all the information that it needed from China to make some decisions earlier on in the coronavirus outbreak. Do you know what information was missing from decision making?
Well, thank you, Kate. Well, firstly, with respect to British citizens overseas, we have and take seriously our responsibility to protect our nationals wherever they are in the world. That's a top priority for the government, and the Foreign Secretary has been working extremely hard with British missions all over the world to try to bring those citizens back to the UK. And he spent this weekend speaking with his counterparts in a range of countries where there are citizens who we want to get back safely to the UK as soon as possible. We've advised British citizens abroad to come back to the UK whilst there are still commercial flights available. That isn't the case in all countries, but it is in many. We haven't ruled out repatriation flights, and we are doing those in some cases. There is a flight ongoing at the moment, for example, to Peru to bring back a group of British citizens who've been in a difficult situation there. If we need to do more steps of that kind in the days ahead, then we will, of course, do so. We want to get those British citizens back safely to the UK. With respect to the international picture more generally, well, the UK is leading the international efforts. This is a global pandemic, and we want to play our part to the full. The Prime Minister has been speaking to his counterparts from the G7 and the G20. We are now the world's leading country in offering funding to support vaccine research. Almost £500 million we've offered, and we will put more at the disposal of that very important mission if that's required. And there may be more steps that we can do as an international community in the future, and we want to be absolutely at the heart of that. Of course, there will be lessons to be learned in the future about how we and other countries have responded to this virus, but the UK, our government at the moment, is focused 100% on trying to save lives here. And that means putting in place the measures that we've discussed today. It means supporting the NHS and social care, shielding those vulnerable individuals for whom we've been providing food parcels beginning this weekend. And above all, for people listening this evening to this broadcast, it means each and every one of us in our own lives following the advice from Jenny and her colleagues. Stay at home, protect the NHS, and that is the way that we can all save lives and begin to turn the tide on the virus. So thank you, Jenny, for joining us this evening. And thank you very much indeed, everybody, for watching at home.
Good afternoon. As of 9 a.m. on the 28th of March, a total of 120,776 people have been tested, of which 103,687 were confirmed negative and 17,089 were confirmed positive. As of 5 p.m. on the 27th of March, 1,019 patients in the UK who tested positive for coronavirus have sadly died. As with our population, for businesses large and small, coronavirus represents an unprecedented challenge. Speaking with business leaders and representative organisations every day, I appreciate just how tough the situation is. When we tell people to stay at home, to protect the NHS and save lives, we know it has a real cost to your families and to your firms. And I want to thank the many businesses and workers right across the UK who are playing a vital role in keeping the British economy going. You are delivering for our nation through this difficult time. And we said we would deliver for you, doing whatever it takes. That is why we have taken unprecedented action to support our economy, to save jobs and secure livelihoods. To help businesses pull through at this difficult time, we have set out income support schemes for both the employed and self-employed, as well as a package of grants, loans, business rate holidays, and VAT deferrals. Businesses and trade unions have welcomed our interventions, and I want to reassure them that we are working around the clock to get the funding as quickly as possible to where it is needed. On Monday, we launched the Coronavirus Business Interruption Loan Scheme. This scheme is designed to make it easier for businesses with a turnover of up to £45 million to access vital financial support. So far, the scheme's 40 accredited lenders, including all of the high street banks, are processing thousands of applications. This week, I provided guidance to English councils on the grants to our smallest businesses, including those operating in the retail, hospitality and leisure sectors. The first tranche of funding arrived with English councils yesterday, and I want to ensure that the grant money is with businesses as soon as possible, providing direct funding support to almost 1 million businesses across our country. Now, whilst our companies have requested financial support, they have also asked us to look to ease the burden of regulation at this challenging time. And we have responded to that request. Yesterday, we brought forward legislation to temporarily suspend some competition rules in the supermarket sector and in the operation of Isle of Wight ferries. From retailers sharing delivery vans to ferry operators coordinating staff, these measures will allow firms to work together to deliver vital services to the public more effectively at this time. We've also introduced measures to ensure that workers who have not taken all of their statutory annual leave due to COVID-19 will now be able to carry that entitlement over into the next 2 years. This will protect staff from losing out, whilst providing businesses with flexibility when they need it most. Earlier this week, together with Companies House, we announced that over 4 million businesses will be granted a 3-month extension to the filing of their accounts through a fast-track online process. Over 10,000 businesses have already successfully applied for this extension. And we will continue to monitor the companies' abilities to meet the range of other filing obligations they have under the Companies Act, and we will provide further extensions if needed. I recognise just how hard employees, business owners and directors are working to keep their companies going. It is crucial that when the crisis passes, as it will, we are ready to bounce back. And so today, I want to announce more measures which are designed to give businesses greater flexibility as they face the current crisis, to help them emerge intact the other side
of the COVID-19 pandemic. We will introduce measures to improve the insolvency system, which provides the legal options for companies running into major difficulties. Our overriding objective is to help UK companies which need to undergo a financial rescue or restructuring process to keep trading. These measures will give those firms extra time and space to weather the storm and be ready when the crisis ends, whilst ensuring that creditors get the best return possible in the circumstances. The changes to the insolvency regime will include new rules to make sure companies undergoing restructuring can continue to get hold of supplies and raw materials. And there will be a temporary suspension of wrongful trading provisions for company directors to remove the threat of personal liability during the pandemic. This provision will have retrospective effect from the 1st of March. However, to be clear, all of the other checks and balances that help to ensure directors fulfill their duties properly will remain in force. We will bring forward legislation in these areas at the earliest opportunity. We will also put in place measures to ensure that companies required to hold annual general meetings can do so flexibly in a manner which is compatible with the best public health guidance. This might include postponing or holding the AGM online or by phone using only proxy voting. In addition, we are also introducing a range of measures to boost the supply of personal protective equipment, such as face masks, to protect frontline NHS staff. And we're removing administrative barriers to the production of hand sanitizer. By reducing the amount of red tape, new suppliers and businesses that produce ingredients for safe hand sanitizer will be able to bring their products to market in a matter of days. Companies including Brewdog and Ineos have already stepped forward to offer their services. I'm incredibly proud of how businesses and individuals across our great nation have risen to the challenge posed by COVID-19. Whether it is offers from companies coming forward to support the ventilator challenge, or more than 700,000 people signing up to volunteer for our brilliant NHS, or those in the public and private sector working hard to keep our country safe and moving. Britain is meeting the challenge, working together in a joint endeavour to get through this pandemic. And be in no doubt, the government will continue to fight tooth and nail to protect lives and livelihoods everywhere in this country, as we stand shoulder to shoulder with our people and our businesses. Thank you. We will now move to the question and answer session. I think the first question is from the BBC, from Dominic Hughes. Dominic, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Questions mainly for Professor Powis, I think. How full are intensive care units in London and around the UK at the moment? Are there any hospitals that have run out of beds or are close to capacity? How many spare ventilator beds do we still have? And then on testing, has testing of NHS staff who are currently having to self-isolate, has that started now? How many tests have currently been done? Thanks.
So thank you very much. So on the question of ITU capacity, as you know, the NHS has been working incredibly hard to increase the capacity beyond the 4,000 or so beds that we typically have. And that has been pursued firstly in London, although work is going on all over the country, because as you are also aware, the infection has spread a bit quicker in London. So we are not at capacity yet within London, but beds are being opened all the time to produce that extra surge capacity. So in the first instance, we are using theatres and recovery areas. So those are areas in hospitals where anaesthetic machines, ventilators are already used for surgery and can be readily adapted to take critically ill patients. And that has already occurred. You may have seen some of that in London hospitals. And that's almost doubling the capacity that we have already. We are not using it at the moment, but clearly the number of patients is increasing each day, so we are expanding that capacity in advance. You will also have seen the plans at the NHS Nightingale in East London to initially bring on another 500 beds if they are needed. And we aim to get that up and ready for patients next week. So at the moment, I'm confident the capacity is there. We have not reached capacity, and I'm also confident that capacity is expanding, particularly in London, so that we keep ahead of increase in patient numbers.
Thank you.
And on the testing, as the Chief Executive of the NHS said yesterday, it is absolutely critical that we now begin to introduce testing for staff. And as I've said before, just to explain, that's really important for two reasons. Firstly, because if we have staff at home, either self-isolating themselves or in quarantine because a member of the family has symptoms, if it turns out that it's not because of coronavirus and we can bring that staff member back, that is really important for the workforce, particularly in critical areas such as critical care clinicians or emergency department clinicians. And those are the groups, paramedics as well, I should say, that we will be focusing on first. And secondly, because if they are positive, when they do come back, they can be confident they will have some immunity. And that will be really important going forward as we understand which parts of the workforce have had this virus and are therefore likely to be immune. So as Simon Stevens said yesterday, we are now beginning, as we ramp up testing, which we're doing all the time, to use that extra capacity over and above that which we need for patients to start to test NHS staff. So we're working with NHS organisations as I speak to ensure that that testing will be available over the next few days for their critical staff.
Thank you, Stephen. I think we move on to ITV. Paul Brandt. Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Business Secretary. Secretary of State, first of all, could you give us an update, please, on the health of the Prime Minister, the Health Secretary, and whether the Chief Medical Officer has now been tested for COVID-19? And to the Medical Director, if I may, given the number of deaths we've seen in the past couple of days, what hope is there that we're not on the same trajectory as countries like Italy? And given the rate of increase, can the NHS cope at this current level?
Paul, thank you very much for that. Well, as you heard yesterday in the press conference, the Prime Minister is showing mild symptoms. He continues to lead the government's effort in combating COVID-19. This morning he held a video conference call, and he will continue to lead right from the front on this. But I think the one thing this has reminded us is that no one is immune, and that is precisely why we ask people to follow the government advice in terms of staying at home where they're absolutely able to do that. We want to make sure we protect the NHS and ultimately save lives. Stephen.
Yes, so clearly there has been a big increase in deaths today, and every death is tragic, and of course we need to do everything that we can to ensure that we don't lose the lives of loved ones to this terrible virus. But as Sir Patrick Vallance, I think the Chief Scientific Advisor to the government, said recently, if we can keep deaths below 20,000, we will have done very well in this epidemic. It's early at the moment, and the scientists who are working with government to model what we can expect are, of course, adjusting their predictions now as we start to see the actuality of the epidemic in the UK rather than what we believe might have happened a few weeks ago. If we do reduce the deaths to a level which is below what we initially thought, I want to be absolutely clear. That won't be because we are somehow lucky. It won't be because somehow the virus is acting in this country differently from any other country. It will be because every citizen in this country, the British public, have complied with the instructions that the government has given based on the best scientific evidence to reduce the transmission of the disease. We can beat this virus, we can reduce the number of deaths, but only if we reduce the spread and the transmission. Now is not the time to be complacent. Now is the time to really, really lock down and hone down on what we've been asked to do. As I've said before, it's not somebody else's responsibility, it's all our responsibilities. If we are to ensure that we keep within NHS capacity, and of course, as I said earlier, we are extending capacity all the time. Every one of us has a part to play, and we know that can work.
Great, thank you very much for that. The next question is from LBC, Ben Kentish. Ben.
Thank you, Ben Kentish, LBC. Secretary of State, you've told people to stay at home, but you've also told them to go to work if, of course, they're unable to work from home. At LBC, we've had lots of calls from people saying they simply don't feel safe at work. And while the government's urged employers to be responsible for this, and it's clear some have, it's also clear that many aren't. So what will the government do to protect those people who are having to go to work, key workers and non-key workers, to make sure they're safe to do so? And if I may, to Professor Powys, last week, Boris Johnson said he was confident or hopeful that we could turn the tide within 12 weeks. That was before these more extreme social distancing measures were introduced, and there's now some talk that the peak could be as little as 3 weeks away. Are you confident we can now turn the tide sooner than 12 weeks? Thank you.
Ben, thank you very much for that. So we've always been very clear right from the start of the situation is that we will be led by the scientific and medical advice. And that also applies to the framing of any guidance that we have put out when it comes to how people should conduct themselves when it comes to work. We have set out a detailed list of non-essential businesses which we have required to close, and I want to thank those businesses for acting responsibly. We've also said that wherever possible, people should work from home, and very many people across our country have responded to that. It is, however, the case there are certain workplaces where you are not able to work from home, such as the manufacturing sector, where you will be required to go into work. We've said that people should, on those occasions, look to go into work. However, it is also incumbent on employers to make sure that they follow the Public Health England guidelines and they keep their employees safe. And that certainly is what very many employers are doing. I have conversations every day with businesses, with business representative groups, and I understand from those conversations that they are indeed adapting, and they're also making sure that where it's required, they're issuing their staff with PPE. But if there are instances that people feel that organisations and businesses are not behaving appropriately in terms of their duty of care, then of course there are organisations like the HSE who should be informed. Stephen.
So what I am confident of is that it is possible to get on top of this virus. And I'm confident for several reasons. One, because as a scientist and somebody who listens to our colleagues, our epidemiologists who understand this, as I said earlier, if we can reduce the transmission rate, the amount of spread from individual to individual, then the virus will start to decline in the population. That is a simple set of maths that underpins all these measures that have been put in. And so if we all comply with the measures and reduce that amount of transmission, then yes, we will begin to see a drop in the amount of virus circulating. And I'm also confident because we've seen other countries who have taken, countries take slightly different approaches, but the fundamental rationale is always the same, to reduce transmission. We have seen that begin to work. The time frame, I think, is difficult to determine, but I think we will see over the course of the next month exactly how that will play out here in the UK. But as I said earlier, this is not the time to be complacent. This is the time to really bear down and for all of us to act responsibly, to reduce that transmission. And if we do that, then the quicker we will turn the tide on this, and the quicker we will be confident that we can stay within the capacity that the NHS is planning.
Great, thank you, Stephen. The next question is from the Sun on Sunday, Dave Wooding. Dave.
Secretary of State, it seems that this virus has infected the heart of government. One could be forgiven thinking that with the Prime Minister ill and members of his cabinet and officials, that some of them are going down like flies. How can you run an effective government when it's rampant at the very heart of Westminster? And of course, if this is infecting the NHS at similar levels, what does that mean for the treatment of people who are suffering from this virus? And secondly, can you just perhaps give us some indication of what's being done to bring home some British subjects who are abroad, stranded, and we've seen some of the pleas from them about the difficulties they're having in getting home?
Dave, thank you very much for that. Can I be absolutely clear, is that the Prime Minister has had mild symptoms, but he is absolutely leading the response from the front. The government is totally united in ensuring that we combat this virus and that we bounce back the other side of it. So I want to be very clear about that, is that there are no gaps in government. We are collectively all working very hard, led by the Prime Minister. You raised the issue about getting our people back. My colleagues in the FCO, Dominic Raab, other colleagues, are working incredibly hard night and day to make sure that we can get Brits back to the UK. We will continue to work with airlines to get them back from around the world, and of course in the first instance through commercial means, but also through repatriation flights in exceptional circumstances, for instance by chartering. And as you know, a British Airways charter flight arrived back from Peru yesterday, and the FCO are of course working very hard to get more flights confirmed in the coming days. Stephen, did you want to add anything?
Yes, so NHS staff are obviously critical for the reasons that I've mentioned and the reasons you know, and they are, like any member of the public, a possibility that they will get the virus. Clearly, we keep them protected at work, but they too will have to self-isolate and quarantine, quite rightly, if they develop symptoms that are compatible with COVID-19. Of course, in the work that we are doing to increase NHS capacity, we have to take into account that some of our staff will be off for those reasons. And I can assure you that we have been planning for this since January, since very early on. Even before the World Health Organization called it a pandemic. And we have taken into account, local organizations do take into account that there will be a degree of absenteeism of staff. And as I also said earlier, that's the reason that rolling out testing to NHS staff, which is what we are doing now, is the critical first step in ensuring that where staff don't have COVID-19, they can come back to the workforce as quickly as possible.
Thank you for that. The next question is from the Sunday Telegraph. Ed Malnick. Ed.
Thank you. The government's talked about hospitals now getting the quantities of protective equipment that they need. Can you guarantee that all hospitals will get the same level of PPE, like the FFP3 masks? That's Professor Powers. And Mr. Sharma, the government's appealed for help from industry to produce ventilators. Is it getting the support it needs to produce PPE and tests, or do you need more help from industry? And when will the first of the 3.5 million antibody tests be used in this country?
Great. So you want to go first?
So again, on personal protective equipment, PPE, obviously critical to management of patients with COVID-19 and to the protection of staff. So we are putting supplies of PPE out into healthcare organisations constantly. So over 170 million of the very highest level masks in the last couple of weeks, and just in the last couple of days, 40 million gloves, 25 million face masks, 14 million aprons. So vast numbers going out. We are strengthening the supply chain every day to ensure that every organisation gets the equipment that they need. That is an absolute priority for us.
Great, thank you very much for that. Well, Ed, as I've announced today, we are making changes so that we can get more hand sanitizers into the system and make sure that we get more PPE equipment into the system. So specifically in terms of PPE, the measures that we have undertaken is that the Office for Product Safety and Standards, which actually sits in my department, has written to notified bodies on this issue. The notified bodies are the ones that are recognized as experts who test products for safety requirements, and we have asked them to prioritise the testing of any new PPE supply as a matter of priority. We want to put PPE testing to the front of the queue. Thank you. I think we have one final question from the Mail on Sunday. Brendan Carlin. Brendan.
Good afternoon. Could I ask Professor Powers, first of all, on the subject of the latest study by Imperial College suggesting that we could be on course for a much lower number of deaths than at first feared. Does that align with the government's own thinking? Is that something modelling that you yourself agree with? And a question, if I can, to the Secretary of State. Can I ask you, you've spoken of fighting today, fighting the pandemic tooth and nail and doing everything you can. As far as many people abroad, British citizens abroad are concerned, that looks a bit, that may ring hollow, as it looks as though we're lagging behind other countries in getting our citizens back. Aren't you concerned about that?
So on the modelling, I think I alluded to this in a previous answer. So of course the government is very much basing the response in this country quite rightly in my view, on the best scientific advice. And the Imperial Academic Group and a number of other academic groups are providing some of the scientific underpinning. That is managed through the Scientific Advisory Group for Emergency, SAGE, a group you might have heard of, chaired by the government's Chief Scientific Advisor, Sir Patrick Vallance. And that group will take account of a number of inputs from various academic groups, including colleagues at Imperial. But as I said earlier, and the number of deaths that arise out of this epidemic in the UK, if it's less than 20,000, as Sir Patrick Vallance said, that would be a good result, although every death, as I've said, is absolutely a tragedy. But we shouldn't be complacent about that. Although that would be a good result, it will only happen if we stop the transmission of the virus. And I sound like a broken record player on this, but it really is the way that if we're going to get to the numbers of deaths that you're talking about, it doesn't happen by luck. It's not just chance. It's because of the actions that you take, that I take, that we all take to reduce the transmission of the virus. So it is possible to get on top of this virus, but you do that by stopping the transmission. That's the basis of social distancing. That's what the government has introduced on the best scientific advice. That's what other countries have done. And we have seen in previous epidemics that it is a successful measure. So I cannot emphasize enough to everybody watching today that you have the chance to save a life. You have a chance to stop a ventilator being used that otherwise would need to be used. It really is as simple as that. This is not complex. The science behind it might be complex, but the reality is incredibly simple. Avoid contact with others where you can, stay at home. If you're symptomatic, isolate, and that will result in fewer deaths and less pressure on the NHS. It is that stark for all of us.
Brendan, just coming back to your question about whether we're being slower than other countries, I don't think that is the case. Where there have been no other options for British nationals to come back to the UK, we of course have laid on repatriation flights. I made mention of the flight that arrived back from Peru yesterday, and we will continue to work round the clock to make sure that we get our people back. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's the final question. Can I just end by saying that we are doing absolutely everything we can to support businesses and our people, but we have to make sure that everyone follows the advice that we have put out there, and that is stay at home, protect the NHS, and save lives. Thank you.
Everybody in London, have you heard that Heritage Television has come up with something new? All your functions and celebrations can now be multi-camera live stream. That was only reserved for the rich and famous. Having a function in London can be viewed clean and clear immediately from any part of the world. Trust Heritage TV to give you a better reach. Heritage Television also does photography that will make you the envy of all your friends and family. Heritage Television is the best. all your functions like birthdays, funerals, weddings, church anniversaries or harvest. Heritage Television is the master. We are in the heart of London with an ultra-modern equipped studio. You can call us on 020-800-46100 or email us info@heritagetv.co.uk or mobile 0734 1234 560. Heritage Television will do you proud.
We'll look bright and cheery this morning. It's good to see. The people who are with us on my far right, Dr. James Malatras, not a medical doctor, but a head of Empire College. Medical Doctor Howard Zucker, our health commissioner. To my left, Melissa DeRosa, secretary to the governor. To her left, Rob Mejica, budget director. Let's talk to you about where we are today. This is a situation which none of us have ever seen before, and it manifests itself in many different ways. There's economic anxiety, people are out of work, what does this mean? Unemployment insurance, will it cover the bills? There's isolation, there's fear of the unknown, there's misinformation. You put it all together, it is very disorienting, to say the least. If you're feeling disoriented, it's not you, it's everyone, and it's everywhere. And it's with good cause. Today is Saturday. You know how I know today is Saturday? Because my alarm clock said Saturday when I woke up this morning. But if you drive around, it doesn't seem like Saturday, right? Saturday is the day that people are off work. Except people were off work yesterday. Saturday is the day that the traffic is lighter, but the traffic was lighter yesterday. So it's literally one day blending into the other. And just as a matter of perspective, a matter of context, because this feels like it's been going on forever, but it really hasn't. New York State had its first case of COVID just 27 days ago. New York schools closed only 10 days ago. The New Rochelle cluster, which was the highest cluster in the United States, which, thanks to the good work of our health department, has now come down. That was 18 days ago when we started the school closings in New Rochelle and we started the testing and the drive-thrus. The overall shutdown of non-essential workers was only 8 days ago. Feels like a lifetime. Perspective, well, how long does this go on? How long do we expect it? China, which was the first test case, right? First case was 12 weeks ago. That's when it started in China. South Korea started 9 weeks ago. Italy about 8 weeks ago. So, keep it all in perspective during this disorienting time where one day is just blurring into the next. A lot of people ask me, why is there so much talk about ventilators? I never heard about a ventilator before. You're not alone. I never really heard about a ventilator before either. But every emergency situation is unique. And every emergency situation winds up focusing on an issue that you would have never thought of before. We've been through emergency situations, Superstorm Sandy. We needed 1,000 portable generators immediately. Who ever heard of needing 1,000 portable generators? We had flooding in the northern part of the state. We need 700 miles of sandbags. Who ever heard of needing 700 miles of sandbags? So there's always a particular circumstance that winds up developing in these situations that really you could never anticipate. And in this situation, it is about a ventilator. Why? Because the majority of these patients they're not coming in needing surgery, you know. It's all the same. It's a respiratory illness. Their lungs are damaged. They're having trouble breathing. They have a cough, and they all need a ventilator. And that is the peculiarity of this situation. Compounding it is usually when we equip a healthcare system, people are usually on a ventilator for 3 or 4 days. With COVID patients, they're on for 11 to 21 days. That then compounds the ventilator issue. Not only do you need more, but people are on them longer, so you need even more, and that increases the problem. I think the President was right to use the Defense Production Act. What the Defense Production Act basically says is, I'm not going to ask private companies to help out, and it's great that we have voluntarism, et cetera, but the Defense Production Act gives the federal government significant leverage to actually say, I need these produced, and I need these produced by X date. Now, the federal government still pays. They pay an increased cost for the accelerated production, but it gives the federal government the ability to do that. And when it comes to ventilators, they are the necessity in this situation. What do I do as governor? Basically, I ask people who know, I ask the experts a lot of questions, and just staying on the ventilators. Well, what if we can't get the ventilators? What do we do if we don't have enough ventilators? Then you use bag valve masks. What is a bag valve mask? This is a bag valve mask. This is what you do if you have a person who needs a ventilator and you don't have a ventilator. The way this works is it's basically a manual ventilator, and someone squeezes the ventilator, the bag, continuously. This looks easy. I guarantee if you do this for any length of time, you see how difficult it winds up being. This is the alternative if you don't have the ventilator. We are actually buying these. We've bought about 3,000. We've ordered about an additional 4,000 of these bag valve masks. We're even talking about training National Guard people to learn how to operate this device, which is relatively simple to operate, but you need a lot of people to operate this 24 hours a day for each patient, right? So, those are bag valve masks. They're the alternative to ventilators. And in short answer is no thank you. If we have to turn to this device on any large-scale basis, that is not an acceptable situation. So we go back to finding the ventilators because we need the ventilators. Well, you need 30,000 ventilators. Do you really need 30,000 ventilators? Look, I'm not a medical expert. Even the medical experts can't tell you what you're going to need here at the high point. They do numerical projections, and then you plan based on the projection. You plan based on the data, based on the science, based on the numbers. The data says at that high point of need, you could need 140,000 hospital beds, and you could need 30,000 ventilators. That's what the numerical projections say. So we're planning for that quote-unquote worst-case scenario, which the models predict. Maybe we never get there. Maybe we flatten the curve and we slow the infection rate so we never get to that point. And that's what we're trying to do, and we're working on that day and night. But if we can't flatten the curve, you can't slow the infection rate, you hit that apex, make sure you're ready for the apex, and that's where the 30,000 ventilators come in. I have no desire to procure more ventilators than we need. On a very practical basis, the state is buying most of the ventilators. The ventilators cost between $25,000 to $45,000 each, so they're very expensive. And you're talking about a state government that, frankly, is already in from a position of revenues in a terrible position, because we're not collecting any revenues, literally. So I don't want to buy any more ventilators than we need to buy on a very parochial basis. I don't want to pay for them. And after this is over, we'll have a great stockpile of ventilators, whatever we do, but the state has no interest in inflating the number of ventilators that we actually need. Something interesting about the price of ventilators. When we started buying them, they were about $25,000. Now, they're about $45,000. Why? Because they're in such demand and there's such competition to buy the ventilators, which I'll touch in a moment. The government has sent us 4,000 ventilators. Those 4,000 ventilators are not currently in use. Why? Because we don't need them currently. What we're doing is we're planning for that apex. We're planning for the critical need and making sure we have the equipment, the staff, the beds for that critical need. We're not at that critical need where projections change, but the models say you're 14 to 21 days away from that apex, we call it, when that curve hits the highest point. But when that curve hits the highest point, it is too late to try to acquire what you need. Acquire what you need now, that's the concept of putting together a stockpile. And that's the process we're going through now. We only have 14 to 21 days, so it's not a significant amount of time, but do everything you can to get ready now. There's an old expression, you go to war with what you have, not with what you need, which is true. When the bell goes off and you have to go to war, you deal with what you have, because it's too late to do the preparation. The but on that is, until you're in that situation, do everything you can do to be prepared for it, right? If they tell you you're going to go to war in 14 to 21 days, then spend the next 14 to 21 days getting ready everything that you would need when you actually have to go to war. For us, the war would fully engage if and when we hit that apex. And that's why everything we're doing now is in anticipation of that. Flatten the curve so the apex never happens. God forbid the apex happens, make sure we have as much of the equipment, staff, etc., that we would need for that moment. A few updates. They still forecast the apex to be 14 to 21 days. Again, that changes on the modeling. Every time the caseload goes up or down a little bit, that affects the calculation on the apex. What do you need at the apex? 140,000 beds. That's hospital beds, dormitory beds. We're working on that every day, and we're getting closer and closer to that 140,000 number. PPE equipment. Right now we have enough PPE in stock, and all the local health systems say they have enough PPE in stock short term. Nobody has enough long term, so we're still buying, and we're still talking to the federal government about acquiring more PPE. There is a concern among healthcare professionals because the CDC guidelines suggest a different protocol for PPE and masks depending on the condition, and apparently there is a crisis set of guidelines for that the CDC puts out for how often you change a gown, how often you change a mask, etc. in a crisis. And the CDC has put those crisis guidelines in place. And many healthcare professionals are concerned that those guidelines do not adequately protect the nurses and the doctors and the healthcare staff that are working on this issue. Dr. Zucker is looking at that. If we believe the CDC guidelines don't protect healthcare professionals, then we will put our own guidelines in place. You have a bed, you have the equipment, you need the staff, and that's where we're working on bringing more reserve staff and putting that reserve staffing capacity in place, and that's going very well. And then back to our ventilator quest. A word to the local health systems. We need the local health systems to think more holistically. In other words, you'll have a regional health system, Western New York, Central New York City, and they'll have a number of hospitals. You can have a single hospital get overwhelmed within that system. You can have the staff get overwhelmed. You can have one hospital where they run low on supplies. The local health systems have to change their orientation, where it's not hospital by hospital, which is the normal culture. Every hospital is freestanding on its own and is its own entity, and buys its own equipment, has its own staff, etc. I need the local health systems to change their orientation and operate and plan as if that system is one. If you see a local hospital getting overwhelmed, shift to an adjoining hospital, both within the public system and the private system. You have public hospitals, and then you have private hospitals, voluntary hospitals. We have to stop operating as individual hospitals, and they have to operate as a system. And I need the local officials to do that. So patients can and should be moved among those local hospitals as the need requires. Staff can and should be moved among those local hospitals as circumstances require. State Department of Health has not only advised that, but has mandated that. It's not the normal operating culture, but it is a necessity in this situation. Because depending on where a hospital is, you'll have hospitals getting overwhelmed because they'll happen to be in an area where there are not a lot of other hospitals, or because that's a hot zone, cluster zone, that hospital gets overwhelmed. All right, shift, cooperate, plan as a local health system. There may come a point where the state steps in and actually allocates among local health systems. This is when I said the other day, you may have patients from downstate New York being moved to upstate New York. Why? Because if the entire local health system in downstate New York gets overwhelmed, or the local health system on Long Island gets overwhelmed, and the Long Island health system says to me, look, we have 8 hospitals. We have allocated everything we can among our 8 hospitals. We're still overwhelmed. Well, then we'll shift the burden literally to a different health system. And I just want them to anticipate that and see that that's coming. We have asked the pharmacies to cooperate above and beyond here and to do free home delivery. There are long lines at pharmacies right now. That's not good for anyone. I'm going to be speaking with some of the major pharmacy chains today to ask if they would be cooperative, but this would be a very big benefit. I understand it's a hardship on the pharmacies to provide home delivery. I'm asking them to do it free of charge, but it will make a very big difference. Also, the Department of Health is monitoring the density and activity in the New York City parks, specifically on the playgrounds. This has been a problem. We spoke about it last week. The New York City Mayor de Blasio and the Speaker, Corey Johnson, have spoken to this. They gave us a plan. We accepted the plan. The plan is based on the fact that people will reduce the density in playgrounds. No basketball, no contact sports, social distancing. There have been reports that that is not happening and it's not in compliance. Speaker Johnson has made this point, and I believe he's right. So if the density compliance is not working on a voluntary basis, we could get to a point where we will close those playgrounds. So I again ask the people in New York City, especially young people, please take this seriously for yourself and for others, and let's do it on a voluntary basis. We're also now administering 1,100 tests of the hydroxychloroquine and the Zithromax. This is the prescription that the President has been very optimistic about. We hope to be optimistic also, but we're now using it on a large-scale basis, particularly in the New York City hospitals, and we'll be getting results soon. Javits will open Monday. I was there yesterday. It's a 1,000-bed emergency hospital. It is amazing what the Army Corps of Engineers did in a short time. It was about 1 week, and the progress they made is really extraordinary. And I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. The Army Corps of Engineers, the National Guard, which is our workforce that we call out in all these situations. I've worked with many of them, and I know them after so many situations together. But they showed up, and they've really done a great job, and this should open on Monday. The USNS Comfort is going to be on its way as of today, I'm told. The President is going to be seeing it off. It should be here on Monday. That will bring 1,000 beds. It also brings medical personnel, which frankly are more important than the beds in this case, and it has operating rooms, etc. We'll use this to backfill and take pressure off a hospital. So a hospital can backfill onto this 1,000-bed facility. I hope it gets here Monday, and I will greet it with open arms. I spoke to the President this morning, actually just before I came in today. I apologize for being a few minutes late. And the President approved 4 new sites for emergency medical facilities. One in Brooklyn at the Port Authority Cruise Ship Terminal, it's called. One in Queens at Aqueduct Racetrack. One on Staten Island. And one in the Bronx at the New York Expo Center. I went and toured these sites yesterday. They are perfect. Well, perfect. None of this is perfect. They are appropriate and suitable to bring in large-scale medical facilities. They're 100,000 square feet, 120,000 square feet. They're open. They have electric. They have climate control, etc. So this is going to be a big advantage. This is going to be we'll add another 4,000 beds, and there's one in every borough in New York City, which was important to me. Every borough knows that they have a facility and they're getting the same treatment that everyone else is getting. I mean, New York City outer borough person. You don't know that classification unless you're from New York City. They're outer borough. Queens, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Bronx, those are outer boroughs. Manhattan is the inner borough, but they never call it an inner borough. Everyone is being treated the same. We're adding to that bed capacity to get to the 140,000 beds. We've added 695 additional beds. South Beach Psychiatric Center on Staten Island, which is opening up. We have the Westchester Square Bronx, 200 beds. Health Alliance in Ulster County, 235 beds. So you see, again, we're trying to have facilities all around the geographic location that's experiencing the increase. We're also making another shift where we're going to go to COVID-only hospitals, where people in those hospitals will just have the COVID virus. So the staff that is there is basically working with one type of issue, as opposed to a normal hospital setting where you can have people with heart ailments and other medical issues, and on top of them, the COVID patients. The health commissioner has given us good advice. It's smarter to keep the COVID patients separate. You don't want a person who goes into a hospital with one situation developing COVID because they happen to be exposed. So this is smart, and we're going to isolate 600 beds for just this treatment. South Beach again, Westchester Square, and SUNY Downstate, which is in Brooklyn. This shows you the coverage that we'll have when all of this is said and done, and you'll see it's equally distributed, and it's significant, and in truth, many locations have been constructed, adapted, modified, and it's been done in a very short period of time. Again, all this in contemplation of the apex. If we're lucky, the apex never happens. The New York State Department of Health has gotten approval by the FDA to start a new test, which is an antibody test, where we can test individuals to see if they were in fact infected by the virus, resolved, and now have the antibodies so they have an immunity to the virus. This is being done here. It's managed by our health department. The FDA has given us approval. Department of Health is working with private hospitals to actually enact this now. So this is happening now. And it could be a big breakthrough if that happens. On the theory of risk reward, we're supposed to have a presidential primary election that's coming up on April 28th. I don't think it's wise to be bringing a lot of people to one location to vote, a lot of people touching one doorknob, a lot of people touching one pen, whatever you call the new device on the ballots. So we are going to delay that and link it to an election that was previously scheduled on June 23rd. The June 23rd date is for state legislative races and congressional races. We'll move the presidential election to that date. Ironically, I had advocated that it be on that date all along anyway, so there's only one election, and people only needed to come out once. Everybody wants to vote, everybody wants to do their civic duty, but don't make me come out and vote, 11 times. Put the elections together so I can go to the ballot once, and this will actually do that. We are also extending the tax filing deadline to July 15th. This is good news for individuals, for businesses. You don't have to file your state tax return. You file it with the federal tax return on July 15th. It's bad news for the state of New York on our parochial level. That means we receive no revenue coming in until July 15th. This is the increase in the trajectory of the number of cases. You see it goes up again. The number of people tested, we tested 17,000 people yesterday. Again, we're testing more than any state in the country and more than China and Korea ever tested. Total tested is up to 155,000. Number of new cases, 7681. You see the state getting more and more covered, just a handful of counties that have not reported any positive tests. This is the summary: 52,000 people tested, 7,000 currently hospitalized, 1,700 ICU patients, 2,700 patients discharged. That's up 681. Remember, people go into the hospital, people get treated, people leave. Remember, most people never go into the hospital. 80% they self-resolve. Most impacted states, state of New York, 52,000. Next is our neighbor, New Jersey, 8,000, then California, 4,000. But you see the reports nationwide that other states are finding it, other cities are finding it. I believe you're going to see more and more of that. But again, in comparison, you take California, 4,000 cases, compare that to the situation we're in with 52,000 cases. People say, I advocate for more help for New York with the federal government, and I ask for more things than other states are asking for. Yes, respond to the need. Respond to the need. We have 52,000 cases. California has 4,000 cases. I want California to have all the help they need, but I want to make sure the distribution of need is proportionate to the number of cases. If you're looking for good news today on the numbers, the number watchers, this is good news. I wouldn't put tremendous stock in it, but it's good news. We're watching the trend, right? Because we're trying to gauge when and if there's an apex. The number of daily ICU admissions, which are the critical point for us. ICU admissions means people who need ventilators. Ventilators are what's in short supply. The ICU admissions went down only 172 compared to 374 the day before. You see the overall line is still up. The 374 was very troubling because that was a gigantic leap. The 172 may be a correction from the 374. I don't like to look at the data on any one night. We average 3 or 4 nights to get a more consistent track, but this is good news on a one-day number. The number of ICU admissions dropped, as did the number of new hospitalizations drop. So there's a correlation there that also affirms both, right? It affirms the ICU number and it affirms the new hospitalization number. But again, I wouldn't put too much stock in any one number. You see the overall trend is still up, but you could argue that the trend is slowing. I say, don't argue, follow the numbers, get more numbers. Whatever the numbers say, the numbers drive the policy. So we'll track it every day and we'll see where we go. The worst news, the news that is most depressing to me, and I'm sure every New Yorker, number of deaths is up to 728. Of that 728, what's happening is people are on ventilators longer. You saw that average length of stay on a ventilator. The longer you are on a ventilator, the less chance you are coming off that ventilator. That has always been true. It's more dramatic in this situation. Since this has been going on a period of time, you're having more and more people now who were on ventilators for a longer and longer period of time. And those are the people we are losing. They tend to be people who came in with underlying illnesses, underlying respiratory illnesses, compromised immune system. Not all of them, but most of them. But that doesn't make it feel any better, right? These are still people who we lost. We lost because of this virus. If they didn't have this virus, they would be with us today. So I don't accept the concept of, well, these were people who were old and death is inevitable. Yes, death is inevitable for all of us, just not today, right? That's the point. Again, total perspective. This is not a new situation. It's not just New York. It's not just the United States. This started in China. They have all the data since China, and you have a very broad database to call from. Again, on perspective, don't forget the basics. I know people feel this has been going on for so long. Wash your hands. Washing your hands, by the way, is just as effective, healthcare professionals will tell you, as hand sanitizer. So wash your hands. Don't touch your face. I'm a big face toucher for some reason. My own face. I don't touch anyone else's face. Stay 6 feet away from people. The social distancing is important, and don't get complacent. These rules are not just important in the beginning. You have to do this every day, so you have to stay disciplined about it. General comment as to where we are. Rule 1 in almost any situation in life, certainly in government, certainly in an emergency situation, is to plan forward. Plan forward. Plan the next step. Don't be reactive, be proactive. Don't wait to find out what the virus is going to do to you. Anticipate what's going to happen and plan for the step ahead. We have been behind this virus from day one. We have been in a reactive posture from day one with this virus. We're waiting to see what the virus does, and then we're responding. The virus makes another move, and then we respond. No, you don't win on defense. You win on offense. You have to get ahead of this, anticipate what's going to happen, and create that reality now. That's what we're doing with the Apex preparation, right? We don't have that crisis today. We could have that crisis in 14 to 21 days. So yes, I'm creating a stockpile today for a possible reality 14 to 21 days from now. I'm not going to wait for day 13 to say, oh my gosh, we need 30,000 ventilators. It's over. So get ahead of it. That's our Apex preparation plan. But beyond just New York, as a nation, we have to start to get ahead of this in two areas specifically. On purchasing, you can't have a situation where 50 states are competing with each other to buy the same material. That is what is happening now. When I showed you the price of ventilators went from $25,000 to $45,000. Why? Because we bid $25,000. California says, I'll give you $30,000. Illinois says, I'll give you $35,000. Florida says, I'll give you $40,000. We're literally bidding up the prices ourselves. Now, every state, no one's doing anything wrong. I'm here to protect New York. That's what I get paid to do. I have to acquire the ventilators. I have to pay whatever I have to pay to acquire the ventilators. I don't mean to take them from other states. But when you have a system where you say to the states, okay, you go out and buy what you need to buy, we all need to buy the same thing. We all need to buy PPE, we all need to buy N95 masks, we all need to buy ventilators, so we're all shopping the same distributors, the same group, and it's not even legally price gouging. I was Attorney General. I don't even think you have a price gouging case. This is just private market competition. My daughter Cara is working on the purchasing team. They change the prices. You can see the prices going up literally during the course of the day. So if the federal government organized this, if the states organized among themselves, because you can't have the states competing against the states. And then, by the way, when the federal government goes out to buy the same equipment for their stockpile, now it's 50 states competing against the states and the federal government competing against the states. So this is not the way to do business. We need a nationwide buying consortium. Either the federal government should say, I'll be the purchasing agent for the nation, and I will distribute by need. Or the states which is hard to organize 50 states. I'm vice chairman of the National Governors Association. I'm going to talk to them about this. Maybe the states could come up with a voluntary buying consortium, and then we distribute by need. But this is something that has to be worked out, not just for this, but for the future, because this can't happen again. Also, we have to plan forward on testing. We've mobilized, we've scrambled, but this is still not where it needs to be. We need many more tests. There are still people who can't get tests, and we need tests that are faster. There are other countries that are developing faster tests, developing home tests. We have a rigorous approval process through the FDA and CDC in this country. It served us well in normal circumstances. These are not normal circumstances. I would say to the market, if you have a test and a home test and a state wants to take responsibility for monitoring the results of the test, God bless you. Because you can't have a situation where you have a 5-day waiting period for a test. That's 5 days for the person to be out there and possibly infecting other people. And if the goal is to open up the economy as quickly as you can, you're going to need a much faster testing process to find out who had the antibodies, which means they had the virus and resolved, and who's negative and who's positive. So you are going to need a much faster testing process. That's the only way you get the economy up and running in any relatively short period of time. I showed you those. I'll end where I began. You saw the number of days that this has been going on, only 28 days. Schools closed only 10 days, feels like a lifetime. This is not a sprint, my friends. This is a marathon. You have to gauge yourself. You have to understand that this is going to be a long-term situation, and even though it's so disruptive and so abrupt and so shocking, it's also long-term. And each of us has to do our own part to adjust to it. It is a new reality. It's a shocking new reality. There is no easy answer. We're all working our way through it. And we all have to figure out a way to get through it. My gratuitous 2 cents, see if you can't find a silver lining in all of this. People say extraordinary things to me that I just pick up anecdotally. I was going for a walk yesterday with one of my daughters and Captain is my dog, and people come up with all these interesting ideas, you know. Who's painting their house because they never had time to paint their house before, who's working on a project that they never got to, who's reading a book that they never got to do, who's writing a book. Few people say, I'm writing my journals, I'm writing my life story. You know, find a way. You have the advantage of time here. And you have the advantage of time for communication. I've had conversations with my daughters, hours long conversations, where it's just us talking, no place to go. She doesn't have to go to work. She doesn't have to run out. And they're priceless. They are priceless. I'll never get the opportunity in life to do that again. You know, we're going to get through this, and they're going to go off and find a boyfriend and then do whatever they do. I've had conversations with my mother, who can't leave the house, and she's in the house, and so we sort of take turns talking to Mom, and talk to my mother for hours. And it's special. It's special. So, yes, it's terrible. And I'm not trying to say it's not a terrible circumstance. But even in a terrible circumstance, if you look hard enough, you can find a little rays, a few rays of light. And people are doing it. And I think we all should. It's going to be a marathon, but we're going to get through it, and we will get through it. And we are going to be the better for it when we get through it. We will have learned a lot. We will have changed. We'll be different. But I believe net will be different in a positive way. Tell me questions, comments you have.
Governor, President Trump is apparently mulling a quarantine for New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey. He said so in White House remarks today. He said also that you had spoken to him about this. Can you comment on that?
I spoke to the president about the ship coming up and the 4 sites. I didn't speak to him about any quarantine.
Has he spoken to you about a quarantine? Have you had any indication that that's a possibility for New York or parts of Connecticut?
No, I haven't had those conversations. I don't even know what that means.
Mayor Bill de Blasio said yesterday that April 5th is the day that the apex is going to hit the city. What can they do to prepare for that, given that at this point we only have a couple hundred or a couple thousand extra hospital beds that are going to be set up?
April 5th? Well, look, all of the projections on the apex are just that, are projections. April 5th is earlier than our state projection. So Dr. Zucker will get with the local health commissioner there to have that conversation. But this operates on 2 levels. First, you have a local health system. So Mayor de Blasio runs a very large public health system. And then you have voluntary hospitals, private hospitals, let's call them. All those hospitals have to be planned and operating as one system. One hospital gets overwhelmed, which we've seen in New York City. You have to immediately, from a management point of view, be able to use the surrounding hospitals for support. So one hospital gets stressed, shift to the other hospitals. One staff gets stressed, shift to the other hospitals. When I was saying before, this is not how they think, it's not how they manage, it's not how they plan, and it's not. Take any analogy, the school districts, right? Every school district operates like an isolated entity. There's no thought that maybe this school district would have to cooperate with the neighboring school district. Yeah, well, the hospitals have to. And each local health system has to do that because you will have hospitals overwhelmed. Now, if within that hospital system, once you maximize all of your potential, you still are over capacity, then the state can help with additional capacity, either by one of 2 ways. Shift some of those patients to less occupied health systems. Our health systems upstate New York right now are not as occupied as the downstate ones. So either shift among health systems or start to use the additional capacity that we've been creating in that locality.
Governor, piggybacking on Jesse's question here, the president said he's looking at some sort of enforceable quarantine for New York, New Jersey, parts of the tri-state area. Is that a sound policy from your perspective, or would you advise against that?
I don't even know what that means. I don't know how that could be legally enforceable. And from a medical point of view, I don't know what you would be accomplishing. But I can tell you, I don't even like the sound of it. Not even understanding what it is, I don't like the sound of it.
And Dr. Zucker, on the same topic of quarantine, there are folks in New Rochelle who have been quarantined for 24, 25 days now. There's some confusion about whether the state is following the CDC guidance that says you have to go X amount of days without being symptomatic, or whether you should have to pass a second test to be let out of quarantine. What is the state's guidance on that?
That has been lifted, the quarantine for those individuals, and the CDC's recommendations have been that for those who are positive after 7 days, if they don't have symptoms within a period of 72 hours, then they can be not in quarantine anymore.
As of 2 days ago, though, the Westchester Board of Health voted against lifting that quarantine for the people who tested positive until they pass a second test. Is that in error?
The guidance, as I've mentioned, is that 7 days after positive, 7 days, 72 hours without symptoms.
Governor, some other states...
Excuse me one second, Jess. This is why it's dangerous to answer a question until you actually know what the person said. Mandatory quarantine, if you're talking about what we did in New Rochelle, that means a person in that area must remain in that home if they're in their home or in mandatory quarantine if they meet a certain protocol, right? We never said you can't travel outside of New Rochelle. We never said there was any geographic boundary to New Rochelle. You know, if you said I want to go quarantine in my girlfriend's house in the Hudson Valley, all right, but you have to be quarantined. So we never said any geographic constraints, right? Mandatory quarantine is a scary concept because it sounds like you're saying to people, you can't leave this district. We never did that. I'm sorry, Jess.
Of a piece with that, can you give some reaction to what happened in Rhode Island, where apparently the Democratic governor there is stopping cars with New York plates to stop people from New York coming to her state? Can you give us some reaction?
I have heard that. I don't know any details about that. I don't know if anyone does. Does anyone know about
I know it was reported this morning. We're going to reach out to Gina Raimondo's office after this.
But I haven't heard, other than the news reports, and look, you're getting a lot of sensational news reports now. So, you know, everything with a grain of salt. Sometimes 2 grains of salt.
Have you been on the phone at all this morning with Governors Murphy or Lamont?
No.
Can a
Doesn't mean I don't like them and I wouldn't like to be on the phone with them, but this morning, and we're in constant communication. Governor, for those of you who can't hear the question, Governor Lamont is the Connecticut governor who caught the bigger fish than me in our last fishing outing. Governor Murphy is the New Jersey governor. We're in cooperation, we're coordinating like no states have ever coordinated before, but I haven't spoken with them this morning.
Can the common cold throw off a swab test? And are you getting any reports of false positives with tests that have been administered so far in the state?
Can the common cold throw off the swab test? Can the common cold throw off the swab test? Direct question.
Sure, the common cold is a coronavirus, but each coronavirus has its own sort of fingerprint, so it won't throw it off.
Common cold does not throw off the swab test. I have it on expert.
False positives though?
We have not had false positives. We've been watching that very closely.
Governor, are you planning to suspend work requirements for people receiving unemployment, or at least, you know, any in-person activities that might be required under the rules?
Rob, do you know?
We haven't looked. Right now, we're still getting the applications come in. We'll look at that as the applications come in, but right now, we're not suspending the requirements. But we just started. The in-person requirements, we're able to do that online or be able to do it by phone.
Governor, Democratic lawmakers here in Albany have been upset by what appear to be cuts to public hospitals at a time of coronavirus. Can you comment on that?
Public hospitals or all hospitals?
Vis-a-vis the Medicaid redesign team, there appear to be cuts of somewhere in the ballpark of $400 million.
The places that are getting the most funding now because of what the federal government did are the hospitals, right? The hospitals receive significant funds, quote unquote, for the coronavirus, but the coronavirus expenses you can basically equate to anything now in the hospital system. So the hospitals are getting more funding than almost any other area that the state budget covers. How much are the hospitals getting, do you remember, Rob?
$100 billion national.
This is the $400 billion out of the Medicaid redesign team, that indigent care pool.
Yeah, look, we have no money, right? So life is options. The state has no money. But if you're getting, the federal bill had $100 billion for hospitals for coronavirus-related expenses. They are doing better than anyone else. Do you know?
We're going to move all of the elections to June.
And just with everything happening, does this change your position on the Child Victims Act window possibly being extended another year since you caused the statutes?
Yeah, we haven't had that conversation.
Health said that hospitals are required to have birthing partners in the room with individuals.
I'm sorry, just who said that?
The Department of Health.
Howard.
So we had issued guidance back on March 21st advising hospitals that they should allow at least one person in the delivery room when people are giving birth, and some of the hospitals were ignoring that. Yesterday, we updated that guidance to make it a directive so that women do not have to be alone while they're giving birth, and we're going to reinforce that in an executive order.
They should allow one person in the room.
Private and publics.
Besides the person giving birth. So two people in the room.
Governor, do you, just to be totally clear, do you intend on drawing down any of that $6 billion that was in the second coronavirus stimulus bill that you say ties your hands with Medicaid? Do you intend on drawing any of that $6 billion?
We can't. The way they wrote the law, we can't.
So as you're negotiating the budget now, you're not spending any of that $6 billion?
Can't do what you can't do. We can't. That's the way they wrote the bill. I told them 157 times, metaphorically. But that's the way they wrote the bill.
Governor, earlier this week, I believe you said that the state would need 40,000 ventilators. Today, it seemed to be 30,000. Is that a change, or are
We've acquired some.
It's because you acquired.
Yes.
The projections aren't showing less of a need.
No.
Okay, thank you.
About a week ago, the list of essential businesses came out, and at the very bottom of that list, it said something about if you have a dispute or if you feel you should be on the list, contact us. Has anyone contacted you, and if so, have they been added to the list?
Nobody's contacted me, but anybody contact you?
Businesses contact ESD, the Empire State Development Corporation, and they can make appeals, and they're being considered on a case-by-case basis with an eye towards public health.
So none have been added.
Empire State Development, it said contact the Empire State Development Corporation, Eric Gertler, who's the head of that, and ESD is making the exceptions. We can go back and check with ESD and find out if they've made any exceptions specifically.
Is that in additionally 40,000 ICU beds?
No, maximum capacity.
So it's 140,000 total beds.
140,000 beds. Now, what's interesting here is, which sounds daunting, but in this case, you're not doing an operation per se. You're not doing open heart surgery. You're not doing a lot of. These are people who have almost the identical problem, which is a respiratory lung issue. And that's why, on one hand, it's simpler to set up a temporary hospital because you're dealing with the same symptoms over and over. The compounding problem is they all need those ventilators.
Governor Doss said yesterday that it's going to release about 1,000 people or 1,100 people who were being held on parole violations. Do you intend on taking any other steps to grant clemencies, to release people who might be nearing the end of their term in prison? Do you intend on taking other steps?
We're looking at that now. We're looking at exactly that now.
When do you intend on having any sort of decision on that?
We're actively looking at it.
Governor, this may be wishful thinking, but have you put any thought to what sort of benchmarks, what sort of statistics would you have to see on the backside of the apex to start to lift restrictions, to start to ease some of these executive orders that you've put out? Has your thinking gotten that far yet?
No. Short answer, no. Right. We're focused on the apex. We're coming up the mountain. We're focused on the point of the mountain because that's our critical point. Your question, Jesse, which is a good one, is if you get on the other side of the mountain, what kind of drop are you looking for before you would say we're open for business? We have not calculated that. I think before you get there, you could get to a broad distribution of a test, a home test, a faster test. So it wouldn't just be the drop in the number of new cases. I think the real reform, the real innovation here could be get those home tests that other countries are starting to use and let people test themselves.
And this would be both for CV as well as for antibodies, right? You'd
Well,
want
the
people
CV test is easier than the antibody test. The antibody test, you have to go in and you have to have blood drawn. The CV test, they have CV tests that are at-home tests. And I think you could get to a point where you say, and some of them are relatively inexpensive, do the test, you're negative, go to work, period. And divorce it from the trajectory of new cases if you actually had the testing capacity. And that's what I would be focused on. Also, I said to the FDA, give me the ability myself to go out and seek New York State, to go out and seek new tests, home tests. We'll test them. We have 200 laboratories. We'll do the clinical trials. And let's see if they're right, because you want to start the economy, and I understand the rush to start the economy, and everybody gets the concept. But the new tests, I think, are the fastest way to get there. Doctor, do you want to comment on that?
I think you covered all. The key point is that the antibodies to measure, as the governor said, is a blood test. And it's important to recognize that. That's different than a test for the coronavirus.
Okay, let's take one more. Anyone who didn't ask? There was no one who didn't ask a question.
Given the
It's a nice
difficulty with the
feeling.
picture, is the tax increase for businesses or wealthy individuals completely off the table still, in your opinion?
Look, I don't know how you raise taxes on people who are out of work and their business is closed because government needs more funding. I don't know how you do that now.
Governor, one more quick one. The NYPD is reporting its first death from a detective who died of the disease. Could you have some reaction to that? Obviously, that's a first responder right on the tip of the spear.
We lost another nurse yesterday. You know, Jesse, am I shocked? No. These people put themselves in extraordinary danger. And we're all talking about isolation and precaution, and we're all wiping every doorknob. And then you have people who every morning get up and go out and deal with the unknown. Talk about losing control, totally uncontrollable. These nurses, the first responders, they are just so extraordinary to me as people. Forget everything else. And these are not high-paid people. It's not that they're doing it for the money. It's not that they don't have families. They are just extraordinary. And they prove it time and time again, but I've never seen a situation like this where their heroism is so obvious and the risk is so obvious and their public service just rises above. I mean, I am in awe of what they do. And I find it inspiring. I'll tell you the truth. Every time I say, well, you know what, I'm feeling tired, I'm feeling this, forget me. I'm not doing a third of what these people are doing. So God bless and thank God for them. And I'm sorry for their loss. Okay, guys, thanks. Same thing, take the same strategy and move that strategy with the volume. Thank you, guys.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Mr. President, for being here today as the United States naval ship Comfort prepares to set sail for New York. On behalf of the men and women of the Department of Defense, I want to thank you for your leadership during these difficult times. You should know, Mr. President, that the United States military is all in on this national emergency, and the great sailors and medical professionals of this tremendous hospital ship are eager to get underway and start their very important mission. As the nation aggressively responds to the coronavirus pandemic, the Department of Defense is focused on 3 priorities. First, protecting our service members, civilians, and their families. We are committed to taking all necessary measures to safeguard the well-being of our most important resource, our people. Second, remaining prepared to carry out our core national security missions and to defend the United States against any threat. And third, continuing to support President Trump's whole-of-government, whole-of-nation response to the coronavirus. For several weeks, the Department of Defense has been surging personnel, capabilities, and equipment to help slow the spread of the virus. Thousands of National Guard troops are mobilized across the country, conducting a variety of essential tasks ranging from planning to logistics to medical support. Active duty units are moving critical supplies and equipment and medical personnel to some of the nation's most heavily impacted areas. The department's world-class doctors and scientists are at the forefront of infectious disease research, working alongside our government and private sector efforts to accelerate a vaccine and therapeutics for this virus. And now, in this great time of need, the President has directed the deployment of our nation's most powerful symbols of medical care and compassion, the Navy's 2 hospital ships, the Mercy and the Comfort. Both ships have a tremendous history of humanitarian assistance and have provided care for people throughout the world. This exceptional legacy continues as they now take care of their fellow Americans. The skilled medical professionals who will set sail on the Comfort will play a critical role in freeing up capacity in hospital beds in the New York area. I'd like to thank them for their sacrifices and further commitment to the well-being of the American people. Finally, I'd like to thank President Trump for his bold leadership and support to the men and women of the United States Armed Forces. This is an unprecedented time for our nation, and your leadership, Mr. President, is uniting the American people to defeat this virus. I am confident we will get through this together. We will prevail. Thank you, and it is my great honor to now welcome the President of the United States and our Commander-in-Chief, President Donald Trump.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mark, and you're doing a fantastic job, and our country appreciates it very much. And thank you, everybody, for being here today. I'm deeply honored to be at Naval Station Norfolk, the largest naval base anywhere in the world, and the home to the most powerful fleet that has ever sailed the seas. I just passed some of the most beautiful and, frankly, the most highly lethal ships that I have ever seen in my life, and there are a lot of them. And they're in better shape now than they have been for many, many decades with what we're doing. We're grateful to be joined by Commander of the U.S. Fleet Forces, Admiral Christopher Grady, and Commander of the U.S. Second Fleet, Vice Admiral Woody Lewis. Thank you both for being here. We appreciate it very much. As we gather today, our country is at war with an invisible enemy. We are marshaling the full power of the American nation, economic, scientific, medical, and military, to vanquish the virus, and we will do that. Today, I'm here to express my profound gratitude to the dedicated service members who will soon be on the front lines of this fight. In a few moments, the crew of the Navy hospital ship USNS Comfort, which is really something, will embark for New York City where they will join the ranks of tens of thousands of amazing doctors, nurses, and medical professionals who are battling to save American lives. This great ship behind me is a 70,000-ton message of hope and solidarity to the incredible people of New York, a place I know very well, a place I love. We're here for you, we're fighting for you, and we are with you all the way, and we always will be. You have the unwavering support of the entire nation, the entire government, and the entire American people. After being rushed out of maintenance with historic speed, it was supposed to be here for 4 weeks, and they did it in 4 days. The Comfort will arrive at Pier 90 in Manhattan on Monday, 3 weeks ahead of schedule. Its crew will begin treating patients on Tuesday. It will be met in New York Harbor by Governor Cuomo, who I just spoke with. He's very excited, and they need the help. The skilled sailors and civilian mariners aboard this ship will provide a critical surge capacity for the New York metropolitan area. Their mission will be to care for New Yorkers who do not have the virus but who require urgent care. In other words, they'll be using this. People will be coming out of hospitals who don't have the virus, and they'll be on the ship where they have great operating rooms and great facilities, and the places inbound on land will be where people that have the virus will be. So the people with the virus will not be on ship. The ship will be used for people having operations and other things other than that. By serving these emergency patients away from the hospitals, beds will be opened up all over the city for those who are infected. This ship can handle a lot of people, so it will open capacity all over the city. And it'll be ready to address any life-threatening medical emergency. It is stocked. It's stocked to the brim with equipment and medicines and everything you can think of. Importantly, by treating non-infected patients remotely on the ship, it will help to halt very strongly the transmission of the virus. The Comfort sister ship on the West Coast, the USNS Mercy, arrived ahead of schedule substantially in port yesterday. Governor Gavin Newsom was very thankful for it. They're working very hard in California. It's performing a similar mission for the people of Los Angeles and the people of California. As the USNS Comfort gets underway, it is fully loaded with 12 operating rooms, and they are fully equipped. 1,000 hospital beds, a medical laboratory, a pharmacy, an optometry lab, digital radiology, a CAT scan, 2 oxygen-producing plants, and a helicopter deck, which will be used very actively. It also bears our military's greatest weapon of all, a crew of nearly 1,200 outstanding members of the United States Navy, and I thank them very much. Among the sailors departing today are some of the finest doctors, nurses, technicians, orderlies, and medical staff anywhere in the world. These are true professionals, and no one performs better under pressure when lives are on the line. These are incredible people. We will stop at nothing to protect the health of New Yorkers and the health of the people of our country in their hour of need. I also want to remind everyone about the CDC's latest guidance. If you are from the New York metropolitan area and you travel elsewhere, we need you to self-quarantine for 14 days to help us contain the spread of the virus. And I am now considering, and we'll make a decision very quickly, very shortly, a quarantine, because it's such a hot area, of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. We'll be announcing that one way or the other fairly soon. This does not apply to people such as truckers from outside the New York area who are making deliveries or simply transiting through. It won't affect trade in any way. The Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA are racing to build temporary hospitals, which are now completed, by the way, in record time. 4 hospitals, 4 medical centers. And in speaking with the governor this morning, we're giving them an additional 4 large tents, which they need very badly. And the emergency medical stations in New York are top of the line. You have them in not only New York, but in California and Illinois. We'll be adding some to other states also. I've empowered our nation's governors with the resources to call up the National Guard and authorize the activation of ready reserves. 2 big words, ready reserves. FEMA has shipped or delivered 11.6 million N95 respirators, 26 million surgical masks, 5.2 million face shields, and a lot are being made of all of the things I just named right now. We have millions and millions of new medical items being made as we speak and purchased. 4.3 million surgical gowns, 22 million gloves, and 8,100 ventilators. We have moved rapidly to mobilize every instrument of American power. This week I invoked the Defense Production Act to compel General Motors to carry out federal contracts for ventilators, and I think they're going to do a great job. I have to say that. We're also working with the major ventilator companies in the United States, all big-name companies, all companies that do ventilators, so they won't need extra time, and they're gearing up, and they'll be working 24 hours around the clock, and they have been. They've been doing a fantastic job to accomplish a historic ramp-up, and a ramp-up in the kind of numbers that we're talking about. And if we make too many, that's going to be okay, because I spoke with the Prime Minister of the UK yesterday, Boris Johnson. He tested, as you know, positive. And before I even was able to get a word out of him, he said, I said, how are you doing? He said, we need ventilators. The UK needs ventilators. A lot of countries need ventilators badly. It's a tough thing to make. It's a very complicated and expensive piece of equipment. I would say more so than a car. You're talking about expensive, complicated equipment. So I hope we soon will have enough that we can help other countries with ventilators. A lot of countries need them. In the next 100 days, America will make or acquire 3 times more ventilators than we do in an entire year. We are so geared up. At Boeing, Ford, Honeywell, 3M, Haynes, and other great American companies, factory floors and manufacturing lines are being converted to produce the respirators, protective masks, face shields, and other vital equipment. And those companies have been amazing. And Boeing is giving us their cargo moving planes. They're the biggest cargo movers anywhere in the world, and we're going to be using them to ship certain types of equipment to various states. Hundreds of millions of Americans are also making tremendous sacrifices on the home front in a historic drive to support our great workers and businesses. I signed into law the single largest economic relief package in American history. You saw that yesterday. The 2.2 trillion, and think of that, 2.2 trillion, but it goes to 6.2 trillion depending on what we decide. This legislation delivers job retention loans for small businesses to help them keep workers on payroll, expanded unemployment benefits, and direct cash payments to American citizens. And these are very substantial payments. A family of 4 will be getting approximately $3,400. This legislation also provides massive increases in funding for hospitals who need it, for disaster relief fund, and critical life-saving medical supplies. We're spending a tremendous amount of money on medical supplies. We're trying to get it to the point needed directly, as opposed to our supply lines, so it can go directly to where they need it without having to go through a long process I don't want to say bureaucratic, but we have not. This group of people has worked so incredibly hard, and the energy and the speed with which they're delivering everything has been really admired by everybody. Everybody's talking about it, the job they're doing. My administration has also taken action to suspend federal student loan payments. So we're suspending, and that means suspending in every sense of the word, student loan payments so that the students that are not able to take advantage of what's going on, obviously, for obvious reasons, they will be the payments suspended. We've temporarily stopped federal evictions and foreclosures. We've postponed tax day until July, which is a big thing, first time that's happened, and waived regulations to speed new treatments to the market. And we have new treatments coming on rapidly. We're doing very well, we think, with vaccines, and we're doing very, very well with hopefully or potentially cures. We're looking at a lot of different alternatives, a lot of different medicines. That would be game changer. The battle in which we're now engaged has inflicted many hardships on our nation and our families, tremendous hardship on some families, and much death, much death. But through it all, the world has witnessed the unyielding resolve of our incredible American people. We are not only a country of vast resources, we're a nation of colossal strength, towering spirit, soaring patriotism, and exceptional character, and you're showing it to the entire world. At this moment, there are 151 countries throughout the world that are under attack by this horrible, invisible enemy. 151 countries. And we're in touch with a lot of them. Our professionals are the best in the world. But who would ever think 151 countries are under attack? We are one family bound together by love and loyalty, the eternal traits so perfectly embodied by the extraordinary men and women aboard this ship and the men and women at this beautiful, scenic, but really tough base. This base is something, thank you very much, this base is something very, very special. With the courage of our doctors and nurses, with the skill of our scientists and innovators, with the determination of the American people, and with the grace of God, we will win this war, and we will win this war quickly, with as little death as possible. And when we achieve our victory, this victory, your victory, we will emerge stronger and more united than ever before. We are going to be at a level of preparedness in case something like this should ever happen again, and God willing it won't. But we are prepared. What we've done in building systems, we're now the #1 tester anywhere in the world by far. We're testing more in one day than other countries are testing in weeks and months. We've learned a lot, and I cannot be more thankful to the American people, and I can say this, and I can say this from the bottom of my heart. I am very proud to be your president. Thank you very much, and God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Everybody in London, have you heard that Heritage Television has come up with something new? All your functions and celebrations can now be multi-camera live stream. That was only reserved for the rich and famous. Having a function in London can be viewed clean and clear immediately from any part of the world. Trust Heritage TV to give you a better reach. Heritage Television also does photography that will make you the envy of all your friends and family. Heritage Television is the best. All your functions like birthdays, funerals, weddings, church anniversaries or harvest. Heritage Television is the master. We are in the heart of London with an ultra-modern equipped studio. You can call us on 020-800-46100 or email us info@heritagetv.co.uk or mobile 0734 1234 560. Heritage Television will do you proud.
Good afternoon. Today, I can announce the next step in the economic fight against the coronavirus pandemic with new support for the self-employed. Our step-by-step action plan is aiming to slow the spread of coronavirus so fewer people need hospital treatment at any one time, protecting the NHS's ability to cope. At every point, we have followed expert advice to be controlled in our actions, taking the right measures at the right time. We are taking unprecedented action to increase NHS capacity by increasing the number of beds, key staff, and life-saving equipment on the front line to give people the care they need. That is why it is absolutely critical that people follow our instructions to stay at home so that we can protect the NHS and save lives. Our action plan to beat this pandemic is the right thing to do, but we know that people are worrying about their jobs and their incomes. Working closely with businesses and trade unions, we have put together a coherent, coordinated, and comprehensive economic plan, a plan which is already starting to make a difference. Big employers like Brewdog, Timpsons, and Pret have already said that our coronavirus jobs retention scheme means they will protect thousands of jobs. And we are publishing this evening detailed guidance on how the scheme will operate so that other businesses can protect jobs too. Small businesses are already benefiting from the coronavirus business interruption loans of up to £5 million, which are interest-free for 12 months, with 30,000 inquiries in just 4 days. Local authorities are already informing over 700,000 retail, hospitality and leisure businesses that they will pay no business rates this year. And the new hardship grant scheme, providing cash grants of up to £25,000 for the smallest businesses, is now up and running. So if any business is struggling and worrying they may need to lose staff, I would urge you to log on to businesssupport.gov.uk and look very carefully at what support is available before deciding to lay people off. I'm proud of what we've done so far, but I know that many self-employed people are deeply anxious about the support available for them. Musicians and sound engineers, plumbers and electricians, taxi drivers and driving instructors, hairdressers and childminders, and many others, through no fault of their own, risk losing their livelihoods. To you, I say this: you have not been forgotten. We will not let you behind. We all stand together. So to support those who work for themselves, today I'm announcing a new self-employed income support scheme. The government will pay self-employed people who have been adversely affected by the coronavirus a taxable grant worth 80% of their average monthly profits over the last 3 years, up to £2,500 a month. This scheme will be open to people across the UK for at least 3 months, and I will extend it for longer if necessary. You'll be able to claim these grants and continue to do business. And we're covering the same amount of income for a self-employed person as we are for furloughed employees, who also receive a grant worth 80%. That's unlike almost any other country and makes our scheme one of the most generous in the world. Providing such unprecedented support for self-employed people has been difficult to do in practice, and the self-employed are a diverse population, with some people earning significant profits. So I've taken steps to make this scheme deliverable and fair. To make sure that the scheme provides targeted support for those most in need, it will be open to anyone with trading profits of up to £50,000. To make sure only the genuinely self-employed benefit, it will be available to people who make the majority of their income from self-employment. And to minimise fraud, only those who are already in self-employment, who have a tax return for 2019, will be able to apply. 95% of people who are majority self-employed will benefit from this scheme. HMRC are working on this urgently and expect people to be able to access the scheme no later than the beginning of June. If you're eligible, HMRC will contact you directly, ask you to fill out a simple online form, then pay the grant straight into your bank account. And to make sure no one who needs it misses out on support, we have decided to allow anyone who missed the filing deadline in January, 4 weeks from today, to submit their tax return. But I know many self-employed people are struggling right now, so we've made sure that support is available. Self-employed people can access the business interruption loans. Self-assessment income tax payments that were due in July can be deferred to the end of January next year. And we've also changed the welfare system so that self-employed people can now access universal credit in full. A self-employed person with a non-working partner and 2 children living in the social rented sector can receive welfare support of up to £1,800 a month. The scheme I've announced today is fair. It is targeted at those who need it the most, and crucially, it is deliverable, and it provides an unprecedented level of support for self-employed people. As we've developed the scheme, I'm grateful for the conversations I've had with the Federation of Small Businesses, the Association of Independent Professionals and the Self-Employed, and a range of trade unions, including the Trades Union Congress. But I must be honest and point out that in devising this scheme, in response to many calls for support, it is now much harder to justify the inconsistent contributions between people of different employment statuses. If we all want to benefit equally from state support, we must all pay in equally in future. These last 10 days have shaken our country and economy as never before. In the last 2 weeks, we have put aside ideology and orthodoxy to mobilise the full power and resources of the British state. We have done so in the pursuit of a single goal: to protect people's health and economic security, by supporting public services like the NHS, backing businesses, and protecting people's jobs and incomes. What we have done will, I believe, stand as one of the most significant economic interventions at any point in the history of the British state and by any government anywhere in the world. We have pledged that whatever the resources the NHS needs, it will get. Promised to pay 80% of the wages of furloughed workers for 3 months up to £2,500. Deferred more than £30 billion of tax payments until the end of the year. Agreed nearly 17,000 time-to-pay arrangements for businesses and individuals. Made available £333 billion of loans and guarantees. Introduced cash grants of up to £25,000 for small business properties. Covered the cost of statutory sick pay for small and medium-sized businesses for up to 2 weeks per employee. Lifted the incomes of over 4 million households with a nearly £7 billion boost to our welfare system. Agreed a 3-month mortgage holiday with lenders and nearly £1 billion more support for renters through the local housing allowance. And today, we've announced one of the most generous self-employed support schemes anywhere in the world. Despite these extraordinary steps, there will be challenging times ahead. We will not be able to protect every single job or save every single business. But I am confident that the measures we have put in place will support millions of families, businesses, and self-employed people to get through this, get through it together, and emerge on the other side both stronger and more united. Thank you. I think if we can take some questions from the media, turning first to Laura Koonsberg from the BBC.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. You've said you hope to cover nearly all of the self-employed, but what about people who this scheme does not cover? And when do you hope the money will start coming through? And if I may, we've been really inundated with worries from people who feel they're not safe at work. We had a message from someone saying their employer was forcing people. They said, everyone knows it's wrong, but we are being emotionally blackmailed by bosses saying if we don't come to work, people will lose their jobs. As the Chancellor, what do you say to employers who are flouting the rules like that? And to the Deputy CMO, if I may, when do you now expect the peak of the virus to be from the most up-to-date information you have, please?
Thanks, Laura. To your first question, this scheme, if you look at people who make the majority of their earnings from self-employment, this scheme will cover 95% of them. Of the people that it does not cover, that last 5%, those above the income threshold that we set, their average incomes are about £200,000. So we think what we have done is reasonable, proportionate and fair, and as I said, covers 95% of all self-employed people who make the majority of their earnings from self-employment. So I think it is a very generous scheme in that regard, and treats them with the same parity that we did for employed. In terms of the timing, our expectation is that this will be up and running by the beginning of June. We will look to try and do it faster than that, but I don't want to promise something that we can't deliver today. As I've said before, this is operationally complicated. We are already designing brand new schemes to cover the 90% of the population that are employed. Here, we need to design another scheme on top of that, and we also want to give now 4 weeks for people who haven't filed their tax return yet from January an opportunity to do so to benefit from this scheme. And I think that was a trade-off that was worth making, giving people that little bit of extra time now, those late filers, but that does have a little bit of a knock-on impact about when the scheme can be fully up and running. And I'll turn to Jenny to answer your second question around workplace guidance and the virus timing.
So I think on the workplace guidance, it's really important that employers, most of whom have been extraordinarily supportive, I think, of their employees, stick to the normal principles of workplace health. We've made it very clear, I think, what those principles are. If people can work from home, they should be able to. If they can't, there may be adaptations that they can do in the workplace. And we've also made it clear what sorts of distances and practical measures can be made to ensure people are safe. So in some ways, although we're being more specific about the public health requirements in the middle of this outbreak, actually the same principles about workplace safety apply, and I know the Health and Safety Executive were reminding workplaces of that today earlier. On the issue of the peak in the epidemic, I'm sure you will not be surprised to know that I am not going to predict a precise timing for that. And the reason for that is we are only just starting to see a bite, if you like, in the interventions, the social distancing that have been put into place. It would be far too early to predict that. I think we are starting to see some helpful movement, let's put it that way, and what we will be looking for is a change in the slope rather than being a very steep curve upwards. We will be looking for it to be a gentler slope, but we must not take our foot off the pedal. People have been really cooperative, and I think in the last few days the public have really understood that this is something very serious, and their actions, wherever they are, will save lives. So too early to say yet, but I think starting to move in the right direction.
Brilliant. Thank you. Could I turn next to Beth Rigby from Sky?
Thank you, Chancellor. A question for you on your scheme. A big scheme, but you can't get the money until June. You're telling people that they can apply for universal credit, but there's a 5-week wait for the first payment. Can you guarantee to people watching this who are in immediate and desperate need that if they apply for universal credit, that they will get an advance payment in 10 days or less to tide them over? And a question, if I may, to the Deputy CMO, how many NHS staff are currently unable to work because they are unwell or self-isolating? It's obviously an area of huge concern for everyone. Thank you.
Beth, to your question about people's immediate cash flow needs, to which of course we're enormously sympathetic to. We've done a couple of things with regard to universal credit. First, making it just more accessible, particularly for those who are self-employed, and more generous in that regard overall, in terms of the measures I've already announced. But in terms of speed, it is already the case, and the Department for Work and Pensions are highly focused on this, that people can get an advance payment almost immediately after the claim, so they do not have to wait for the 5 weeks. An advance payment can be given almost immediately, certainly within days. That's very much what they are already doing. On top of that, we have deployed extra resources into local authorities, particularly to help those who are most vulnerable with things like their council tax bill, which for many families is a very large bill that they face every month. And so local authorities now are in receipt of the extra money we've given them, and they can work in their own communities to identify those most vulnerable families that you've talked about and ensure they get a little bit of extra help to help tide through the difficult few weeks and months ahead.
Thank you. So I don't have the precise figure with me this afternoon in relation to NHS staffing, but I'm sure my NHS colleagues would do. I think the important thing is I do recognise that there are a significant number of staff who are absolutely doing the right thing, as the rest of the public are, in taking themselves out of the workforce if they are symptomatic, and maintaining the safety for the rest of the public, but particularly the vulnerable patients. And I think we have to recognise and support that. The two things we have been doing to try and improve that as we go forward, that is the right thing to do, but we can help everybody, I think. Number one, to be clear on what the workplace guidance is, and there is some very helpful guidance through the NHS, but particularly for people with in the vulnerable group, if you like, with underlying conditions. I think some people have interpreted that if they're healthy and well but have an underlying condition as perhaps needing to stay right out of the workforce. But for some of those people, it will be appropriate for them to work, but on an individual discussion with their workplace. And then I think the other issue, obviously, is I know you'll be aware we are trying to push forward on our testing programme, but right at the top of that list are the healthcare workers and our care workers more generally, and the frontline responders, for example, in police and other first-line response systems. And that's because we recognise that knowing whether people have had the disease or not brings people back into the workplace now, but it also means we know what our resilience is going forward as we move into the depths, really, of the epidemic. So it's for all of us to do that, and that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Can I turn next to Robert Peston from ITV?
Oh, shit. Hello?
Afternoon, Robert.
Oh, hello. Sorry, my connection doesn't seem to be terribly stable, so I'll give it a go. So what about the many people who've only recently entered the workforce, might not have 3 years of accounts and not even 1 year of accounts? How can they get help? Secondly, how long do you expect this scheme to run for? Do you have an estimated cost per month of the scheme? And finally, did I hear you right that when we're through this, you intend to equalise tax and national insurance between employment and self-employment, essentially as a sort of form of natural justice, since they're all being bailed out, or all of us are being bailed out on the same basis? And then finally, for the Deputy CMO, Chris Whitty said yesterday that the big problem in terms of ramping up testing is a world shortage of the bits and the kits. Why didn't we order the kits weeks ago when this first emerged as a problem? Why did we wait till everybody else had ordered kits?
Robert, what was your first question exactly? It cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry. So the first question is significant numbers of people have only entered the self-employment workforce recently.
And
they won't have accounts. They certainly won't have 3-year accounts. They won't even have 1 year of accounts. How are you going to help them?
So what we will do is, for those that don't have 3 years, we will look at whatever they do have, whether it's 1, 2 or 3. But seeing as we're looking at trading profits or partnership profits, obviously those can be volatile year to year. So where people do have more than 1 year, we will look to average out over the years. That was something that many people called for because it seems a sensible thing to do to smooth out that volatility. If people only have 1 year, we will be forced to only look at the 1 year. For people who we don't know anything about, there is really nothing we can do, and that's one of the complicated things we've been wrestling with. And I think most people accept that we have to use the database of people we know about and that have filed tax returns. That's the population that we have that I talked to, those that filed tax returns in January 31st of this year, or the late filers, which we'll give 4 weeks to. For those who are very recently self-employed, we cannot operate a scheme like this. There is just too much complexity, both operationally and fraud risk with that. So we would have to say to those people, please look at the extra support we've put into the welfare system to help you at this time. But as I said, this covers the vast majority of people. In terms of the time frame for the scheme, what we've said is analogous to the employed scheme. We would do this for 3 months. So obviously, if we are able to make payments to people at the beginning of June, they would receive 3 months payments at that one time, backdated to March, completely comparable to the employed scheme. And with regard to your question on tax, I think the broader point I would make is, rather than be too specific right now about future tax policy, is just an observation that there is currently an inconsistency in contributions between self-employed and employed. And obviously the actions taken today, which is very significant tens of billions of pounds of support for those who are self-employed, treating them the same way as those who are employed, it does just throw into light that question of inconsistency and whether that is fair to everybody going forward, especially as we look when we get through this and we're all chipping in together to right the ship afterwards, making sure that everyone is doing their bit as well. And I think that's a very fair and reasonable observation to make at this time. I'll hand over to Jenny for your other question.
So, thank you, Robert. In relation to testing, so I think with all of these things, whether it be testing or PPE, we have ordered and we have planned ahead. But I think what the public perhaps will recognise is that this is a brand new event. It's a pandemic. And every single country is ordering at the same time. And many of the reagents and the items that are used are coming from some single suppliers, but many from international suppliers, many of whom have actually been affected themselves by the pandemic. So I think this is not an issue of a lack of forethought in planning. It is an unprecedented event. And I think a few other points which are worthwhile thinking about. It is a brand new virus, so even to understand how you might test it, you need to have the virus and understand a little bit about it before you can start. And there is also a point which is really important. Whilst we are dealing with coronavirus, so colleagues in Public Health England, for example, on a day-to-day basis, still need to manage all the other individual infections which are in the country. And some of those will be of higher significance, a higher risk for individual people. So it would be wrong for us to be moving, for example, stock from our daily work into this. I mean, on a final point, and I think Chief Medical Officer made the point yesterday, the evaluation of this is absolutely critical. So we do have evaluations running now, and I recognise we all want to see these testing programmes very active, but it is vitally important that when we have a test, we know it does what we want it to do, not that we have incorrect information.
Brilliant. Thank you. Can we turn next to Jason Groves from the Daily Mail?
Thanks, Chancellor. Can I ask, you said, I think, that this scheme will come into force in June. What self-employed people are supposed to live on until then? We can also pick up Robert's point on the future tax treatment. Without getting into too much detail, which you obviously can't do at this stage, is it fair to say that you're warning the self-employed that they may well have to pay more tax in the future? And a question for Jenny Harris. Can I ask there's millions of us now cooped up in our houses. Are you at all worried about the kind of health impacts of that? We've seen kind of supermarket booze aisles stripped bare. Are you worried about the impact of mental health problems, obesity, drink problems in this crisis?
Jason, to your first question on timing, I refer to what I've said previously. We've looked very hard at the quickest possible way to deliver this. We are already delivering a brand new system to deal with the employment scheme that we've set up, which covers 90% of the population. That will be up and running by the end of April to ensure that those businesses, can meet their payroll in April and use that scheme to pay their furloughed workers. It is ultimately the same group of people, the same systems that need to do this. So we can do some of it in parallel, but some of it will have to be in sequence and come afterwards. Also, because we've taken the decision to allow people who are late in filing their tax returns in January, 4 weeks from today, the opportunity to file their tax returns and benefit from this scheme, that also will have some impact on timing, which again, I think is a reasonable and sensible trade-off to make in the circumstances. They will get 3 months in one go in June, which obviously will be welcome. And as I said, we have made available multiple other avenues of support in the interim for this population of people. Very considerable investments, both in the welfare system through local councils and other tax deferrals. With regard to the thing, again, I'm not anticipating future policy. I'm just making the observation that I think it is harder to sustain the argument that if you're employed and paying a higher rate of tax on the basis that you are treated differently, and now we're treating everybody the same and at a very, very significant cost, that we as a country and as a society, as we get through this, and all together are figuring out, once we get through this, how we then right the ship afterwards. This is an observation that I think is eminently fair to make now at this point, and then we can discuss in the future, how best we all come together to get through this, and I said, to right the ship and make sure that we get everything back on track again. Jenny?
Thank you. So, yes, I personally and many of my public health colleagues have made it very clear that we recognise that there are potential mental health risks as well, that we need to be looking after our bodies and our minds at the same time. That particularly applies to our very high-risk vulnerable group, who we have asked to almost take themselves out of society for 12 weeks. That's a really big ask. And it's why in the letters which have gone out to them, there are specific links and suggestions around mental health and mental health welfare, linking with Every Mind Matters, all sorts of links to do that. But I might actually put a more optimistic view as well, which is if people are not going out to work, and often that actually creates quite a stress in terms of travel time, they have more free time to themselves, and it might be the best opportunity the whole country has to say, I'm going to use my one exercise session every day to ensure that by the time this is over, I am super fit and so is my family. And in fact, if you have something restricted, it suddenly becomes quite a pleasurable event. So even though you may not have wished to jog along the street before, doing so now might actually be quite a relief and quite a positive thing for us all to do.
Brilliant, thank you. George Parker from the FT.
Thank you, Chancellor. You've made no secret at all of the fact that the scheme has been very difficult to design. Would you accept that it's open to abuse? For example, people claiming the money and then basically sitting at home. And what would you say to people thinking of potentially abusing the system? And the second one, a number of medium-sized companies have been in touch with us to say that the Bank of England loan scheme isn't working for them because they don't have an investment grade. What can you do to help those companies in this so-called squeezed middle? And a quick question to the Deputy CMO. I don't think we've ever really had a public explanation of why this country decided to stop testing people who are suffering with symptoms of coronavirus when certainly when the World Health Organization is advocating that as a policy, and many other Asian countries have done this with great success.
George, thank you. On your first question first about the scheme, look, we are designing these things at pace, as you rightly identify. Given the circumstances, I don't think we should let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We accept that has some challenges. That's why we've put some of the conditionality into the scheme to limit some of the risks that you identified. For example, making this for people who have an actual tax return that we can look at, so we know that there are real people who are genuinely self-employed and not just telling us out of the blue that they are. That's kind of very obvious check. There will be a form that people will have to fill in. We will contact them, because we can identify them ourselves, who we think should be eligible. We will ask them to apply and check a few other boxes just to confirm, to your point, that they are still trading and some other things, which we can then later verify as well. So we will be able to actually put in place some sensible compliance measures in that regard. To your second point, I think that's a very excellent point. Now, we've obviously put in place a bunch of different loan guarantee schemes to provide credit to corporate UK. There was an issue with the commercial paper facility that we had originally set up with the Bank of England, and it was for people who had an investment grade rating. There are perfectly good private companies that are creditworthy but don't have that rating. What we have done is work with the Bank of England to find a workaround for that, so that we can impute a credit rating from the company's individual relationships with their banks, and in that way construct a rating. We think that will significantly increase the addressable number of companies that can now benefit from that scheme. The details of that are imminently about to be published. And I thank the Bank of England for working with us constructively on that. And what it will mean is that between the coronavirus business interruption loan scheme at the bottom end for companies up to £45 million of turnover and the commercial paper facility on the top end, we will now be covering 80% of UK employment and 80% of corporate UK turnover with those two schemes. That still does leave a small 20% gap in the middle. We are finding ways to try and address that gap as well. Obviously, that's a little bit more challenging because by definition, those companies are not as creditworthy. And this is taxpayer money we're putting on the line. So we need to make sure that there is some way that we are protected in that regard. But I think now that we have an improved commercial paper scheme, we've got 80% of employees and corporate revenue covered, and there's a small gap that we are actively working on to find some creative solutions for.
Thank you, Rishi. So I think I'm going to answer in two different sections. So the first one about the WHO comment. So I think the comment you were picking up was Dr. Tedros saying test, test, test. But in fact, we need to realise that the clue for WHO is in its title. It's a World Health Organization, and it is addressing all countries across the world with entirely different health infrastructures, and particularly public health infrastructures. We have an extremely well-developed public health system in this country, and in fact our public health teams actually train and others abroad. We have supported WHO through their Go On process, and some of our epidemiologists have gone out to Manila, for example, to support the early response in that area. So the point there is that they are addressing every country, including low and middle income countries, so encouraging all countries to test of some type. When you come to the UK, we have made it very, very clear there has been a plan right the way through this, which is entirely consistent with the science and epidemiology. We started with the containment phase, and every early case of this disease was followed through. Every contact was traced exactly as we would do for other diseases, but particularly noticing this one. And of course, the viewers will be very familiar with the fact that we had some very strict and very successful containment facilities. But there comes a point in a pandemic where that is not an appropriate intervention, and that is the point really where we moved. We moved into delay, and although we still do some contact tracing and testing, for example, in high-risk areas like prisons or care homes, that is not an appropriate mechanism as we go forward. At that point, what we need to do is focus on the clinical management of the patients first and foremost, and then additionally, as I've said earlier, on our health and care staff and first responder staff. So obviously, if there was infinite testing facilities, and we are growing them at pace and we will have them, then it moves to the public. But we need to be very careful about focusing where it's clinically most valuable.
Thank you. And to Anna Mikulova from The Telegraph. Anna, sorry, we can't hear you.
Hello, does that work?
Yes, we can now.
Right. Chancellor, when you look at the US unemployment figures from today, and the number of people claiming universal credit here, does it make you concerned that the cure could be worse than the virus? And secondly, the Deputy CMO has previously suggested the lockdown could continue on and off for 6 months. Are you concerned that the economy could be destroyed by then? And a quick question for the Deputy CMO. Public Health England said 1 million members of the public are going to be sent self-testing kits at home. Who will these people be? How will you choose them? And what will happen to their test results?
Anna, obviously, I have seen the numbers both from the US and indeed here, and of course they're very worrying. These are people's livelihoods, their jobs, their financial security, which is now being severely damaged. I'm very cognizant of that. That's why we have acted, I think, at incredible speed to put together a number of different packages of support to protect people's jobs and incomes and provide them with financial security, through what is going to be a very challenging few weeks and months. There's no two ways about that. But we are taking the advice from our medical and scientific advisors. It is the right strategy where we make the right decisions at the right time to protect people's lives, but also control the spread of this virus to a level where we can cope with it, which then allows us from a position of strength to decide how best to manage things from that point forward. But I absolutely acknowledge this is going to be challenging. People's lives and economic livelihoods are going to be impacted, but I do believe the measures of support that we've put in place will make an enormous difference to helping to alleviate some of that hardship. And I think I think Jenny, do you want to, yeah.
And I was going to pick up, I think the point about lockdown was it potentially is taken out of a context in the sense that what I was saying was we may see measures of lockdown going forward over the next 6 months. That would not be an implausible outcome, but I'd also said, I think, that as we're watching the curve, it may be possible, definitely not now because we're only just starting to get some benefit from this, but it may be possible to start moving that. So the issue here is about, exactly as we have done all the way through with this, is about watching the epidemiology and flexing those interventions at the right time in the right place to deliver what we need. And obviously, I think the whole country, myself included, will want to be back to normal as soon as we can. So I think mentioning a 6 month, it's to give a general look forward about the sorts of length of this type of pandemic. But we have to remember also that we have, if we are successful, we are lessening the spike on the curve and we are pushing it forward. So success in some ways means pushing it forward, but not necessarily with the strengthened interventions that we have at the moment all the way through. So that would be the first point. I don't precisely recognise the quote that you were talking about in relation to Public Health England, but I think there are 2 points probably. One is we will want to understand very quickly the way the disease has travelled around the country and through different elements of our population. So it may be that quote was in relation to work which will almost certainly go forward in due course, understanding with a proportionate sample of the population who has had the disease and who has not, and that will give us a strong clue as to when we know when the outbreak may end completely. So it's about understanding through different age groups and different vulnerable groups what has happened, which you cannot do consistently for absolutely everybody, a whole population in the middle of an outbreak. But I think in relation to other testing and who gets it and who doesn't, I think I've probably answered that with the earlier one. The absolute point here is it is clinical benefit. It is the people who are going into hospital, into our intensive care units with acute respiratory distress syndrome and pneumonia, the same into the wards, and then those high-risk areas, and then onto our healthcare workers.
Thank you. Thank you. We're out of time. So just in conclusion, if I could say, today was about providing reassurance to the millions of people who are self-employed and are anxious about their security and their livelihoods. I think by any international standard, the package that we have outlined today represents one of the most generous and comprehensive ways to support those in self-employment anywhere in the world. And I would conclude by saying this to all of those who are self-employed, who are rightly anxious and worried about the next few months. You haven't been forgotten. We will not leave you behind, and we are all in this together. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for our daily briefing in the fight against COVID-19. I'm joined today by Dr. Jenny Harris, the Deputy Chief Medical Officer, and Professor Stephen Powis, the Medical Director of NHS England. I'd like first to update you all on the facts about the spread of COVID-19 and the steps that we are then taking in the battle against this virus. 143,186 people have now been tested for the virus. Of those, 25,150 have tested positive. And sadly, yesterday we recorded the highest single increase in the number of deaths as a result of COVID-19. 381 people died, meaning that of those hospitalised in the UK, the number who have passed away now totals 1,789. Every death is the loss of a loved one, and our thoughts and prayers are with those who are grieving. Overall, 10,767 people in England have been admitted to hospital with COVID-19 symptoms. The largest number of those is in London, with 3,915 people in hospital care, while in the Midlands, the number of those hospitalised is now 1,918 and accelerating upwards. These numbers reinforce the vital importance of following the government's social distancing guidelines. The more we restrict contact, the more we slow the spread of the infection, the more that we can help the NHS build the capacity needed to care for those most in need. And that capacity is increasing. More NHS staff are returning to the front line, and more testing is taking place to help those self-isolating come back and to protect those working so hard in our hospitals and in social care. But while the rate of testing is increasing, we must go further, faster. A critical constraint on the ability to rapidly increase testing capacity is the availability of the chemical reagents which are necessary in the testing. The Prime Minister and the Health Secretary are working with companies worldwide to ensure that we get the material we need to increase tests of all kinds. And as well as increasing the number of staff on the front line and the tests which protect them, we must also increase the capacity to provide oxygen to those worst affected by the disease. We have just over 8,000 ventilators deployed in NHS hospitals now. This number has increased since the epidemic began, thanks to the hard work of NHS professionals. But we need more. That's why we are buying more ventilators from abroad, including from EU nations. And it's also why we're developing new sources of supply at home. Before the epidemic struck, we had very little domestic manufacture of ventilators. But now, thanks to the dedication of existing medical supply companies and the ingenuity of our manufacturing base, we have existing models being produced in significantly greater numbers and new models coming on stream. Orders have been placed with consortia led by Ford, Airbus, the Formula One racing teams, including McLaren, GKN Aerospace, and Rolls-Royce and Dyson's. And I can announce that this weekend, the first of thousands of new ventilator devices will roll off the production line and be delivered to the NHS next week. From there, they will be rapidly distributed to the front line. And as well as increasing the capacity for ventilation, which helps support those patients worst affected, we're also increasing the capacity to provide oxygen to affected patients at an earlier stage in the process of the disease, helping to avert, we hope, the deterioration of their condition. A team led by UCL, working with Mercedes-Benz, will produce 10,000 new CPAP devices to support affected patients, and a team from Oxford University are also developing related technology. And in our determination to prevent as many patients as possible seeing their condition worsen, we are conducting rapid clinical trials on those drugs, including anti-malarials, which may be able to reduce the impact of COVID-19 on those affected. But even as we seek to explore every avenue to slow the spread of the disease, to reduce its impact, and to save lives, I'm conscious of the sacrifices that so many are making. That's why the Chancellor's economic package is in place, to support people through a difficult time. It's also why we are working so closely with our colleagues in the devolved administrations to coordinate our response across the United Kingdom, and I'm grateful to them. As I am to the thousands of dedicated public sector workers, cleaners and social workers, prison and police officers, those in the Royal Mail and in our schools. And I want to thank them, and also the leaders of the trade unions who represent them. In this united national effort, we're also delivering food and prescription drugs to up to 1.5 million of the most vulnerable who are self-isolating for 3 months. And we will do more to help, working with the 750,000 people who volunteered to help at this time. Many are already heavily involved in local community support schemes. And we want to work with them to ensure that we support not just the 1.5 million most vulnerable to the disease, but all those who need our help through this crisis. Those without social support, those in tough economic circumstances, those who need the visible hand of friendship at a challenging time. That's why my Cabinet colleague George Eustace and the Food and Farming Minister Victoria Prentice will be leading work with food suppliers, retailers, local authorities and voluntary groups to support our neighbours in need. I also want to thank the men and women of the military who've stepped up their work as part of the ongoing response to coronavirus. 3 RAF Puma helicopters are now stationed at Kinloss Barracks in Murray. These Pumas are working closely with a Chinook and a Wildcat helicopter based at RAF Leeming in North Yorkshire to meet requests for assistance from NHS boards and trusts across Scotland and Northern England. A second helicopter facility covers the Midlands and Southern England, working out of the Aviation Task Force headquarters at RAF Benson in Oxfordshire. Chinook and Wildcat helicopters, normally based at RAF Odium and RNAS Yeovilton respectively, support the southern areas. And these helicopter facilities have been set up to support medical transport across Scotland and the rest of the United Kingdom. The task force is also available for general support, such as moving equipment and personnel to where they are needed across the United Kingdom. And the Kinloss-based support follows the use of an RAF A400M transport aircraft working with the Scottish Ambulance Service to evacuate a critically ill patient from the Shetland Islands to Aberdeen to receive intensive care treatment. I'm deeply grateful for everyone in the armed forces and in the public sector who are doing so much to help us in the fight against coronavirus. And of course, all of us can continue to play our part in supporting them and the health service by staying at home, supporting the NHS, and saving lives. Now, I want to ask Stephen to run through the latest data from our Cabinet Office coronavirus fact file. Stephen.
Thank you. So our incredible staff in the NHS are working round the clock, pulling out all the stops to prepare for the expected surge in patients with COVID-19. I saw that myself at the NHS Nightingale Hospital in East London this morning and was completely bowled over by the work that is being done there, from a standing start a week ago to a new hospital that will be ready to take patients later this week. But as we have repeatedly said, and as you have just heard, NHS staff cannot do this on their own. Yes, we can increase capacity, but we also need everybody in the country, every one of you, to help by reducing the transmission of the virus, because it is by doing that that we will reduce the number of deaths and we will take the pressure off our hospitals and our health system. And the charts that I'm about to show you will show you why that is so important. So, all the interventions, all the instructions that the government have given, based on the best possible scientific advice, and similar to the approach being taken in many countries around the world, are designed to reduce social contact. In other words, to reduce the chance that the virus is passed from one person to another. And by doing that, the spread of the virus reduces and the number of infections reduces. I'm pleased to say that the great British public are paying attention to that message, and we see in many ways that amount of social contact is now reducing. So this first chart shows you an example of that, transport. And as you can see, the number of people using our transplant services has reduced dramatically over the last few weeks. So for example, you can see in the light blue line that transport in London on the tube has decreased dramatically, which demonstrates that people are paying attention and understand the message we are giving. And there are many other examples that show that that contact is being reduced. As the next chart shows, that plays into an impact on the number of infections. So the less social contact, the less the chance is that the virus can move from one person to another. And that will, over time, reduce the number of infections that we are seeing, the number of people testing positive. And you can see here that we have had a rise in the number of new UK cases, but recently there is a little bit of a plateau. Now, I think it's really important not to read too much into this, because it's early days. We're not out of the woods, we're very much in the woods, and it's really important that we keep complying with those instructions. But as you can see, the number of infections is not rising as rapidly as it was. So green shoots, but only green shoots, and we must not be complacent and we must not take our foot off the pedal. Now, if infections fall, as the next chart shows, that will also translate into fewer hospital admissions. Hospital admissions typically occur a week or two after an infection. And remember, for the vast majority of people, COVID-19 is a mild flu-like illness, a heavy cold. But for a small percentage of people, hospitalisation is required. Now, you can see here that the rate of hospitalisation has been increasing. And we would expect that at this stage in the epidemic. But if those infections start to drop, then in the next few weeks, our hope is that the number of hospitalisations will also start to reduce. Now, the good news here is that that line is not going up very steeply, but it is still rising. We're not out of the woods. We need to keep our foot on the pedal. And as you can see there, around a third of the hospital admissions are in London because, as we have said and as we know, the infection is spreading more rapidly in London, and London is a bit ahead of the rest of the country in terms of this epidemic. Now, as the next chart shows, hospitalisation, unfortunately, some people who are hospitalised do die. Every death is tragic, and we absolutely need to avoid as many deaths as possible by all playing our part. So what we want to see over time is a reduction in the number of deaths. And you can see here a comparison of deaths in different countries, and you can see maybe in the very light line in the middle that China over time has flattened that particular line. In other words, the number of deaths have reduced. And so if we reduce the number of infections, we will reduce the number of hospitalizations, and we will reduce the number of deaths. Maybe some green shoots, but the last thing I would want is a message to anybody that this is a time to take our foot off the pedal, to not comply with the instructions, because this is not a short haul. As we said, this is going to take time, and it's important that we all stick with it. Everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll now go to our colleagues in the media to ask a series of questions. And first we turn to Hugh Pym of the BBC. Hugh.
Thank you. Many NHS staff are saying that testing for them is not obviously available in their places of work now or somewhere accessible, even after pledges made by officials and ministers in recent weeks it was a priority. What do you say to them?
Well, Hugh, we want to increase the number of tests. We are increasing the number of tests. I mentioned earlier that one of the constraints on our capacity to increase testing overall is supply of the specific reagents, the specific chemicals that are needed in order to make sure that tests are reliable. It's also the case, as I'm sure you're aware, that we've been working with the private sector and with academics, and Boots, for example, have increased the number of drive-in centres for NHS and frontline workers to be tested. But I'll hand over to Stephen first of all.
So you're absolutely right, Hugh. It's absolutely crucial that NHS staff are testing. And as I've said before, that's for two reasons. One, because those who are self-isolating because they have symptoms or are in household quarantine because one of their household has symptoms, they may not have this virus. It's still possible that they have another cold-like illness. And if we know that they test negative or their relative test negative, then we can bring them back to work. And that's important, obviously, at a time when the NHS is under pressure. And then secondly, if they have had the virus, then it is likely that once they get over the infection, they will be immune, and that's really important to know as they come back to work. So I'm really pleased to say that as testing ramps up, it is producing the capacity to increase our testing of staff. We wrote to all NHS trusts on Sunday to ask them to start to produce lists of the staff that are most key and that they would want to test first, or the households that they would want to test. And they are already doing that, and we are beginning to ramp up the testing of staff exactly as Sir Simon Stevens promised on Friday when he was here.
Thank you, Steve. Jenny.
Just to add to those comments, I think you will know that we've been, as Stephen said, ramping up the capacity within the NHS, and we're heading towards 25,000 on that. I think we're up to about 12,700, so that's a steady increase over the last few days. So that represents additional capacity there, as we've just mentioned. But there is, of course, another element to this, which is if you are an ill member of staff, you do not want to be going into your hospital to be tested. We want you to stay away. And the really positive development there would be to ensure that our postal testing system is operational, because that will be much easier both for the staff that we would like to offer that to, and in due course to other frontline workers, and then potentially onto the public. And that testing is ongoing, a bit like the reagents thing. You have to make sure that the time period of the postal sample doesn't allow for the virus to degrade as it goes through, or we'll end up with an inaccurate test. But there is a lot of testing going on for that at the moment, and that will be, I think, a really helpful practical mechanism for NHS staff to use.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I'll turn now to Robert Peston from ITV. Robert.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. 3 weeks or a week ago, when the Prime Minister introduced those restrictions on our freedom of movement, he said it would take 3 weeks for us to know whether those restrictions would allow the NHS to cope. Stephen has talked today about green shoots. Does that mean that you are more confident than you were that the NHS will cope? And could you just give us a sense of the data that gives you that confidence, if you are a bit more confident? And a couple of other quick things. Every day we're deluged with statistics about how much protective equipment is in the system, but equally every day doctors come to me and they say they don't feel protected. They are not getting the equipment. Why is there that mismatch between the volume of equipment and it actually getting to people? And then finally, even if the NHS is better able to cope than perhaps we feared a few days ago, there are still record numbers of deaths in hospitals in a short space of time. Are you expecting to give any new guidance to doctors about when it's appropriate to send somebody home to die because they are so frail that the prospect of surviving in hospital is slim, and it is probably better for them and their families that they die with their loved ones?
Thank you, Robert. Let me try and answer in part at least the first two questions, and then I'll ask Stephen and Jenny to come in. Stephen is right. There are some signs as a result of people observing social distancing that we may be able to flatten the spread of infection, but now is absolutely not the time for people to imagine that there can be any relaxation or slackening. This is a hopeful sign, but we must be, as Stephen pointed out, wary of over-interpreting any individual day's data. We must ensure that we maintain this united national effort in order to keep people safe. That's the first thing. So I just wanted to emphasize, as Stephen did, that people's efforts, people's sacrifices are worth it. They are making a difference, but we must not let up. On your point about personal protective equipment, we know that just yesterday, hundreds of thousands of aprons, eye protectors, respiratory masks, surgical masks and gloves reached the front line, and there is a 24-hour helpline. If any frontline NHS worker is concerned about not having the PPE equipment that they need, they can call in order to make sure that PPE equipment can be delivered. But I'll hand over to Stephen to say a little bit more, and then to Jenny. Stephen.
So I honestly think it's too early to tell at the moment, and I very specifically used the term green shoots because they are just green shoots, and winter could come and those green shoots could turn out to be not the hopeful green shoots that we thought they might be. But I think the next week or two will be critical as we move through. As I said in those charts, there are signs, Sir Patrick Vallance said yesterday, that transmission in the community is reducing. That's exactly what we would expect if the public comply with the measures to reduce social contact. But there is a lag, as I described, before we see that in the number of hospital admissions and then in the number of deaths. So I think the next week or two are going to be critical, but this is a start of a battle. We can stop this virus, but we're at the start, and we mustn't let go of the measures and let go of everything that we're doing. We have to keep the foot on the pedal, as I said, no complacency. I want to encourage the public that they are playing their part, but I don't want to give the message that we need to do anything other than maintain our compliance with the instructions. Everybody needs to do that because that is the only way that we will get through this.
Thank you, Stephen. Jenny, I don't know if you want to address Robert's third question, the sensitive question, obviously, about...
I can do... I'm happy to start on that one, and also I was going to contribute on the PPE question, which I might start with, and if that's okay. So I think if your question was quite interesting, actually, because the way that you posed it around personal protective equipment was very much about were people getting it and how did they feel about it? And I think that is actually really critical. So I think the first thing to say is the UK has always had sufficient stocks to date that it needs against its guidelines, and those guidelines are amongst the best in the world. The WHO actually produced a statement at the weekend very much supporting our guidance on that, It's equivalent to Australia, Canada. It's supported by the European Society of Intensive Care and the Society of Critical Care Medicine. So there is a strong evidence base around what we recommend. I think there has been a lot of concern in the system about whether our guidance differed in any way, and we are continuously reviewing that to the extent that we have asked the Health and Safety Executive to have a look, and they have produced some very positive guidance on that. And equally, there was a report by Tricia Greenhalgh around face masks, which was also very supportive of the position we have. So we are continuously checking. I think one of the issues and I have to admit, I stood here, I think, about 10 days ago and said, very probably optimistically now in the past, we've solved the PPE position. So my apologies, because 48 hours later, I think, our distribution issue had popped back in again. And so the distribution element has been a little bit tricky at times, and we have now taken a whole strand of the logistics, including with the Army support actually, out, so that we are developing a UK position on that stock and distribution flow. And the underlying critical point about this is that the PPE should go to match where the critical clinical risk is. So that doesn't matter whether you are a consultant in an A&E department or a domiciliary care worker looking after a resident at home. You may not have the same PPE. In fact, I would expect you not to have, but the PPE that you have is proportionate to the risk exposure that you have. That's really important. So it doesn't matter where you are in the system. So I think there have been some distribution issues. We're developing an e-system, so that will make it much easier for example, for care homes to have that. But then I think I wanted also to address the second point, which is actually how people feel. So Steve and I almost certainly have colleagues, friends, family working on the front line and are very attuned to how it feels. Just as it does for the rest of the public, this can feel quite frightening at the moment, and if you are continuously seeing patients coming through the door, that is particularly the case. So we're very attuned to this, and what we have been doing over the last few days is reviewing our guidance to see if, although we're quite satisfied with the technical basis of it, if we can make some small tweaks, if you like, to ensure that people feel safer in what they're doing, and we're addressing that over the current period.
Thank you, Jenny. Did you want to address Robert's point about or Steve?
Yes.
End-of-life care is obviously incredibly important. And I think one of the aims that we have tried to maintain throughout this, by increasing the capacity of the NHS and also suppressing the virus and reducing the demand on the NHS, is to ensure that clinicians, doctors, nurses can manage patients as they always do. And manage end-of-life as they always do. So I would expect end-of-life care to be just as good as it is in normal times, and I know that's something that our clinicians and hospitals and other healthcare facilities are thinking about very carefully. Clearly, with the additional impact of the virus, this particular virus, we do need to think carefully about when people are discharged from hospital, if they have had COVID, and so we have issued specific guidance to assist in that discharge, for instance, discharging into care homes. So we've taken account of the fact that over and above our normal procedures, we need to take account that we have a new infectious disease.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And I want to turn to Charlotte Ivers of Talk Radio. Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Gove. Germany and South Korea have been held up as examples of how to get this right. How would you all describe the UK's response relative to that, better or worse? And if I may, Mr. Gove, can we expect to see tax rises in the next couple of years after all of this is over?
Well, thank you, Charlotte. We learn from other countries. We collaborate with other countries, and I think that it's certainly the case that different countries with different healthcare systems have approached dealing with the virus in overlapping complementary ways. I think that one of the things I would say, just observing it, is that the NHS has formidable resources and advantages. The dedication of our staff, the fact that we can stand up a new hospital like NHS Nightingale so quickly, and the quality of the data and the scientific input that I see when I observe the work of dedicated NHS professionals and scientists, well, I'm in awe of it. So I think that we should be, all of us, grateful that we have the NHS and that we have the academic excellence that underpins it. But of course, we can and are learning from other nations in their approach to dealing with the virus. On the question of the economic choices for the future, I think the most important thing to understand is that the Chancellor has taken steps in order to ensure that we can put our arms around workers in order to ensure that they can feel confident about their future. That's the best way of making sure that more people are kept on by employers, that the economy can grow again in the future, and that the mixture of different instruments at the Chancellor's disposal, including borrowing, are there in order to ensure that we can see future economic growth. Tax decisions in the future will be a matter for the Prime Minister and for the Chancellor. But on international comparisons, I don't know, Stephen, if there's anything more you want to add?
Yes, so I think there's a few points about international comparisons. So firstly, there are differences between countries in how the virus has come to light. So in some countries, for instance, Italy, where in northern Italy there was a very concentrated spread of the virus in a particular part of the country. So countries have responded in different ways, and the virus has emerged in different ways. And we can learn from that, but it's not the virus has not made it manifest itself in exactly the same way in every country. A second point, as Michael has said, is that different countries have different health systems, and in fact one of the great strengths of the NHS means that we are in a position to coordinate care very well. So, for instance, in London at the moment, which is the part of the country under most pressure, hospitals can support each other. It is possible to move equipment, it's possible to move patients very easily. And that's because we have an integrated whole country health service that is very used to doing that and can work together very quickly. But the final point I'd like to make is you do see differences in approaches between countries, but the fundamental science underneath this and the fundamental objective of all the approaches is to reduce the transmission rate. So everything that you see in every country, including all the measures here, are designed to reduce the transmission rate. It's very simple maths. If one person infects two people, and those two people another two, then the virus increases at a very fast exponential rate. If we avoid contact with each other, and for instance, for every two people, one person is infected, then it will very rapidly decline. And that is the fundamental approach that every country is taking in the measures that they take. So you may see subtlety in the difference of the exact measures, but the objective is exactly the same, to reduce the spread of the virus.
Thank you. Jenny.
So just adding a little bit of detail to that, perhaps, on the epidemiology. I think you were mentioning South Korea and Germany. So South Korea was a very particular example in a way, in the sense that it had a very significant outbreak in two locations. And in fact, the way that it deals with that has been the same that we would deal, for example, with an outbreak in a care home. We are still very much contact tracing in detail those outbreaks to contain them. It was a very unusual event. I think they have had 162 deaths for 9,786 cases, and that's probably not too dissimilar a balance to the UK figures actually at the moment, but I'll come back to that. Germany is very interesting. They've had 62,285 confirmed cases, 590 overnight, but significantly fewer deaths at the moment. But I think what I wanted to use this example for is just to show how difficult it is to compare countries, because in the German testing system, the proportion of the population that have been tested is considerably skewed towards the younger end. Now, in due course, it's very likely that older people will come through their system as well. And we really need to, we will not be able to answer this question, to be honest, until right at the end of the outbreak. If we look back in a year's time, we will be able to compare who we tested, what the demographic of the population was, how many people of what age, the different geographies and the different testing principles. But it is not possible to do that at the moment. But I think just to reassure viewers, we have looked particularly, we always want to learn from other countries, and a colleague of mine has spoken directly with the epidemiologist at the Robert Koch Institute in Germany to ensure that we are, as Stephen has said, using comparable techniques and that we're not missing anything that we could be applying here.
Thank you, Charlotte. We'll turn now to Jason Groves of the Daily Mail. Jason.
Thank you. The rise in the death toll today is shocking. Can you give us any idea of when the peak might come and how much worse that death toll might get in the meantime? And on testing, you all seem to agree that we need more testing. You've said there's a global problem, but Germany's testing 70,000 a day. We're struggling to test 10,000 a day. Why are we doing so badly? And do we ultimately want to move to a system of community testing so that we can actually get out of this lockdown situation?
Thank you, Jason. You're absolutely right. The increase in the number of deaths is deeply shocking, disturbing, moving. And that's one of the reasons why, as Stephen pointed out earlier, it's so important that people maintain the social distancing measures in order to improve and increase the resilience of the NHS and to slow the spread of the disease. We've been asked before when the peak will come. Well, there's not a fixed moment in time. There's not a fixed date like Easter when you know that the peak will come. It depends on the actions of all of us. We can delay that peak. We can flatten the curve through our own particular actions. And on testing, it is important, you are absolutely right, that we increase the number of tests, and that's why the international work that the Prime Minister and the Health Secretary are leading is so important. But I'll just ask Stephen and Jenny to say a little bit about some of the testing comparisons which may or may not be valid and some of them which are perhaps more illuminating. Stephen.
So maybe on the deaths. So deaths numbers will vary from day to day, and I think what's important is to look over a number of days rather than from one day to the next. For instance, over the last few days we've seen a decrease. So I think it's important to look at a series of days rather than an individual day. But as I said earlier, the sequence of progress that we will make here is that we will likely see a reduction in the number of infections first, followed by a reduction in the number of hospitalizations, probably a week or two later, and then finally a reduction in the number of deaths, because that clearly is a sequence: infection, hospitalization, and then, unfortunately, for some, death. So I expect that we will still see, unfortunately, a rise in deaths because that is the measure that, unfortunately, we will turn around last. So, as I said earlier, on the infections and on the rate of transmission, green shoots, but those green shoots will take a while, if they persist, to translate into reduction in hospital admissions and deaths. And I think maybe Jenny can take the testing question.
So I think the important thing is we want to be testing where it is useful. Otherwise it's a wasted effort, and we definitely want to be doing more testing. But you mentioned community testing. We have excellent community testing in this country. That's how we manage normal outbreaks, and we're very successful and internationally renowned for that. And we have applied community testing very robustly and containment during the containment phase. And I know this can be quite difficult for people to understand when you say you're switching to a different mechanism. It's not that we are not testing. What we're doing is focusing on using testing for clinical care as a priority, which I think people understand completely, and then secondly around getting our frontline workers and actually then everybody back into safe work. At the moment, if you were a member of the public and you tested positive, you would not be taking any different action to the action that we are asking you to do currently. If we send a clinical team out to test you at your home, we will be using capacity we could be using in the health service. But the test that I referred to in an earlier question around a postal test, which we are trying to ensure is a robust test to use, would be extremely useful both for our health service workers, getting families back running again from their isolation, and to understand the epidemiology of the disease. But I think we also need to be back on this, it's the have you got it and have you had it test, because the have you had it test is actually the secret to your answer about the lockdown element. If we know how many people have already had it, we will understand the proportion of the population that could still get it, and that gives us the clue to a number of things. For example, if we are able to develop vaccines going forward, we would know how many people we needed to to immunise, if we are going to take lockdown measures off, we can model to say, actually, we know this proportion of the population is still likely to get the disease. So what happens to our second spike, potentially, if we take them off? So those tests are just as important. And at the moment, we have started a number of tests at the Public Health England facility is one, and then other scientists working in testing cohorts of people, groups of people, which are age specified, if you like, so that we can start to get a good idea of how many people in the population have had it, and then extrapolate that number out. So we get a picture for the whole country. So that actually is more of a clue in many ways to managing the end of the outbreak and when we can take the locks off.
Thank you very much, Jenny. We'll now turn to Hugo Guy from the Eye. Hugo.
Thank you. Professor Powis, can you give us any more information about the NHS's critical care capacity? Are there any figures available about on to what extent that capacity has been filled so far, to what extent that capacity will be filled? Do we still expect that demand will stay within the NHS's capacity? And are there any issues on specifically the question of how quickly people can come out of intensive care once they go in? Are we still satisfied that all those figures all those models are working in the right way so that the NHS can stay within capacity throughout the whole outbreak?
Thank you, Hugo. Stephen.
Yes, so as I said earlier, our plan is to increase capacity, and in particular to increase capacity of beds that can be used for patients, for individuals who need to be ventilated. So that is put on a ventilator machine to support their breathing. And that is what we've been doing over the last month or so, and that is what we will continue to do. So if I give you London as an example, because London is the part of the country that is most under pressure at the moment, typically we have around 700 critical care beds in London, and our first surge has been to double those up to 1,400. So we are increasing every day. We are well above 1,000 now. We haven't reached that surge capacity within the hospitals of 1,400. And the number of people on critical care in London is still below that number. Now, of course, we have patients on intensive care, critical care units who have conditions other than COVID-19, and it's important that we maintain, and we are maintaining, the beds for those patients, although as we have stepped down elective surgery, that also gives us more capacity, because in complex elective surgery, people can require intensive care beds. So as I said a few days ago, and it is still the case, the pressure is building on London. We are seeing increases every day, but we still have headroom and we still have surge capacity to move into. And of course, the Nightingale Hospital in East London is an additional facility where we have built additional beds that can be used for ventilated patients. That will be ready to come on stream later in the week, should we need to surge out of our hospitals into the into the NHS Nightingale. And as you know, we have plans in Birmingham and Manchester for a similar model, but the rest of the country is a little bit further behind. So we are within capacity. Pressure is building. If the measures that we have implemented work, as I said earlier, then that will start to relieve the pressure, which is why it's so important we all keep to them.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And we'll turn now to Torquil Crichton from the Daily Record. Torquil.
Hello, Mr. Gove. Mr. Gove, you talked about reducing contact as ministers do every day, but at the Daily Record we get reports every day from employees being asked to turn up for work at what most people would consider non-essential industries. This isn't just a London problem. In Scotland, trade unions report construction and maintenance, road maintenance continues. Insurance call centres tell their staff their work is essential. We even have defence contractors continuing to build precision-guided weaponry, hardly life-saving industries. As the First Minister said today, we can rebuild the economy, but we can't bring back lives. So why are we continuing to risk lives and the health of frontline staff by allowing people to go to non-essential jobs? Isn't it time for new guidelines on who should and who shouldn't be at work? And one for Jenny Harris, perhaps. Last week, we had a healthy 21-year-old succumb to coronavirus, and today, sadly, we heard of the death of a 19-year-old, apparently with no underlying health problems. Are young people wrong to think that coronavirus is just something that affects old people?
Thank you, Torkel. I appreciate that when people are considering decisions about going to work, the one thing that they want to do is to know, am I doing the right thing? Well, we've stressed that wherever possible, people should work at home. Now, that's easier in some jobs, careers and professions than others. But there are people who are going to work in construction and in manufacturing and in food production and supply who are contributing to making sure that the broader health and well-being of the nation is maintained. There's clear guidance on the importance of social distancing. If it is the case that any employee feels that, for example, their work in a call centre, which can often be vital to making sure that services are provided, is not consistent with Public Health England or other social distancing guidelines, I hope they'd get in touch with me and indeed with your excellent newspaper so we can point out to their employers the vital importance of making sure that people are kept safe at work. There are some roles which require people to work in the workplace, in manufacturing and elsewhere, but social distancing rules should be followed wherever possible, and no one should feel that they're unsafe at work. And I'd also say that trade unions have an important role to play here in making sure that employers are aware of their responsibilities and obligations as well. But Jenny.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, how sad is it that two very young people at the start of their lives have lost their life, and I'm sure that has come as a huge shock to their families. I think we have been clear that although what we know about this disease is that in general younger people are not having significant severe illness, it is the case, very sadly, and it is actually the case with flu, for example, although we perhaps don't communicate that frequently, that young people can still be affected. I think in some of the, and I don't wish to put an ageist picture on this at all, but I think because when you're younger, you tend not to think of death, dying, and that it's not something which is part of your usual consideration, it is quite easy perhaps to not think of yourself as a part of the risk or part of the affected group. And so they are really sad reminders that it doesn't matter what age you are, you should be staying at home and observing all the social distancing measures that we have highlighted. And obviously for anybody, regardless of age, if you are ill or if you're self-isolating and you don't start getting better after a few days, then you do need to consult the medical services, dial 111 or 999 as an emergency.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I'd like to thank Jenny and Stephen very much indeed for joining me. Thank you all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Very comfortable here, a lot of room, and we appreciate you being here. Yesterday I announced that we would be extending our social distance guidelines through the end of April. This is based on modeling that shows the peak in fatalities will not arrive for another 2 weeks. The same modeling also shows that by very vigorously following these guidelines, we could save more than 1 million American lives. Think of that, 1 million American lives. Our future is in our own hands, and the choices and sacrifices we make will determine the fate of this virus and really the fate of our victory. We will have a great victory. We have no other choice. Every one of us has a role to play in winning this war. Every citizen, family, and business can make the difference in stopping the virus. This is our shared patriotic duty. Challenging times are ahead for the next 30 days, and this is a very vital 30 days. We're sort of putting it all on the line, this 30 days, so important because we have to get back. But the more we dedicate ourselves today, the more quickly we will emerge on the other side of the crisis, and that's the time we're waiting for. The more we commit ourselves now, the sooner we can win the fight and return to our lives, and they will be great lives, maybe better than ever. Today we reached a historic milestone in our war against the coronavirus. Over 1 million Americans have now been tested, more than any other country by far, not even close, and tested accurately. And I think what I'd like to do is ask Secretary Azar, who's done a fantastic job, to come up and just say a few words about the fact that we reached substantially now more than 1 million tests. Please. Thank you, Alex.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership in marshaling all the resources that we have for this unprecedented testing effort. And thank you, Mr. Vice President, for leading a whole-of-economy approach to testing. As the President mentioned today, the United States hit more than 1 million samples tested, a number that no other country has reached. We're now testing nearly 100,000 samples a day, also a level that no other country has reached. I want to thank every partner that has been involved in this effort. That includes all of the men and women of the FDA and the CDC, including Director Redfield and Commissioner Hahn. Together, the FDA and CDC have worked to balance the need for testing on an aggressive scale with the scientific rigor that Americans expect. Working with our testing coordinator, Admiral Giroir, they have now truly unleashed the ingenuity of the private sector and our state and local leaders, the centerpieces of America's historic approach to testing. I want to thank those state and local leaders who've used their on-the-ground resources and knowledge to lead testing and make it much more easily accessible to the Americans who need it. I'm also grateful to FEMA, with whom we're now working closely to get state and local partners what they need. I also want to thank CMS, where Administrator Verma has given healthcare providers unprecedented flexibility to scale up capacity for testing and treatment and has ensured that tests will be paid for. Finally, we would not be where we are today without the many American companies, entrepreneurs, and scientists who have worked day and night to develop, as of today, 20 different emergency testing options. With the FDA responding to requests for authorization typically within 24 hours, the number of options is growing nearly every day. FDA has also opened up new options for using the available tests, like self-swabbing, and new options for reagents. I also want to thank FDA and other components of HHS for incredibly rapid action on other tools that we need. This weekend, we actually worked to secure 30 million tablets from Sandoz and 1 million tablets from Bayer of hydroxychloroquine and chloroquine, which are potential COVID-19 treatments, and we authorized Battelle's new decontamination machines, which can each sterilize thousands of essential N95 masks for reuse every day. So thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership, and thank you to everybody who's played a part in getting us where we are today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Hahn to come up, FDA, because we have some really good stuff. First of all, the numbers have been incredible on testing, but in the days ahead, we're going to go even faster, and we have something from Abbott Labs, which is right here, and that's a 5-minute test, highly accurate. And I maybe can show that as we listen to our FDA commissioner, the job he's done, and the approval process. We talked about the chloroquine and the hydroxychloroquine just now. I thought that I'd mention it, but Alex has already done that. But we have that now under test with 1,100 people in New York, and it was only the fast approval by FDA that allowed us to do that. It was a really rapid approval. And Doctor, please say a few words, and this is the first one on the line of the 5-minute test from Abbott.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for your leadership of the task force. I'm very proud of FDA staff's work in the last few months to expedite the availability of testing in this country. I'm also incredibly appreciative of private industry's ingenuity and willingness to work with us quickly to develop and distribute those tests. We've had a substantial addition to testing with the authorization of point-of-care tests, especially the Abbott point-of-care test, which the President has pulled out of the box. A point-of-care test is a test that gives you a result where you're getting care. This is truly a patient-centered approach, whether it's the doctor's office, a hospital, an emergency room, an urgent care center, or a drive-by testing site. Just like tests for flu or strep, where you go to the doctor so you get the test done, you can get an answer within minutes of having this test done. Now, with those tests being approved for Abbott and for others, these are available around the country. They're planning to scale up the number of tests that can be put out throughout the country over the next month, and patients can get the answer within as little as 15 to 5 minutes. And then, of course, an appropriate plan of treatment can be given. We at FDA are working quickly with Abbott as well on other testing approaches, and normally these tests take months to develop. I was on the phone today with the Abbott CEO. He told me that normally this is a 9 to 12 month approach to developing a point-of-care test. They did this in collaboration with FDA and U.S. government within weeks. Abbott has shared that they will be delivering these tests tomorrow, and then we'll be ramping up. Just to emphasize one thing, the most innovative and safe products come from the private sector in partnership with government, taking an all-hands-on-deck approach, just like in this case. And the other point here is that Abbott and FDA worked together to make sure that we had a fast, reliable, and accurate test to market. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Great job, too. Really great job. Thank you, Steve. So, the pharmaceutical company, Sandoz, has been working with us very closely. And as Alex mentioned a little bit, 30 million doses of the hydroxychloroquine to the United States government has been given. And Bayer has donated 1 million doses of the chloroquine, which will soon be distributed to states and state health officials around the country. Teva Pharmaceuticals is also donating 6 million doses of hydroxychloroquine to U.S. hospitals, 6 million doses. So the private sector, as you'd say, Steve, it's been amazing what's happened, really amazing. And we're going to introduce you to some of the greatest business executives in the world today, no matter where you go. And they're going to say a little bit about what they're doing. And then we have so many more. The FDA has also authorized the Batil's N95 respirator mask sterilization kits. It's an incredible thing. I've been asking, why are we throwing these masks away? You look at some of these masks and they're significant pieces of equipment, and I say, how come you throw them away? Why aren't they using sterilization techniques? And I got a call from Mike DeWine, the governor of Ohio, and he's a tremendous guy, tremendous governor, and he said, we have a company named Batil, and they're having a hard time getting approval from the FDA, and I called up Dr. Hahn, and within a very short period of time, they got the approval. Steve, we really appreciate it. I want to thank Mike, and I want to thank Steve, and they're going to be able, each machine now can disinfect 120,000 masks per day. Now think of that. Each machine can disinfect 120,000 masks per day. It'll be just like a new one. It can go up to about 20 times for each mask. So each mask can go through this process 20 times. And they have 2 in Ohio, 1 in New York, and 1 will soon be shipped to Seattle, Washington, and also to Washington, D.C. So that's going to make a tremendous difference on the masks. This morning I spoke to our nation's governors to help each state get the medical supplies they need. And yesterday, Vice President Mike Pence asked our nation's hospitals to begin reporting total bed capacity ICU bed capacity, ventilator capacity, and vital medical supply levels on a daily basis. And Mike, thank you for the great job. Thank you very much. In New York, the 2,900 bed hospital under construction, which is now completed. They completed it in 3 days, you might say 3.5 days, at the Javits Center. Will be completed today. And when you look, so they're going up. I think we're going to be adding some more beds, which will be completed today. And we've opened up, whoops, there goes our box. And my hair's blowing around, and it's mine. The one thing you can't get away with, if it's not yours, you got a problem if you're president. And nearly 3,000 medical beds will become operational. The U.S. Navy ship Comfort also arrived today, equipped with 12 operating rooms and 1,000 hospital beds. Work has begun on additional temporary hospital sites, including a 600-bed capacity nursing home facility in Brooklyn and numerous floors of a high-rise building on Wall Street. So it's been really pretty amazing what they've done. The Army Corps of Engineers, what they've done, they just completed, think of it, a 2,900-bed hospital in New York in just about 3 days, maybe 4 days. And the whole city's talking about it. On top of that, we floated in a great ship, which is going to be 1,000 rooms, which is being used for patients outside of what we're focused on, and that will free up a lot of rooms for what we're focused on. So it's been great. The Army Corps of Engineers has awarded contracts for the construction of alternate care facilities also at the State University at Stony Brook, State University Old Westbury, and the Westchester Community Center. We're sending 60 ambulances to New York City today. We have a total of 60. We're getting some additional ones, with up to 190 more to follow at different locations. To date, FEMA has obligated more than $1.3 billion in federal support to the state of New York. So we're spending a lot of money in New York. It's a hotbed. There's no question about it. And we're spending a lot of time, effort on New York, New Jersey. Spoke with Governor Cuomo a lot. Spoke with Governor Murphy a lot in New Jersey. And we're really getting the job done. People are very impressed, and I'm very impressed by the people in FEMA, the people in the Army Corps of Engineers, because what they've done, I've never seen anybody do anything like it. In addition to the 8,100 ventilators that we've already delivered over the next 48 hours, we're delivering more than 1,000. We're going 400 ventilators are going to Michigan very shortly, 300 going to New Jersey, 150 ventilators to Illinois, 150 to Louisiana, and 50 to Connecticut. FEMA and HHS already delivered 11.6 million N95 respirators, 26 million surgical masks, 5.3 million face shields, 4.4 million surgical gowns, and 22 million gloves. And I don't know if you just saw, it just came over the wires that Ford just announced just a little while ago that they will produce, along with General Electric Healthcare, 50,000 ventilators, and they're going to be doing it in less than 100 days. And top of that, we have other companies that are doing ventilators, including General Motors. But we have 9 other companies doing ventilators. As we outpace what we need, we're going to be sending them to Italy. We're going to be sending them to France. We're going to be sending them to Spain, where they have tremendous problems, and other countries as we can. But the fact that we're doing so many so quickly is a tribute to our great companies. More than 14,000 National Guard members have been activated and can help supplement state and local efforts to distribute personal protective equipment, where we're sending a lot. We have plane loads coming in. We have 51 loads from various locations all around the world, and they're landing. We had our first big cargo plane land this morning. and we're getting it from all over the world, and we're also sending things that we don't need to other parts. I just spoke to the Prime Minister of Italy, and we have additional capacity. We have additional product that we don't need. We're going to be sending approximately $100 million worth of things, of surgical and medical and hospital things to Italy. And Giuseppe was very, very happy. I will tell you that they're having a very hard time. Joining us this afternoon are CEOs of the great American companies that are fulfilling their patriotic duty by producing or donating medical equipment to help meet our most urgent needs. What they're doing is incredible. And these are great companies. Darius Domchek of Honeywell, you know that. And Darius has been somebody that I've dealt with in the past, and he's a great leader of a great company. Deborah Waller of Jockey International. A friend of mine, Mike Lindell of My Pillow. Boy, do you sell those pillows? That's unbelievable what you do. David Taylor of Procter & Gamble, and Greg Hayes of United Technologies Corporation. And I just want to tell all of you that America is very grateful to you and what you've done. Amazing job you've done, and we thank you very much. I'd like you to come up and say a couple of words, if you might, about your companies. Mike, come on up. Come on up, fellas, please. Come on up. You have to say what you're doing because it's been really incredible. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay, well, My Pillow is a U.S. vertically integrated company which has been forced to adjust to the changing business environment as a result of the pandemic. My Pillow is uniquely positioned as a U.S. company that functions as a manufacturer, logistics management distributor, and direct-to-consumer. Given our current business lines, we are experiencing the effects of this pandemic firsthand. But My Pillow is done. We've established an internal task force which is monitoring future needs of companies across the country as a result of this pandemic. And given our position, we've begun to research and develop new protocols to address the current and future needs of U.S. businesses across multiple sectors. How companies are going to prepare themselves when they once again open up and changes to their current operations in order to adjust to future threats and pandemics. My Pillow has designated some of its call center to help U.S. companies navigate the many issues that resulted from this pandemic. We've dedicated 75% of my manufacturing to produce cotton face masks. In 3 days, I was up to 10,000 a day. By Friday, I want to be up to 50,000 a day. I'm proud to manufacture our products in the United States, and I'm even more proud to be able to serve our nation in this great time of need. Thank you, Mr. President, for your call to action, which has empowered companies like My Pillow to help our nation win this invisible war. Now I wrote something off the cuff, if I can read this. Okay. God gave us grace on November 8, 2016, to change the course we were on. God had been taken out of our schools and lives. A nation had turned its back on God. And I encourage you to use this time at home to get back in the Word, read our Bibles, and spend time with our families. Our president gave us so much hope where just a few short months ago, we had the best economy, the lowest unemployment, and wages going up. It was amazing. With our great president, vice president, and this administration, and all the great people in this country praying daily, we will get through this and get back to a place that's stronger and safer than ever.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. Please come on up. I did not know he was going to do that, but he's a friend of mine, and I do appreciate it. Thank you, Mike, very much. Please.
First of all, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the entire administration, and all the agencies, thank you for your strong leadership during this time of crisis. It is noticed, and it's making a difference. Second of all, I'd like to say a big thank you to all the healthcare workers out there. You're putting yourself in harm's way every day, and we really respect what you're doing, and we couldn't be thankful enough for it. And I can tell you that more help's on the way. We as Honeywell, we're an industrial technology company. And one of the businesses that we're in, we protect the industrial worker. But what we're doing today is we're repurposing a lot of that equipment to serve the healthcare worker. A few days ago, we announced the startup of a new manufacturing facility in Rhode Island. We're going to be hiring 500 employees. We have already 200 on board, and we're going to be starting the production of N95 masks within the next 2 weeks. Furthermore, today we're announcing the startup of another manufacturing facility in Arizona. We're going to be hiring another 500 people, and we're going to be starting up production in that facility by the middle of May. So in total, we've doubled our production of N95 masks already. It's going to double again within the next 60 days, and then within the next 90 days, we're going to have 5x the capacity we do today. Furthermore, we're going to be providing other safety equipment to support all the efforts going on. Lastly, I'll say a big thank you to all the Honeywell employees, and also announce a $10 million fund for them, for all the hourly and administrative employees who are having a hard time during this time of crisis. Thank you, Mr. President.
Fantastic. Thank you. Normally I'd shake his hand, but we're not supposed to do that anymore. So that's okay. Great job. Thank you to Honeywell. Please go ahead, separate the stage.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President, on your guidance during this unprecedented time. And I'm very honored to be here today. Founded by a minister 144 years ago, Jockey International is a family-owned company headquartered in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Since 1876, we have been providing socks and underwear for generations of families. It is part of our DNA to roll up our sleeves and help our country in her time of need. During World War II, we made parachutes for the military. And today we are eager to serve this great country by providing support for the healthcare workers on the front lines of this fight. As the President and Vice President have said, it's a whole of America approach, and we are committed. Jockey has had a long-standing partnership with Encompass Group, headquartered in Georgia, serving the healthcare community. When we learned of the critical need for PPE, we knew we had to help. That meant restarting production on Tier 3 isolation gowns. Monumental lifting by Jockey, Encompass, FEMA, and the FDA was done in just a few days to be production ready. As a result, we expect to begin delivering 30,000 to 50,000 gowns per week, helping those that need it the most right now. In addition, this week, we are also donating 10,000 units of scrubs to the frontline doctors and nurses at the Javits Convention Center in New York City. We would not have been able to do this without the collaboration of the administration, representatives from the federal agencies, and Congressman Brian Stiles. Thank you very much, Mr. President and Mr. Vice President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for bringing us together today. I'm proud to be able to represent the men and women of Procter & Gamble who every day, 24 hours a day, are working to build and make essential cleaning products, hygiene products, and healthcare products for families everywhere. These include healthcare workers and for institutions that are serving those on the front line. P&G people are the faces of brands you know and trust. Brands like Tide, Pampers, Bounty, Charmin, Mr. Clean, and Vicks. In addition to making, packing, and shipping these essential items, they've worked together to transform our plants, to make things we've never made before, like hand sanitizers and facial masks. Some of these are already getting to national, state, and local agencies. Some of them are in the hospitals already. Everywhere around the world, P&G people are working every day to serve everybody, consumers, and they're working together to bring together the full capability of our research and development, our engineering, our manufacturing, and our communications capability to make sure we make a difference to the consumers we serve and to all the audience that we can make a difference to. I want to thank them, and I'm very grateful for what they do every day in service to others. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, for bringing us together today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Hayes from United Technologies. And on behalf of the 240,000 employees of United Technologies and the 70,000 employees at Raytheon, which will join together with UTC this Friday, I want to first of all say thank you to the President and the Vice President for your leadership during what is really a war. It is a different war than anybody has ever fought before, but it's a war that we're uniquely qualified to help. As one of the world's largest defense contractors and some of the best technology, we're using that technology to try and solve some real-world problems. Today, we're working with the Air Force to try and help pilots as they're moving medical evacuees with the COVID-19 virus such that they can be protected and that the patients can be protected. Again, we're working also with logistics, and if you think about a war, strategy is important, but logistics wins war. It's imperative, I think, with FEMA, along with Mr. Navarro's office, that we coordinate all of these activities. Last week, we donated about 90,000 pieces of personal protective equipment to FEMA. Next week, we'll have another almost million. Again, working through our supply chain partners around the world. We're also today, this week, beginning the manufacture of face shields. Using the additive technologies that we have and the machines that we have available within UTC, we'll be able to produce approximately 10,000 shields in the next 4 weeks. Again, all needed equipment. We stand ready to help in any way we can. We don't need the Defense Production Act to ask us to act. All of the people at UTC and Raytheon are focused on this war and winning it. Again, I also want to say thank you to all of our employees for their work during this crisis, as well as to the frontline medical and other first responders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, fantastic. Great company. Those are great companies. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Seema to come up and say a few words about what you're doing and what's happening and how positive it's been. I really appreciate it. Come on up, Seema. Burma.
Thank you, Mr. President. And let me start by saying I want to convey my deepest sympathies to those that have lost loved ones to the coronavirus. We're all thinking of you. Today is Doctors' Day, and even without it, I want to send a message of gratitude to the foot soldiers in this war, men and women that are providing care and comfort to Americans that have been affected by the virus. Your country is grateful. And in short, as the President has said, we are engaged in a war against an invisible enemy. In wartime, the assumptions of peacetime must be revisited and adjusted to meet the demands of the moment. And so under the President's leadership, CMS is waiving a wide and unprecedented range of regulatory requirements. Now, many healthcare systems won't need these waivers, and they shouldn't use them if they don't need them, but the flexibilities are there. In a time of crisis, regulations shouldn't stand in the way of patient care. And there are several components to our announcement today, but the first one is CMS's Hospitals Without Walls. And this is going to allow hospital systems to create new treatment sites outside of their facility to expand capacity and be able to safely separate patients that are infected with the coronavirus and those that are not. Now, FEMA is doing incredible work setting up temporary hospitals in New York and other areas. But under these waivers, we are empowering local communities to complement and augment the work of FEMA and allowing hospital systems to tap into the capacity that already exists in their communities, making use of dorms and hotels or gymnasiums, and allowing the main hospital to focus on those that need the most intensive care. There are surgery centers out there today that are delaying elective surgeries, and they may have excess capacity that could be devoted to hospital-like care. And we are also making changes to the Medicare program to facilitate testing. So some people that need a coronavirus test can't leave their home, or patients that are in a nursing home, and now we will pay for labs to go out to these locations and perform testing. And we're also expanding the workforce. We are taking action today to relax some of our regulations to allow hospitals to increase their workforce. And we're allowing a broad range of flexibilities so that we can let healthcare workers operate at the top of their license. And we are also allowing our hospitals to provide more support for our healthcare workers. Under today's regulations, they can only provide minimal support to healthcare workers, but now we're going to allow them to provide childcare, meals, laundry services. And then there's also telehealth. The President already directed a dramatic expansion of telehealth to our nation's 62 million seniors with Medicare, and we're so proud of all the healthcare providers and patients that have rapidly implemented telehealth. But today we're announcing that we're going to go even further, and we're going to be paying for doctors to make phone calls with their patients and provide care over the phone. And we're getting rid of long-standing barriers to telehealth in the Medicare program, allowing emergency rooms to use telehealth and eliminating requirements that some visits be provided face-to-face. And I also want to mention that on Saturday, the President directed CMS to offer advance payments for healthcare providers that are experiencing cash flow problems. We know that many providers are complying with our recommendations to delay non-essential elective surgeries, and they shouldn't be penalized for doing the right thing. Now, I've barely scratched the surface of all the flexibilities that we are offering healthcare workers and healthcare systems. These flexibilities will provide a lot of flexibility from regulations that are ill-suited to the unprecedented needs of this emergency. And doctors and nurses and other healthcare professionals that are working long hours and sacrificing times with their families and risking their lives will have the flexibility that they need to confront the needs of the coronavirus pandemic. And there are many heroes in this war, but I want to take an opportunity to thank the team at CMS. These folks have worked day and night. The flexibilities that are in this regulation, and any regulation, usually take CMS a year, but we did this in 2 weeks, and I couldn't be more honored and privileged to serve alongside these dedicated public servants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do a fantastic job, and you're doing a great job. So we are in the midst of something that is very difficult, but we are going to win. It's just a question of when. We want to do it as quickly as possible. We want to have as few deaths as possible. And we will meet again tomorrow for some statistics and some updates as to where we are, where we think we're going, and timing. I think timing is going to be very important because we have to get our country back. We have to get our country back to where it was and maybe beyond where it was, because we've learned so much. But we will have lost a lot of people. And in many ways, they're heroes. And if you look at what's happening with our medical professionals, it's a danger. They're warriors. Men and women are doing a job that the likes of which I don't think anyone's ever seen. I see them coming out of planes today, going into New York, going into the most dangerous locations, dangerous areas, and they go in there and they just want to do the job. And you see the numbers like I see the numbers. I have some friends that are unbelievably sick. We thought they were going in for a mild stay, and in one case, he's unconscious in a coma. And you say, how did that happen? So I just want to thank all of the great professionals, men and women, doctors and nurses and paramedics and first responders and law enforcement. By the way, if you look at New York and you see how the effect that that's had on law enforcement, it's been incredible. These are great people. Firefighters, great people. They're helping in so many different ways. So thank you very much. And if you'd like, we'll take a few questions. John, please.
Yesterday, you said that you would be extending the guidelines through the end of April and that you'd be giving us specifics tomorrow. Do you expect that the guidelines will just carry on the guidelines that have been in place now for 15 days? Could there potentially be some modification? Also, you have some travel restrictions that come up for reconsideration. The one from the EU on April 13th, Canada, U.S., Mexico border on April the 21st. What will happen with all of that?
They'll be staying, and we may add a few more, but the guidelines will be very much as they are, maybe even toughened up a little bit. But they're having a big impact. They're having a tremendous impact, and we're starting to see it. And that's the key. We're starting to see the impact that they're having.
And if I could ask you to, you talked about Ford now ramping up production of ventilators. The government is sending thousands of ventilators across the country. Clearly the supply is increasing, but when you look at the production curve against the hospitalization curve, can you guarantee that everyone who needs a ventilator in the next few weeks will be able to get one?
Well, I think that some are ramping up to a level that they're not going to have to, John, and I think that we also have kept in reserve. We have almost 10,000 ventilators in our line. We have them. We've held back just because we did the stockpile. We didn't want to give them because we don't know where the emergency. It hits like so fast. It comes so quickly, and we have 10,000. We're probably going to send some of them now. We've been sending a lot to Michigan and various other states. We'll probably send some additional ones to Michigan. New York's been doing very well, but we can add some more to New York. We're adding them to the areas that are having a problem. Even Alabama all of a sudden flared up a little bit, as you saw over the last couple of days, and we'll send them down to Alabama. So we have 10,000. We kept them for this very specific purpose. It sounds like a lot, but it's not when you think about it. But we're making a lot, and when you see, you're talking about hundreds of thousands being made in a very short period of time, because if you look at what so we have now 10 companies at least making the ventilators. And we say go ahead because, honestly, other countries really, they'll never be able to do it. It's a very complex piece of equipment, and it's big and expensive.
So do you believe as we approach this peak in a couple of weeks that there will be enough for the American populace?
I do think so, yes. I do think so. I think we're going to be in very good shape. And we had a great call today with the governors, and I actually said, I hope that the media is listening to this call, because it was a really good call, and that was randomly selected, largely Democrats and Republicans, and I think for the most part they were saying thank you for doing a great job, and we discussed that at the end of the call. So it really, people are very happy with what we're doing. Now the circumstances are so terrible because of what's going on, but I think they're very impressed by the federal government. I watched that beautiful ship floating in today into, weeks ahead of schedule, almost 4 weeks ahead of schedule into New York Harbor, Comfort. And I watched the Mercy floating in to Los Angeles almost a week ago. And they are stocked. They are really ready to go. They're stocked with both talent and tremendous amounts of equipment. And the Navy and everybody else involved, they got it ready so fast. It's just incredible what they can do. They've geared up. That's why, I am so impressed by the people involved. Mike and I were talking about it before, the level of genius to put it all together so quickly. This wasn't a month ago. Nobody ever heard of this. Nobody had any idea. The Mercy was being maintained. It was in maintenance for a month. And when they heard we needed it, and I was surprised, they said, "Sir, we're ready to go." I said, "What do you mean you're not going to be ready for 3 weeks?" "No, sir, we're all ready to go." It was incredible. So, and we've had many instances like this. I think the building of the hospital, 2,900 beds in a matter of days, a few days, is just incredible. Governor Cuomo was impressed, and Gavin Newsom was impressed by what we've been doing with Gavin and California and Los Angeles area in particular, but really San Francisco, all over California. When you look at what we're doing with Michigan, we're getting along very well with Michigan. It's a great place. We're sending a lot of things to Michigan because that's becoming a hotbed, especially a specific area, as you know. It's become very hot. It's become, could even at some point supersede, but it's got to be taken care of. So we're the relationship we have with the governors, I just wish you could, because we took a lot of calls from a lot of different states, and I wish you could have heard. Even a thing where, like, the governor of Ohio calls, where he has a company that does the sterilization, but they have a problem because it's not going quickly at the FDA, and I call up Steve, and Steve comes in, and he said, we'll get it done, and they checked it, and they got it done almost immediately. And originally they were approving it for 10,000 masks, and then it was supposed to be for 80, and they ultimately approved it for 120,000. It's a tremendous number. And I kept wondering, why aren't they sterilizing these masks? I assume maybe you couldn't do it. But then I'd look at them, and they'd look like, it's not cloth. It's something that looks like it could be sterilized, and that's what they've done. And that's the machine that is over there, actually. They have a piece of the machine over there. I won't bother showing it to you. And this is incredible when you talk about 5 minutes, 15 minutes, and highly accurate, and not nearly as disturbing to do as the other tests. So we've just gotten better. We're doing things that nobody else ever thought of. Please.
The DMV has issued stay-at-home orders, but Governor Ralph Northam of Virginia took it pretty far. He issued a 70-day stay-at-home order. Is that constitutional, first off? And secondly, do you think it's warranted to go ahead and issue a 70-day guidance at this point?
Well, we're letting the governors do in their states pretty much what they want with our supervision, and they consult with us in all cases. Some go further than others, as you know. I mean, I could give you plenty of examples, but I'm not going to do that because we never want to be controversial. But some of the governors have taken it a step further, and people are questioning that. But look, staying at home with respect to what we're talking about doesn't bother me at all. People should be staying at home. That's what we want. OAN, please. OAN.
2,405 Americans have died from coronavirus in the last 60 days.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you have 2,369 children who are killed by their mothers through elective abortions each day. That's 16,500 children killed every week.
Yeah.
2 states have suspended elective abortion to make more resources available for coronavirus cases. That's Texas and Ohio. Do you agree with states who are placing coronavirus victims above elective abortions, and should more states be doing the same?
Well, I think what we're doing is we're trying to, as a group, governors, and that's Republicans and Democrats, we're just working together to solve this problem. That's been what you're mentioning has been going on for a long time, and it's a sad event, a lot of sad events in this country. But what we're doing is now we're working on the virus, we're working on that hidden enemy, and I think we're doing a great job on, as good a job as you could possibly do. When Tony and Deborah came up with numbers yesterday to say that if we did nothing, you could lose 2.2 up to 2 point, maybe beyond, I don't know, maybe beyond, but 2.2 million people if we did nothing. And I can't tell you what the unfortunate final toll is going to be, but it's going to be a very small fraction of that. So we're doing an awfully good job, I think, with what we're doing. Please, go ahead.
Ohio?
Please.
Are you considering at all a nationwide stay-at-home order? I know there's a lot of states that have put them in place, but some haven't. I'm just wondering if you were considering some sort of broad stay-at-home order. And then I have a question for Dr. Birx, too, if you don't mind.
Well, we've talked about it. We, there are some parts of the country that are in far deeper trouble than others. There are other parts that, frankly, are not in trouble at all. So hopefully, we're going to be able to keep it that way by doing what we're doing. So we talked about quarantine, as you know, the other day. A group came to me and they wanted to do the quarantine, and I said, let's think about it, and we did, and we studied it, and by the time the evening came, it just was something that was very unwieldy, very tough to enforce, and something we didn't want to do. But we did advisory, and I think that's doing well. I mean, I look at the streets. You look at New York, where I look down Fifth Avenue today. They were showing a shot of Fifth Avenue in sort of prime time, and there was almost nobody on Fifth Avenue. I've never seen that before. There was no car. There was no anything. So I think the people of this country have done an incredible job. If we do that, we will let you know, but it's pretty unlikely, I would think, at this time.
Can I ask a quick question for Dr. Birx
Yes.
also? So, Dr. Birx, if you don't mind, you had mentioned today that this model that predicts 100,000 deaths is if we do things almost perfectly. So I wanted to know, are we currently doing things almost perfectly, or are there more things we need to be doing to cap, to not exceed that 100,000, 200,000 model?
Please, come.
Thank you. I think that's a really great question. And tomorrow we'll go through all of the graphs and all the information that we took to the president for the decision. But and I just want to thank the data team that's working day and night to I usually get my data about 2 a.m. from them, and they assimilate all the data from all the states. And when you look at all of the states together, all of them are moving in exactly the same curves. And so that's why we really believe this needs to be federal guidance, so that every state understands that it may look like 2 cases today that become 20, that become 200, that become 2,000. And that's what we're trying to prevent. And I think states still have that opportunity, but they're going to have to do all of these these recommendations are recommendations that the globe is using. And so we really do recommend that every governor, every mayor looks very carefully and ensures that their communities are utilizing these guidance.
Thank you very much. Thanks. It is amazing. You look at Louisiana, and for a long time it was just staying at nothing. And then all of a sudden, I look one day and I see a lot, and a lot, and a lot, and then it explodes. And Now we're working very carefully and very powerfully with them. We're building hospitals, so we're building a lot of different things for Louisiana. So it's very important. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Has warned that this could be seasonal, cyclical virus. So, and maybe both of you could comment on this, and Dr. Birx as well. Are you prepared for this to strike again, say, in the fall? All the efforts that are taking place right now to contain this, to be proactive, and
we're prepared. I hope it doesn't happen. Doctor, would you like to say something about that? I hope it doesn't happen, but we're certainly prepared.
In fact, I would anticipate that that would actually happen because of the degree of transmissibility. However, if you come back in the fall, it will be a totally different ballgame of what happened when we first got hit with it in the beginning of this year. There will be several things that will be different. Our ability to go out and be able to test, identify, isolate, and contact trace will be orders of magnitude better than what it was just a couple of months ago. In addition, we have a number of clinical trials that are looking at a variety of therapeutic interventions. We hope one or more of them will be available. And importantly, as I mentioned to you many times at these briefings, is that we have a vaccine that's on track and multiple other candidates. So I would anticipate that, a year to a year and a half, we'd be able to do it under an emergency use. If we start seeing an efficacy signal, we may be able to even use a vaccine at the next season. So things are going to be very, very different. What we're going through now is going to be more than just lessons learned. It's going to be things that we have available to us that we did not have before.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Scott Gottlieb, your former FDA commissioner, wrote a roadmap for recovery after the coronavirus.
Very interesting. I saw it.
He suggests, the roadmap suggests that everybody wear a mask in public. Is that something that the task force thinks is a good idea?
Well, we haven't discussed it to that extent, but it's certainly something we could discuss. We're getting certainly the number of masks that you need. We are in the process of talking about things. I saw his suggestion on that, so we'll take a look at it for a period of time, not forever. I mean, we want our country back. We're not going to be wearing masks forever, but it could be for a short period of time after we get back into gear. I could see something like that happening for a period of time, but I would hope it would be a very limited period of time. Doctors, they'll come back and say for the rest of our lives we have to wear masks.
The roadmap also talks about doing GPS for social distancing, maybe following people's phones, and hotels for isolation for people, giving them free hotel rooms. Are those ideas that you're looking at?
Well, the GPS, that's a very severe idea. I've been hearing about it, GPS. So what happens? A siren goes off if you get too close to somebody? That's pretty severe, but he's somebody, he was with me for a long time. He did a great job at FDA, so we're taking a look. I just received it a little while ago. He sent it over, so very good. Go ahead, let's give it a shot.
Sir, what do you say to Americans who are upset with you over the way you downplayed this crisis over the last couple of months? We have it very much under control in this country. The coronavirus is very much under control in the USA. It's going to disappear. It's like a miracle. It will disappear. March 4th, we have a very small number of people in this country infected. March 10th, we're prepared. We're doing a great job with it. It will go away. Just stay calm. It will go away. What do you say to Americans who believe that you got this wrong?
And I do want them to stay calm. And we are doing a great job. If you look at those individual statements, they're all true. Stay calm. It will go away. You know it is going away, and it will go away. And we're going to have a great victory. And it's people like you and CNN that say things like that. It's why people just don't want to listen to CNN anymore. You could ask a normal question. The statements I made are: I want to keep the country calm. I don't want panic in the country. I could cause panic much better than even you. I would make you look like a minor league player. But you know what? I don't want to do that. I want to have our country be calm and strong and fight and win. And it will go away. And it is incredible, the job that all of these people are doing, putting them all together, the job that they're doing. I am very proud of the job they're doing, that Mike Pence is doing, that the task force has done, that Honeywell and Procter & Gamble and Mike and all of these people have done.
I'm very proud. It's almost a miracle, and it is, the way it's all come together. And instead of asking a nasty, snarky question like that, you should ask a real question. And other than that, I'm going to go to somebody else. Please, go ahead, please.
You expressed some concern in the past that medical supplies were going out the back door and that perhaps some hospitals were doing things worse than hoarding.
I expressed what was told to me by a tremendous power in the business. He said that at a New York hospital for a long period of time, he was giving 10,000, maybe maximum 20,000 masks over a short time. And all of a sudden he's giving 300,000. And I said, no matter how bad this is, could that be possible? He said, no. So there's only a couple of things that could happen. Is it going out the back door? And I've reported it to the city and let the city take a look at it. But when you go from 10,000 masks to 300,000 masks, Mike, over the same period of time, there's something going on. Now, I'm not making any charges, but when everyone's looking for masks, and by the way, that's another thing, we're making a lot of masks, and the sterilization process is going to save a lot of time and a lot of masks. But when you have the biggest distributor of product that distributes to many of the big hospitals and hospital chains, and he brings up a statistic like that, and I know you're trying to make a big deal out of it, but you shouldn't be. You should actually go over to the hospital and find out why. You shouldn't be asking me. I'm just saying that's the way it is. You should go over there as a great reporter. I have no idea who you are, but that's okay. You should go over there, go to the hospital, and find out how come you used to get 10,000 masks and you had a full hospital. New York City, always full. And how come now you have 300,000 masks, despite the virus and all, you have three? How do you go from 10 to 300,000? And this is very serious stuff. I mean, I could see from 10 to 20 or from 10 to 40 or 50 or something. But how do you go from 10 to 300,000 masks? So what I think you should do is I'm sure you're a wonderful investigative reporter. You should go to the hospital and find out why. Okay, yeah.
Asking your DOJ to look into it, sir?
Steve, please. Well, it's so bad for the economy, but the economy is number 2 on my list. First, I want to save a lot of lives. We're going to get the economy back. I think the economy is going to come back very fast. Steve's just asking about the economy. What's it like? We basically shut down our country. And we did that in order to keep people separated, keep people apart. They're not working in offices. They're not in airplanes together. You know, we really shut it down. And, 150, 151 other countries are pretty much shut down. But here we had the greatest economy in the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And I had to go from doing a great job for 3 years to shutting it down. But you know what? We're going to build it up, and we're going to build it up rapidly. And I think in the end we'll be stronger for it. We learned a lot. And I have to say, we've had great relationships with a lot of countries. China sent us some stuff, which was terrific. Russia sent us a very, very large plane load of things, medical equipment, which was very nice. Other countries sent us things that I was very surprised at, very happily surprised. We learned a lot. We're learning a lot. And we're also learning that the concept of borders is very important, Steve. It's very important. Having borders is very, very important. But we have done an incredible job. The economy is going to come back. My focus is saving lives. That's the only focus I can have. We're going to bring the economy back, and we'll bring it back fast. Yeah, please.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said several times that the United States has ramped up testing. Just talk a little quicker or a little louder. Mr. President, you said several times that the United States has ramped up testing, but the United States is still not testing per capita as many people as other countries like South Korea. Why is that, and when do you think that number will be on par with other countries?
Yeah, well, it's very much on par. Look, per capita, we have areas of country that's very wide. I know South Korea better than anybody. It's a very tight. Do you know how many people are in Seoul? Do you know how big the city of Seoul is? 38 million people. That's bigger than anything we have. 38 million people, all tightly wound together. we have vast farmlands. We have vast areas where they don't have much of a problem. In some cases, they have no problem whatsoever. We have done more tests. I didn't talk about per capita. We have done more tests by far than any country in the world, by far. Our testing is also better than any country in the world. And when you look at that, as simple as that looks, that's something that's a game changer. And every country wants that, every country. So rather than asking a question like that, you should congratulate the people that have done this testing, because this administration inherited a broken system, a system that was obsolete, a system that didn't work. It was okay for a tiny, small group of people, but once you got beyond that, it didn't work. We have built an incredible system to the fact where we have now done more tests than any other country in the world, and now the technology is really booming. I just spoke to I spoke to a lot. I'm not going to even mention. I spoke to a number of different testing companies today, and the job that they've done and the job that they're doing is incredible. But when Abbott comes out and does this so quickly, it's really unreal. In fact, one company I have to say that stands out in the job, and I think I can say this, I don't want to insult anybody else, but Roche. Roche has been incredible in the testing job they've done, and they're ramping it up exponentially. It's up, 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 up. And you should be saying congratulations instead of asking a really snarky question, because I know exactly what you mean by that. You should be saying congratulations to the men and women who have done this job, who have inherited a broken testing system and who have made it great. And if you don't say it, I'll say it. I want to congratulate all of the people. You have done a fantastic job, and we will see you all tomorrow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Jerusalem, Jerusalem, land of glory, Jerusalem, holy land, and a visit to Jerusalem.
These are the things that have been written, and we are bearing witness to them as being true. This is an opportunity for you to visit Israel, Mount Nebo in Jordan, the ground where God spoke to Moses, showing him the promised land and the holy land of Jerusalem. 10 days visit to see for yourself the places which you have read in the Bible, like Elah Valley, where David defeated Goliath, Mount Nebo, Sea of Galilee, Canaan, where Jesus turned water to wine, River Jordan, where John the Baptist baptized Jesus Christ, Joseph and Maria House in Nazareth, Jericho, the Dead Sea, the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus prayed, Lazarus' tomb, King David tomb in Jerusalem, the house where Jesus and his disciples had their Last Supper, the Pentecost Upper Room, and so on. Our office is at Albert Basins, South Dockland, London, E16 7QY. For more info, please visit www.holytrinitypilgrimage.co.uk or please call Captain Mother Hassan on 078 721 37953 or Pastor Elijah Kamui on 079 846 34898 or email us info@holytrinitypilgrimage.co.uk. A pilgrim is not a tourist. The tourist sees sights and returns home the same person, but the pilgrim gains insights and returns home changed and spiritually fulfilled.
Jerusalem, Jerusalem. Heritage TV, Heritage TV.
Everybody in London, have you heard that Heritage Television has come up with something new? All your functions and celebrations can now be multi-camera live stream. That was only reserved for the rich and famous. Having a function in London can be viewed clean and clear immediately from any part of the world. trust Heritage TV to give you a better reach. Heritage Television also does photography that will make you the envy of all your friends and family. Heritage Television is the best. All your functions like birthdays, funerals, weddings, church anniversaries or harvest. Heritage Television is the master. We are in the heart of London with an ultra-modern equipped studio. You can call us on 020-800-46100 or email us info@heritagetv.co.uk or mobile 0734 1234 560. Heritage Television will do you proud.
You need to hear from me. Let me say my own side of the story.
You have nothing to explain. How dare you talk while I am talking? All that campaigned for you, you abandoned them, including me.
Second tenure to compensate everybody that worked for me.
You are waiting for the second tenure to come before you can compensate them.
The governor is really looting the state dry to campaign and elect you as a member of the state's House of Assembly. Just like that. I hope people are not trying to set me up.
Your Excellency, sir.
Yes?
Is it true that you are log ahead with your presumed political godfather, Chief Obi-Tike?
Godfather, answer the question.
Yes.
Answer the question. Yes or no? We are here to tell the governor and his cohorts to free Ngozi. She was only exercising her freedom of speech.
We believe working with you is going to give us an edge over other parties. You said you have a candidate. Yeah.
3 years ago, you came into this palace. Then, wretched, hungry. Then I introduced you to Obi-Dike.
Could you imagine Obi-Dike peddling rumors everywhere? Telling people how he sponsored me, how he single-handedly made me the governor.
Look at what you are saying about a man who gave you 600 million naira.
I want to give you 1 billion naira.
I am no longer in support of his second tenure ambition. Because I want you guys to keep away from him and all his cronies. Do I make myself clear?
Blessings.
Thank you very much. Great to have you. And thank you all for being here. My administration is taking new action to ensure that America has the medical resources and equipment needed to fight the global pandemic. It's been a brutal pandemic for over 150 countries all over the world. We've had great success over the last month. As you know, the millions and millions of pieces of equipment have been delivered successfully by us, purchased and delivered, and we've made it available to the states. And the governors have been very gracious for the most part, I would say. There are a couple that aren't appreciative of the incredible job. They have to do a better job themselves. That's part of the problem. But generally speaking, I have to tell you, the governors have been great. I just spoke to the governor of New Jersey, Governor Murphy, and he's very thankful. And Governor Cuomo has been very nice. They've really appreciated, I think, what the federal government has done. You look at the hospitals that are being built all over the country by the Army Corps of Engineers and FEMA. It's been really incredible. Nobody's seen it. They'll build hospitals in 2 or 3 days, portable hospitals. This afternoon, I invoke the Defense Production Act to compel General Motors to accept, perform, and prioritize federal contracts for ventilators. Ventilators are a big deal, and we've delivered thousands of them, and oftentimes you don't need ventilators very much. Hospitals don't have very many, and now we're turning out that we have to produce large numbers.
but we've been able to do that, and we're going to be doing a lot more. This invocation of the DPA should demonstrate clearly to all that we will not hesitate to use the full authority of the federal government to combat this crisis. We thought that we had to deal with, as an example, General Motors, and I guess they thought otherwise. They didn't agree, and now they do. They do agree, and I think we might be able to pull it, but we let them know the way we felt, and they can't be doing that. We'll work in partnership with the private sector, but where an emergency exists, and it's very important that we get to the bottom line, and quickly we will do what we have to do and immediately exercise all available lawful authorities to get the job done. This